You all do not hear me. You all do not hear me. Yeah, yeah. Hold on. what, what image is this from? Because I'm gonna have a filter on the whole time. I don't care. Scarping. Okay. Oh, there's one that makes me look weird. There we go. Okay, let's go back. Contrast. Oh, I'm just messing around with my settings. No, this is gonna give like somebody a seizure. Dude, instead of having a Halloween costume, I'm just gonna change my fucking color settings. Color multiplicity? I forget what this does. What does green do? Oh wow, I'm red now. Fuck yeah. Okay, this will be my Halloween costume. Dude, my lights keep on flickering. Let's see. Welcome back, everybody. What is this? Oh, the fucking Christmas tree. You won't be needing a. Welcome back. Today I didn't want to stream, but this stream, as I mentioned on my Twitter, it's basically gonna be a repeat of like a lot of the topics before I talked about. Right. I wish I could watch Ghost Adventures live on stream. The only issue is that like I don't know if you all have Amazon Prime, because I'm not affiliate yet. I'd rather not do anything. Having to deal with that, right? God, I had a long week last week, and this next week is equally as with less homework, more projects, dude. It's insane. Anyhow, so yeah, I was just listening to music. Uh, there's a fuck. There's nothing here. Oh, what did I put it? Oh my god, let's listen to this one. I forgot how this one sounds.
If you're going back to school.
Do 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 do. Yeah. We're gonna go over creepy folklore. Folklore creatures. Let's just do that. Then aliens. Alien stuff. Shadow people. Shadow people. I'll give my stories because I have stories from pretty much. Not every video. Maybe once I get around here, I have stories. God, this. Wait, why did I not like it? Dun, dun, dun. I'm gonna be spraying this. He's like, I'll be honest. I was having troubles too. The reason why I was a little late was because I was having troubles with the outlet. I thought the outlet right here was causing my computer to get like electricity or whatever, and that's why I was like kind of like not flickering. What's the word? It was fucking up everything because like everything was slowing down. Then I open Hardware Manager and I find out it's fucking Chrome, dude. Fucking Chrome. Dude, fucking Chrome is taking up 25% of my goddamn memory. I have 16 gigabytes. Four. Yeah, four sticks of 8 gigs each. No, that doesn't make sense. Oh, no, they're not 4 gigs. See, now I'm confusing myself. I forgot how many gigs of RAM I even have in this. 32, there we go. I have 32 gigs of RAM. And that's fucking insane. Literally, right now it says 2,800 megabytes are being used up. The next thing that uses up the most amount of megabytes when it comes to memory is OBS. And, that's normal, right? But holy fuck, like, why is Chrome so fucking bad? I may end up just swapping over to, like, Firefox if I gotta be honest. It may not be any better, like, memory-wise, but at least it won't be like, Ruben, click here, because that's what Chrome started fucking doing. Ruben, if you have anything else to do, click here. And I'm like, no, I don't fucking care. See, there's like a little notification that pops up. It's not. Oh, you already have it. So annoying. But yeah, like I said, we're gonna go over basically, I guess like urban legend creatures. Like, I don't think one of them is gonna be Bigfoot, but like Bigfoot like creatures. Then move on to aliens, right? Aliens is where it pretty much gets kind of like universal, almost, because most accounts are like, I guess Western media accounts. I don't know. I've seen like well, I can show you. Like it also like gets reported here in like uh South America and Mexico and places like that. Reportaje. Why is everything in French? Oh, it's probably because there we go. Telemundo, you know what I mean? Oh my gosh. I watch Telemundo because like here in the US, that's what it is. But like I think in like Mexico's Televisa, right? I think it's a different company. Ex jefe del programa de seguridad de Israel confirma la existencia. Oh my god, there's so much like pseudoscience stuff or like conspiracy theory stuff. Caso no line. Uh, Archivos X de Colombia. Interesting. Which there's a lot of crazy shit. Roswell, la ciudad de los ovnis. Yeah, like see, just like by changing the language. We're no, literally, guys. By changing the fucking language, we get better shit. We get better shit. Aliens report, right? Literally, that's what I searched up in Spanish. We get better shit because look at this. It's all like the same shit always. Same fucking video. Same fucking video, dude. Same fucking video. So like, I don't know, I may just end up having to like just be like ¿Dónde se encuentran los extraterrestres? Oh my god, I can't type right now. No, guys, I'm so out of it. Like seriously, this week was like it's almost like a snapping point, right? And donde se encuentran los extraterrestres means where are the aliens? Where to find the aliens? What the fuck? Caso cerrado completo. Oh my god, dude. I hate this show. I hate A Caso Cerrado. Because they bring out this most insane shit ever, dude. I forget what the person's name is. Huesa something, right? Uh, it's an insane show. Y'all should not watch it. Because it's like borderline like offensive. Oh my god. Capturados en cámara. Estallido el secreto. El misterioso origen del maíz. Oh shit. Chichima. Beyond. That one's interesting actually because there's a bunch of like legends as to where like school where food comes from. Like, see, I'm out of it. Let's see what else. What was that like an original? I don't even know what it was. What video I searched up originally had. The point is, shit. It's my history show. Mm, I'm searching all this shit up. Dun, dun. Dude, I swear to God, did I not?
Going back to school.
Oh, I have alien scary stories. Ugh. Let's get started, yeah. Oh, I had just searched this up. Okay. Whoever these songs are just so good. They're the same fucking song I've been listening to the last for like the last few days, but like this is a different remix by a different person. I think their name is Jorge Fuentes. Uh, these are short. Like I'm telling you, I tried watching these, but I can't watch the History Channel ones because they're for sure gonna fuck up my Twitch record of having zero copyright stuff. Masha's spooky stories. Oh my god, please. We'll watch this last because they're like scary stories. Yeah, I searched up all this stuff because it's interesting, right? Bum. Otherworldly beings. I don't know. Zozo. Let's search that up. Zozo. Because like I'm like I said, I was searching stuff. What the fuck? I don't want to click on that one because this is gonna be like so fucking. Oof. This is so. What the fuck is this? I'm not gonna watch that. This shit actually kind of scares me. Oh my god. Hold up. We're gonna get started. I swear to God. Uh, maybe we'll watch. I mean, the 3-minute video isn't much. But this reminds me of the J Station videos, dude. What the fuck? Those are tattoos. Again? What is going on? Okay, fuck it. I think we watched this video a while ago. Yeah. So let's just begin, right? I don't have a real intro because today's just supposed to be like a catch all day. Dude, I swear I don't even know why I'm doing this anymore. I'm just like, oh, you know what I wanted to do right now? I just wanted to play Splatoon 3, but like I said, I have to set up everything again. I'm I'm like, nah. So how about we do this? It's gonna be a little different. We're gonna be playing a game. Well, okay. How I want it to be is that I'm playing a game, but at the same time, I'm like, we have this on the screen. I don't know how. I don't think that would. Because like from now on, I think let me check my all this stuff later. It's just gonna be like Halloween shit. Right? Yeah, because like next week is probably gonna be my Halloween stream on Saturday or Sunday. I don't remember what day. But the point is, I'm gonna also stream on Monday. So yeah, these are just gonna be like the final streams, and then like this scary stream for November will probably be like Saturday 5th, and that's it. Then we have December, I don't know, 31st or something. I'm just kidding. No, I can't do that day. That's like New Year's Eve. The 24th is somewhere after my finals, right? But that means I'll have more time for more stuff, right? Anyhow, like I said, I do. But then, like, I feel like if I do that, I don't know. Let me think a little bit. Let me think a bit. So if I play balloons, that would be horrible. Never mind. You know what? Let's just react. So yeah, let's just get started. So yeah, we're gonna start off with like I guess like just like oh I saw the owl man right next one or oh I saw a Bigfoot or oh I saw XYZ I saw a zombie. I if I hopefully I don't remember this video properly, but he talks about zombies or something. That's one of his entries. Yeah, this is the lazy masquerade. Like the video. Mm. Yeah, Wendigos.
I'll start off with a creature that most of you are familiar with. The
Oh,
Wendigo.
I could put on some skin. Yeah, but like the thing is, like they're all stories.
For a while, you may have heard me narrate
Like
a few stories.
footage.
They're an Algonquian legendary
Yeah.
creature said to still inhabit parts of Canada and
And for like stories, I want to leave it off for the night.
In recent years, they've penetrated.
And I'm probably gonna stream until like 3
thanks to shows
today.
like Supernatural and games
wanted
like
to mention.
Until Dawn.
Yeah.
A Wendigo is a former human
That ate another
at one point
person,
in their life, but
and then they became
cannibal.
not a
It doesn't
ghost.
matter if they ate human flesh
Depends.
out of desperation or for pleasure. They become consumed by an
Yeah.
intense desire to eat more and more, developing an insatiable appetite for human meat. One Ojibwe teacher and scholar gave this description of the creature. The Wendigo was gaunt to the point of emaciation, its desiccated skin pulled tightly over its bones.
Yeah.
With its bones pushing out against its skin, its complexion the ash gray.
There's a hold up. I'm gonna be swapping in and out. Where can I just tap? My friend. Daughter. What? Let's see. Best friends who go into. I rented an old cabin in the mountains. There's like let's see, this is story or something. There's like a story series. And it's like weird. There's so many what you call it like not even sequel stories. It's so fucking long. I forget who covered it. I don't think Babe Ruth did it. I think it's some other guy. Babe Ruth. Crazy stuff, but like yeah, there's like a lot of I guess like internet writings and stuff, right? The internet writings because it's not. It doesn't come from like the Algonquin people. At least the rendition of the Wendigo that's well known on the internet.
gave off a strange and eerie odor of opposition of death and corruption. As you can tell, they're basically starving feral creatures,
Yeah.
desperate to sate their hunger. No matter how much human flesh they eat, they're never satisfied. They always crave for more.
Yeah, that's the Russian sleep
That's why they're
experiment
always described
picture.
as having no lips.
Ooh.
They can never resist eating them. It seems likely that the Wendigo legend started to circulate
Yeah.
as a way of dissuading people from killing and eating their fellow tribespeople.
This is like the
especially
actual
those
legend, right?
creatures.
Which is wonderful.
After all, Wendigos are traditionally associated with wind
Like,
animals.
like there's a lot of appropriation that goes on with like
That
legends
feel
on the
scarce
internet. I'll be
when
honest.
famines were most likely to occur. Nowadays, many natives see them as a symbol of greed and the corruptibility of the human soul. There's a little known folktale that has circulated around Dartmoor, England, for hundreds of years.
Oh, isn't this
I'd
the
never
horse?
even heard of it until
Oh,
I
no,
ran
no, no, I'm
across
thinking
my Reddit
Kelpie.
user, This Reasonable Guy. What he described was
Not
the
to wait
legend
near
of the
graves
Curry.
of people.
It's said to wait near the graves of those who have died on the moor, waiting for an unsuspecting victim to pass by. If you wander too close, it will latch onto you and make your life a living hell.
Okay.
It has no visible form, so you won't
Oh
even
shit!
realize
You know that's it. That's the
attached
scary part
itself to
about
you.
this.
Over the course of weeks,
Because I think he's gonna give the
months,
actual
or
legends,
years, the curry
or just
slowly
descriptions,
convinces you of its existence.
traditional descriptions of these
Whisper in your ear,
creatures.
appearances in your dreams,
This
a cold touch on the back of
cool,
your
right?
neck.
And not like, oh my god, I actually
Time
saw it
passes,
in a
becomes
story
more
on
aggressive,
Reddit.
clawing at you as you sleep, projecting
Yeah.
its own face onto your family members as you talk to them, attacking you in your nightmares. Nobody else can see or hear the curry, making you question your own sanity.
I feel like the curry was used maybe as a
If you return
way
to
of
the moor,
understanding
it will leave you be.
how
It will
people
say that
fall,
it's finished toying with you,
or rather develop
instead you
mental
must
health
return
issues.
home. By this point,
Because
the curry sees
that sounds like something that would happen to somebody, right? Like like they're just grieving a lot, and then they just start because their loss. And I'm just spouting bullshit. Don't take this like, seriously. 'Cause I'm no fucking psychologist at all. What was I gonna say? But maybe like because their grief was so thank God I'm an idiot right now. But because the grief was so big, they start their world starts warping, and in perception or in what they perceive, right? That's why they start seeing themselves
you inevitably
on
give in
other people,
and return
right?
to the moorland.
So they just start seeing their own
Wander
expressions.
aimlessly around Dartmoor, it will continually whisper words
I don't know
of
what that would be
encouragement
though.
in your ear, promising that you're almost there.
It's almost like a
free.
deep sense of guilt, right?
Exhaustion will overcome you, and you'll collapse to the ground and succumb to the elements.
Yeah.
As you lay there, dying and unable to move, the curry tells you how much it will enjoy dragging your soul to hell.
Mhm.
And like that, another grave is created.
La Llorona.
La Llorona, the
Good,
weeping
good.
woman of Latin America.
Good. He didn't say it like chills. He didn't
Originating
say
in
La
Mexico,
Llorona.
The story of La Llorona is as tragic as it is chilling. She's the ghost of a once beautiful woman named Maria. In life, she drowned her own children in a river after finding out that her husband was cheating on her. In her blind rage, she saw murdering their children as the ultimate revenge. When she came to her senses and realized what she had just done, she could no longer live with herself. She drowned herself in the same body of water.
Yeah.
Now, trapped somewhere between life and death, Maria's ghost walks the earth, searching in vain for the souls of her lost children. It's said that at night, she kidnaps wandering kids, believing them to be her own. She then begs for their forgiveness and drowns them. It's for that reason that you're most likely to find her near lakes or rivers, weeping
If I remember,
to herself.
that's just backing up that the Llorona is like a Hispanic
American.
American. So in other words, it like originates
Those who listen for too long are
from
marked for death.
people who
For generations,
kind of like took over
La
Mexico
Llorona has
from
been
like
an
the
effective
natives.
tool for keeping children
So in other words, like I
from
guess like
going out at night.
modern Mexico, right?
There's hardly anyone.
Oh no, it's how to explain this. There's more to that
This
though,
story.
because it didn't just take.
With any luck, they won't have heard her cries.
No, because like if I remember, a lot of like ancient what you call it, legends and stuff like that, were kind of like whitewashed, in what is it called? When basically colonists came over from Spain over to Mexico and places like in South America, we started whitewashing like their legends or just like being like, oh, that's son cosas del diablo and burning books and stuff like that. Not keeping up with the natives' oral traditions and making them kind of like stop reciting stories that were important to them. And what was I gonna say? If I remember watching, I don't remember that well. I think on Extra Normal. This is like a show that I used to watch. They had one where like they were talking about how the Llorona kind of had some Native American roots, like as in like the story elements itself, or it could be, and by Native American, what I mean, like people from that were like in the area of Mexico, right? Because that's where the story originates, right? So it has like more ancient roots and elements and stuff like that compared to your traditional kind of like boogeyman story and stuff like that. I'm gonna bring that up.
Japan has more than its fair share of creepy myths and
I
urban
forget
legends.
what this one
In all
is.
honesty, I think I could have easily filled this list with Japanese entries alone.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's
Perhaps
so
the
many.
best known examples are the split-mouthed woman,
Yeah.
Kuchisake Onna, and the malevolent torso known as Teke Teke.
Hmm.
Then, of course, there's Sadako, or as you might know her, Samara, the ghost of a young girl.
Yeah. Okay.
Sad
This is kind of like
if you happen to watch
weird.
a particular haunted videotape.
Hmm?
That was the plot of a popular Japanese movie called Ringu, which eventually
Yeah.
got its own Hollywood remake in the form of The Ring. What a lot of Western audiences don't know,
That's
however,
not
is
much
that The Ring is
affiliated with the
actually based
original
on
one.
a Japanese folk legend that sprang up in the 80s, and which also inspired a horror novel in 1991. The legend itself is pretty similar to the movie. However, in the Japanese folk story, there's a
Yeah.
number that you can call that will put you in direct contact with Sadako without even watching the VHS. First, enter your country's exit code. Next, dial 81, the Japanese dialing code. Once you've done all of that, Sadako's number is as follows: 090 4444 4444.
Japanese, the words,
She
yeah,
won't speak
death.
to you. She won't tell you that you have 7 days left to live like in the film. Instead, you'll hear her making an extremely unsettling and unnatural high-pitched sound. According to those who have called the number, the sound is so disturbing that you'll want to hang up immediately.
Yeah.
They've also reported feeling extremely uneasy in the days following the call, with some saying that they can sense an unwanted presence.
It's typical of like urban legends, right? For stuff like that to happen.
Within a week of calling
Or to be
Sadako,
said.
something extremely traumatizing will happen to you. That doesn't necessarily mean you'll die. Her wrath could take on the form of a tragedy or a life-altering event.
I am right, right?
Needless to
The
say,
people that filmed the Ring movie in Japan
God knows I'm not going to.
didn't get credit or credited for the Ring movie in America.
Fans of Stephen King might be familiar with the name of these ones. Knockers, or Tommy knockers.
Oh, they're like little like
were
elves or
believed to
gnomes
be
that like mine.
dangerous beings
Yeah.
that lived in mines and caves.
They're weird.
In England, they were thought to be little elf-like creatures.
Yeah.
Whereas in America, they were believed to be more ghostly.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever the case, they were widely considered to be real by both British and American miners well into
Yeah.
the 20th century. The Tommyknockers got their name from the distinctive knocking sound that echoed through mines just before a cave-in. Many miners thought that the knocking sound was the creatures hammering at the support beams.
Yeah,
trying to
but it
keep
was
them
actually
from
just the
the
cave
side of
in,
the mine.
like
Others, who had a more positive view of the Tommyknockers, believed that these knocks were actually their attempts
yeah,
to warn the
warnings.
miners of an imminent cave-in. Either way, this knocking sound was the most terrifying thing any miner could ever hear, and one they all dreaded, particularly those who were deepest in the mine. After
If
the
I feel
first
like it,
knock,
maybe next week I'll
those
read like stuff
inside the
from
mine would
Slash X
scramble for the exit, praying that the support beams would hold out long enough
or
for the
Slash
human
X
escape.
or wherever the fuck that
Of
thing
course,
is
not
from.
everyone would make it
It's
out
not
to the
4chan.
cave,
I'm not gonna go on
and
4chan.
those
I'm
lucky
not
enough
going on
to
4chan.
survive
I'm only going on
would
Reddit.
tell of the Tommyknockers.
Mhm.
In reality, this sound was most likely the creaking of earth and timbers as they
Yeah.
gave way to pressure. Be that as it may, these folklore creatures were considered the bane of many a miner's
These
life,
people are so
and a real
fucking young.
concern for them and their families.
Look at these fucking kids
Even
working.
as late as 1956, a group
It's
of
sad.
miners refused to continue working on one particular shaft until the mine owners agreed to have all of the Tommyknockers inside removed. The owners agreed to their terms. Obviously, Tommyknockers are no longer a concern for modern-day miners. That's not the case for people who like caving, though. Some spelunkers still believe in the creatures. You see, when you go caving, you might occasionally hear a knocking sound coming from deep inside the twisting paths and chambers of the cave.
Mhm.
Some people, particularly those who are a bit lost, feel compelled to follow these knocks. Oftentimes, the knocking only leads them deeper into the cave or to an area where the person gets stuck, never to resurface. Whether these knocks are natural occurrences or something more sinister is for each individual caver to decide.
Yeah.
Just another reason to stay away from caves altogether, really.
Personally, I think it's just like he said, it's just pressure and the earth kind of like putting pressure on the pieces of timber and wood, right? Because earth, or rather, when there's a say, this is the cave, right? Naturally, over time, the cave would want to go like that, right? Because gravity, and not only that, the tectonic plates are moving. When they move, they don't move like this. Um, Rather, certain areas are part of each other, right? So if this from here to here is one tectonic plate, right? They're gonna move along, right, like that. But like tectonic plates are like weird because they're actually kind of like imagine these are two tectonic. Gonna move like that, and then like stuff like this starts to happen, right? Geology, right? It's geology, not geography. No, it is geology, right? Look here. This is what I was explaining. See, there's like the water, right, running into the cave. Naturally, the Earth, kind of like because things are on top of there or and gravity, right, wants everything to just kind of like if there's not enough support or rather yeah support in the root system here keeping everything not root system earth system excuse me. In other words, if like imagine you just had a bunch of fucking sand here but it wasn't like packed together, right? Sand just wants to fall down, right? Similarly, if the earth is kind of like loose on the bottom, it'll just cave in and fall down, right? But over time, even like if the ceiling looks stable as hell, basically it's sturdy as well. Maybe like little dents and cracks in the earth will start making like the little knocking noises, right? Is what I'm trying to say. And then bam, eventually you get a cave in, or something worse happening like a sinkhole.
Strigoi, Mort, literally dead witch. They've been a hallmark of Romanian folklore since the 1600s, and were the inspiration
Yeah.
behind Bram Stoker's Dracula. Indeed, the best way to think about these creatures is as the first incarnation of the modern vampire.
Mm-hmm.
They're the reanimated corpses of the dead who drain the living of their blood. They're also said to have the ability to shapeshift into a number of creatures in order to mask their identity.
Yeah.
There are a handful of ways
That
a
looks so
person might
sinister.
become a strigoi when they die. Firstly, the seventh child of the same sex in a family is
Oh my
doomed
god.
to become a strigoi, as is any baby born with a cowl atop its head. Those who
Cow?
lead a sinful life are also more at risk of becoming one. On top of that, anyone who dies unmarried, by suicide, by execution for perjury, or after being cursed, will most likely come back to walk the earth as well.
Notice how kind of like uh I guess, for example, in the example that they gave, the seventh child, like there's a reason behind the number seven, but usually, when your family is of a big size, not all the kids are gonna live. That was a real fact back in the seventh century. Well, for example, in the 17th century, average family size. Yeah, women would typically give birth to 8 to 10 children. However, due to high mortality rates, they only raised 5 or 6 children. Right? Notice how it's that's an interesting fact too. 5 or 6 children, one less than seven, right? Notice that. So, where I'm getting at is that you know, once you had your seventh child, and say maybe like everything wasn't going too well, maybe you weren't financially well off back then. That seventh child is good as doomed, right? And the other one, I swear I heard a cow on their head or something like that, right? But the point is, the other one I don't know, but the other ones too.
Anyone who dies unmarried, by
Yeah,
suicide, by execution for perjury, or
were probably ways of scaring people into maybe not doing those things, right?
after being cursed, will most likely come back to walk the earth as well. Now, this might not sound like such a bad deal to some of you.
Uh huh.
After all, who wants to stay dead?
Yeah,
The
right.
strigoi
Uh huh.
aren't like what they were in life. They're both human and
Oh my
demonic.
god, I'm getting microchip.
Once
I'm
they
just kidding.
reanimate, they feel compelled
Dude, I
to
just took
return
out
to
the
their
button from my
families and act just
little
like they did
thingy
in
right
life. The Strigoi's very presence weakens their family members.
here. Oh my god.
As time passes, they die one by one.
Okay, see? Now, to me, that sounds like a way of like representing, I guess, like like, all those events that they mentioned, like suicide, perjury, or whatever, getting hexed, or even like I said, like the seventh child, and maybe not being able to like feed them or provide enough for them, are um all kind of like getting to the point that with loss or with something happening to a family member, a lot of feelings are up in the air, right? And it hurts the family as a whole if they cared for such an individual and if such events happen to them.
In order
That's
to
what I'm getting
continue
at.
existing, the Strigoi is then forced to steal the vitality of others,
Yeah.
killing them in the process. The bite of a Strigoi
As
is
for that,
always
I don't
fatal,
know.
and, unlike some modern vampire stories,
Mm-hmm.
can't turn the victim into a Strigoi themselves. It's for this reason that many Romanian people were buried with a stake through their heart and their
Yeah.
coffins nailed tightly shut. The last thing a family wanted was for their dead relative to come back and kill them. Despite becoming widely popular in modern fiction and a staple mark of the horror genre, many Romanians still believe in the existence of the Strigoi. In
Mm-hmm.
2004, a Strigoi hunting party was formed after a woman claimed to have been visited by her recently deceased uncle.
Oh my god,
The
that'd be
group
scary.
dug up the old man's corpse, tore out his heart, and burned the body to ash. The ashes were then
That
mixed with
is
water and
crazy.
drunk by the group members. In order to present a modern image of their country to the world, the Romanian government sentenced the members of the group to serve 6 months in prison.
Yeah.
Despite this, many people in the Maratinu de Sus area still drive a fire-hardened stake through the chests of dead relatives. In a slightly older case,
Very
it was
interesting.
still modern in the grand scheme of things. An old man's body was exhumed in 1969 in the Romanian city of Capataneni. After the old man had died, several of his family members also began to die under mysterious circumstances. It was believed that he was a strigoi. When he was dug up, the man's body showed no signs of decomposition. His eyes were wide open, and his face was twisted and red.
Shit.
The
Hold up,
corpse
I need
was
to see my
burned
grade.
in order to save the old man's soul.
Whoa, that's.
Hailing from Celtic folklore, the Kelpie is an aquatic horse that is said to haunt the rivers and lakes of Scotland and Ireland.
Yeah,
There
see
is
the
also
Kelpie.
a pretty much identical
Like the
creature
one,
in this
the
area,
only one I know by
the
heart.
Lovecore. They're said to be beautiful black horses that stand near large bodies of water. If you ever see such a creature by a river or lake, be sure to keep your distance. Those who touch or mount the horse become stuck to it, completely unable to free themselves. Then, the Kelpie will slowly walk into the water, drowning whoever is glued to her. Pretty much every loch in Scotland has its own Kelpie story. Perhaps the most popular tale is that of a group of young boys who encounter a horse at the water's edge in Perthshire.
Hold up. What the fuck? Hold up. Okay, I'm not here like doxing or fucking doing anything. I've never seen this either. Or a mean of 68, but a standard deviation of 31. Doesn't that mean like what the fuck? Well, I'm gonna do the calculation. So if I don't talk right now, I'm sorry.
Clamber onto the
I'm
horse's
so
back.
confused.
All except for one, that is, who stays on land and pets the horse's neck. He soon realizes that his hand has become stuck to the horse. The boy looks down and notices that the horse's hooves are backwards, the mark of the Kelpie. As the creature begins to walk into the loch, the boy is forced to cut off his own fingers in order to free himself. His friends, who have no way to cut themselves free, are carried into the water. Some of their entrails are found later, their bodies presumably devoured by the Kelpie. Though not a direct encounter, here's another story shared by Reddit user Mutan. I was 7 to 8 years old, visiting my grandparents in the countryside. According to my grandmother, she woke up in the middle of the night to her cow's abnormal mooing. She went outside to check and saw me walking into the fish pond. I didn't wake up after entering the water. She barely pulled me out of the water before I fell into the deep part of the pond. I was shaking uncontrollably. She had to carry me inside. It took half an hour to wake me up. When she asked what happened, I apparently half-consciously answered, I was following the pony. The origins of the Kelpie aren't exactly known for sure, but there's one prevailing theory. Horses are dangerous animals.
Yeah.
They kill more people each year than you probably realize. People fall off them and break their necks all the time, and their kicks are easily strong enough to rupture your insides. On top of that, messing around with a nobleman's horse back in the day could have landed you in some pretty hot water. This legend might have started as a cautionary tale which parents told their children, the moral being,
I'm
never
so
touch a horse
confused.
you don't know.
I'm so confused.
Ironically, The story of the Kelpie probably saved quite a few of our ancestors from dying young.
Yeah, for sure. Because like horses when you're young are like fucking huge, right? Once you get like to my age, you pretty much stop growing, right? I'm like 6'3", 6'4". Like me as a big guy, and I mean big in all the senses. I'm like chubby, all that. What was I gonna say? When I look at a horse, at least my uncle's horses, he has like an Arabian horse. Shit, he's huge, huge. I don't know. Like I can't like climb on that without like a fucking little
It's down in the description.
what is it called? Call them escalones. What are they called? It's not a ladder. It's not a stepping stool.
If you find yourself relaxing on a Hawaiian beach at night,
They're
beware of the
huge.
sound of distant
Like even like their
thumps
normal
and
horses,
footsteps.
right? They're pretty
It's said that on
sizable.
certain sacred nights, the Huaka Hipo, or night marchers, patrol the coastline.
Night marchers. Ooh.
They're the spirits of ancient
Also,
Hawaiian warriors, still carrying out their martial
I'm like,
duties in the
why did this guy not upload the
They
grades
most
yet?
often appear just after sunset or right before dawn,
Like,
on a note
that
to
is
kill
not bad.
anyone that witnesses their march. If their torches are in view, then it's already too late to run. Your best chance of survival is to play dead. Avoid making eye contact at all costs. They'll notice your stares and butcher you. Some say that placing your face into the sand or dirt
Holy shit,
is
though,
one of
that's
the
so
forms of
crazy.
appeasing them, as they view this as a mark of respect. If one of your ancestors marches in,
Nuh-uh.
they'll spare your life. So, if Hawaiian blood runs through your veins, you may be one of the chosen few.
A C minus is 10 points?
Then again,
What the
really
fuck?
to take that risk.
No, it's 10%.
In
Wait.
Norwegian folklore, Draugen are the ghosts of sailors who perished at sea. They continue
No,
to
wait.
sail
There's
into
the
treasure
zombies in
ships
Resident
appearing
Evil
on
something
stormy nights to break
village.
out
They're
the
called
hopes of
something.
the living.
Something similar to that, right?
Anyone foolish
At
enough
least the
to set
vampire
sail
ones?
at night risks hearing their distinctive wailing and screaming, the calling card of the Draugen.
Okay, I make it to
After
C plus.
making
I don't
all
know.
this noise,
It's like I'm basically there. I got some things right.
a contorted, fish-like face, soulless black eyes, a gaping mouth, monstrous inside.
Nice art. Okay, I feel so much better. But I'm like, god damn.
Below the waves, all the way down to the bottom of the ocean.
Like I said, 31's a lot.
And their unfortunate
Like
souls
31%?
resurface as Draugen,
Oh wait, hold up.
cursed to drift across the ocean forevermore, searching for fresh victims.
I don't need to make this about me.
In one particular folk story, a Norwegian sailor tries to escape this fate when he encounters a Draugen on a nightmare voyage. The man knew that the only way to survive an encounter with a Draugen was to make it to shore before it could reach you. The man does indeed make it back to dry land, but the Draugen continues to pursue him anyway. In desperation, the man sprints to a nearby churchyard and begs the spirits of the dead to protect him. In the morning, there's no trace of him left, but all of the graves are completely empty and covered in seaweed. Perhaps this
Seaweed,
story
interesting.
started circulating after a mass grave robbery took place. It's hard to say. Whatever the case, these demonic mermen are certainly enough to keep me on dry land for a good long while.
Skinwalkers. We're gonna watch some more stuff. Actually, I'm getting excited now. I'm getting
Followed
into
this
today,
channel
right?
for a while now.
I'm like,
Probably saw this one
I'm like, right? I'm just kidding.
I've covered skinwalkers a fair amount in previous stories. They're pretty popular, and for good reason. These creatures are the stuff of nightmares.
Yeah, no, they're scary.
A
But like,
large proportion
but like,
of Navajo people
when you-
firmly believe in skinwalkers.
this okay.
Because
This
when it
part's
comes
like,
to
you know,
talking
right?
about them,
Like when it comes to like the
they
Reddit
believe
stories, it's like
discussing the
okay,
creatures attracts their attention. If
it's
that's
just
true,
different, right?
it's a bloody good thing that I don't live in America.
I mean, they could be
Skinwalkers are
real.
a type of
Like,
Native
I mean, like,
American witch.
coming from like people that
More
like are
specifically,
Navajo,
a shaman or witch doctor.
those
that
are like
murdered
okay.
somebody close
But
to
like the
nature.
ones that are like, I saw a
They often appear as
skinwalker
animals,
in
though distorted
fucking
into their
Antarctica.
replicas.
It's just like, what the fuck?
It's best not to think of this as shape-shifting.
Yeah,
It's more
it's
that
not.
they're inhabiting the skin of the creatures they've killed.
Hmm?
The more experienced the skinwalker is, the
Okay. It's like there's like a similar. I find it weird that at least in Wikipedia they have like the Spanish entry only like three, but there's like so many different types of chamanes, right? Which are like basically it translates roughly to like shamans, but chamanes are said to like wear the skins of like um of animals and basically transform into them. But like there's a distinction between the ones in Mexico, Chile, and Peru, right? Because those are completely different. Un o una machi. En pueblo indígena. Es la curación de dolencias. And then there's different types, right? Because like there's different type of chamanes. Just like the actual like literally like the word shaman, right? That like he always uses basically ancient like traditions and stuff like that to like heal and methods of there's a word. It's not hospice. It's like a word. When I said ancient traditions of healing, there's like a better word for that, but like right now it's not coming to mind. But yeah, it's interesting, right? But these are probably just like regular shaman. They're akin to like curanderos almost.
the more likely they
Yeah,
will
it's
appear in a
similar.
convincing form. It's not impossible for them to take on the skin of a
There's
human.
another similar story that's like kind of like spread
It's
out
rare for a
around
skinwalker
along
to
the
kill with a motive,
whole
and
Americas, right?
generally they try to
It's
keep
the
to
Three Sisters
themselves.
story,
When they
where
manage to
you
take a
need
life
to
form,
grow. Well,
they
rather
tend
a
to
lot
be
of these
self-protective.
populations back then would grow
They can go
peas,
about doing
corn,
this in a number of different
and
ways.
I forgot which other one.
Their
It's not. It
deadliest
wasn't a
trace
potato.
is to call out to you in a familiar voice,
A tomato,
luring
right?
you
Or
towards
no?
them.
Three
Their
Sisters.
vocabulary is often limited, however, and some even say that they can only repeat the last phrase that their previous victims screamed before they died.
Yeah,
As such, one
corn,
of the
beans,
most
and
common
squash.
ways
Excuse me.
is to shout things like,
Beans would be like
"Help
peas
me."
and stuff, right?
A well-meaning
Like
voice
all
line
across like
that
the
you deeply
Americas, you can
believe
find like a
defeat anyone
rendition
who
of that
attempts,
same way
only
of
to be
growing
met
crops,
with a
right?
skinwalker. They aren't invincible, however, and as such, they're unlikely to attack groups of people. Should a skinwalker believe the odds are against them in any situation, they'll likely flee. If you ever spook a dog or a deer or coyote and see it stand up on its back two legs and run away, you'll know what just crossed your path. I won't go into any more detail about them here, since I've covered them so much in the past, but I just couldn't leave them off this list. If you'd like to hear more about them, I'd recommend checking out the Benny story that I narrated a while back. I'll leave a link to it down below. So, there you have it. 9 of the most disturbing creatures from global folklore. It's easy to dismiss these stories as pure fantasy.
No, but they have like cultural values. You know what I mean? There's also a
Simply,
deeper message in
the
there
most
too.
logical explanation for anything is usually the most likely answer.
Yeah.
We can all sleep soundly tonight, safe in the knowledge that none of these things really exist.
Mm-hmm.
Then again, most folklore originates from an actual event or encounter
Yeah.
that slowly got exaggerated over time. Maybe there's more truth behind these encounters than we'd like to think. I'll
Exactly.
let you be the judges of that. Stay spooky. And remember, the best things happen in the dark.
Oh my god. Gosh, how cliche. Imagine if I was like, fuck, I would hate myself.
090 4444 4444
What is that?
4444 4444 4444 4444
Oh, okay. It's just like his take. That's funny. 100. Of course, it's sorry, I'm still stuck on this. 73? No, no, that was the beginning. Is succeeded. Man, I can't wait for Metroid Prime. Fuck, I said 3, 4 to come out. I'll try to finish the Metroid series by the end of December. Anyhow, next up we have the Owlman of Mawan. This is the shotted hand. Did we watch a video by this guy? I don't
It was
remember.
April 1979.
We
The
did.
Melling family were spending their
Yeah.
Easter holiday in
It's
Morning
like the
Smith,
video.
a picturesque village in Cornwall, England. On Saturday, the 17th, the two children of the family, 12-year-old June and 9-year-old Vicky, had headed out on their own to explore the area. They were passing by St. Mornan and St. Stephen's Church when, all of a sudden, in the sky above the bell tower, there appeared a huge creature. It looked like a man, but it had the wings of a bird. The girls ran back to their parents, and they were so disturbed by what they'd seen that their father cut the holiday short. Those girls, it seems, had had an encounter with the Owlman of Mornan. The origins of the Owlman are unclear. A lot of websites that I read whilst researching this reference a 1926 article in the Cornish Echo about two boys that were chased by some sort of large and ferocious bird.
Yeah.
The problem is, no website seems to provide any pictures of the article so you can read it for yourself. I had to go to the book The Owlman and Others by Jonathan Downes to find the article and read it for myself. The bird was described as being about 3 feet long with a body like a duck, cream and brown coloured plumage with black on the tips of the wings. Now that doesn't sound anything like an Owlman to me, but there's so many websites that are talking about this article and linking it to the Owlman stuff.
No, because like, okay, hold on. Let me start again. Also, where is this? In Cornish Echo newspaper. I reported very large. You know what that reminds me? The Thunderbird. Maybe we'll do one on that.
Story that I had to put that in there.
Like, search that
It
up.
seems
I
more
gotta
likely
remember
that
this.
the
So we
boys
have
were chased by an angry goose rather
Skinwalkers.
than some sort of
Technically the
owl-headed
Wendigo too,
cryptid.
right? And Thunderbird.
The first clue we might have
Well,
to
it's
the
like a standard
Owlman's
deviation of
origins is
31.
when the surrealist artist
Means
Max
that, like,
Ernst
if the
visited
mean
Cornwall in
was, like,
1937 with a group of
77,
other artists. Apparently, this group
or
were
rather
into all
68.
sorts of
It's
weird
like it
stuff,
like
including
68%, right? And me
The story
standard
goes
deviation
that
31%.
Ernst and his
That
cohorts
means
went
like
off into some
people
Cornish
got
woods
like
one
one
night
question
and
right,
performed
which is
strange
my guess.
rituals in an attempt to summon animal-human
Like,
hybrid entities.
Jesus, slow.
Max Ernst himself had a weird obsession with birds, and he often painted an alter ego called Lop Lop, a shape-shifting, part man, part bird creature. He also painted scenes that, looking back on them now, seem to mirror.
Where's my fucking binder, dude? Dude, where's my fucking notes? Ruben like drawing weird shit on his notes. What does that mean? Was he a cultist? Was he liking the occult? Had he found a different way of probably talking to a demon? No, it's just called me liking to draw. Literally. Dude, his fucking paintings are awesome. What the
Future
fuck?
encounters with the Owlman. And take a look at this one. It was
Reading too much
painted in
into it.
1924 and it's titled Two Children Are Threatened by a Nightingale.
I guess this is
About this There are two children and a
Oh,
nightingale,
wow.
but it's also this eerie human figure
Yeah,
hovering
right.
above the building, carrying away another child in its arms.
Cool.
Apparently, the painting was
painting.
inspired by a fever-induced hallucination that Ernst had as a child,
Uh-huh.
but to me it reminds me of June and Vicky Melling seeing that humanoid creature hovering over
You're reading
them
too much into
Mourner's
this. It's like a
Church.
weird form of analysis or a metaphor or something,
So did Ernst and Co. summon the Owlman?
right?
Maybe
No.
it's some sort of surrealist egregore, something that stepped out from the picture frame and took on a life of its own. Or perhaps the Owlman is the spirit of Ernst.
You know, I don't know. What comes to mind is what is it called? No, not Nightmare Museum. The Night at the Museum. Is that the movie that I'm thinking? Is that what it's called? It's been a while since I watched that. Right? At the museum. It's just like, oh yeah, they're all just gonna come to life and like, or
It
come to
might
life.
just be a
Come alive.
coincidence, but Max Ernst died on the 1st of April 1976.
My English is
This was just
peak.
2 weeks before the
It's
Melling
it's
girls
at
had
its
their
peak,
encounter.
man. 2 years from now,
And
you guys are
3
gonna
months
hear me
after the
talking like,
girls' encounter,
"Hey,
the Owlman was
how do
seen
you say
again.
that?" It says creepy folklore.
Behind
The owl.
Morning Church, the land slopes down through a wooded area until it reaches a beach. It was in this wooded area that two 14-year-old girls were camping, Sally Chapman and Barbara Perry.
Mhm.
At around 10 p.m. on the 3rd of July 1976, the girls were awoken by a strange hissing
Long
noise.
walk. Oh my god.
They looked
Ooh.
around outside their tents and saw a weird figure standing among the pine trees. He was described as being as tall as a man but had the face of an owl and was covered in grey feathers.
Okay.
His eyes were large and glowed red, and it had big, pointed ears. On its feet were large, black, pincer-like claws.
This would have been like a.
At first, the
I
girls
want to say
thought
like
it was
a
someone
sleep paralysis hallucination, but it's not.
in a costume, but then the
The
creature
fact that it has
floated
red eyes.
into the air and disappeared into the trees.
It's just them like maybe like freaking out. Since like
The following day, another two girls had an encounter with the
Oh, yeah.
Owlman in the same area. A letter
Or it
was
could be a
sent to a
prankster.
local paper from a girl saying that on the
Hunting
4th
eyes,
of
feathers
July
with a silver grey.
1976, she and her sister were playing in the wood behind Morning Church when they saw a large creature up in a tree.
Mhm.
It was described as being as big as a man, but it had legs bent backwards like a bird's. Its eyes were red, and its
That's a cool
feet
picture.
looked like sharp black crab claws. And like the last encounter, the creature then flew upwards and disappeared above the treetops.
Could have been like a deformed animal. There's always that.
The
But, like,
first
the
two
height is, like,
encounters were
weirding me
reported
out.
by a man named Doc Shields. Now, Doc Shields is an eccentric character, to say the least. An artist, stage magician, and monster hunter with an interest in the occult.
It's gonna be me. It's gonna be me. Ruben, the computer engineer. He was an eccentric little man. And they're gonna say little man, right? To like try to like basically downgrade who I am, right? Okay, I'm joking around. Like this guy looks wacky. He looks
At around the time of the Owlman sightings, he was
wacky.
taking part in a hunt
like
for
something
the
like out of like a
Morgar.
novel
This is
almost,
a
right?
sea monster that supposedly
Like a character you
lives
would
in the waters
hear
around Cornwall.
of in a book.
In March of 1976, two photos of the Morgar were sent to a local paper from someone named Mary F. Doc
Shoddy
Shields came
pictures,
on the
dude.
scene and he announced that he was going to try and summon the Morgar to appear. He then orchestrated an elaborate magical ritual on the beach in Cornwall involving naked witches, which were his own daughters, dancing around. As you can imagine, this brought a lot of press attention for Doc Shields.
Okay,
It
I'm
was
not gonna.
because of his
I
reputation
get Badger. I
for
get Badger.
hunting monsters
This
that
is
he was approached.
all like
First by
censored.
June and Vicky Melling's father, and later by Sally Chapman and Barbara Perry.
Censored.
And they both provided him with eyewitness accounts and drawings of the Owlman.
Hey, home to go.
Now, there is a problem here.
Wait, home
Doc
to go.
Shields does have a reputation for being a bit of a prankster.
Yeah.
Over the years, he's written numerous books about how to fake paranormal phenomena for stage
Yeah.
magicians, and he has books like The Shields Effect, How to Become a Psychic Superstar. It teaches you how
Mhm.
to create a sort of mythos around yourself which you can leverage for publicity and fame. Many people suspect that
Mhm.
Mary F., that mysterious woman that sent the photos of the Morgar to the newspaper, was actually Doc Shields sowing the seeds for an elaborate hoax.
Yeah.
Some also suspect
It could be
that Doc
possible.
Shields invented the story of the Owlman. As far as I can tell, nobody else has ever been able
It
to
could
track
be a
down
group
the Melling family or
making
the two
up these
girls that saw
sightings
the
too.
creature in the woods. It's very possible that they never existed at all.
Mhm.
Similarities between the eyewitness drawings suggest that they might have been drawn by the same person, although it does say that the drawings are based on eyewitness sketches, so Shields might have redrawn them himself from the children's drawings. Some people have also analysed the handwriting between these two accounts, and they think they might have been written by one person. I don't know much about handwriting analysis, so I can't really say for sure, but there's something about how the dots above the eyes drift slightly to the right in both the accounts. But as I say, I don't know much about this subject, so I
Yeah.
can't really comment on it myself.
See, that's the issue, right? We would all like to claim ourselves as professionals, including me, right? Like, like I have said earlier, and said, we're not professionals in this, right? At all. So whenever I cover these topics, right, I want every one of you all to take whatever the fuck I say with a grain of salt and investigate for yourselves, right? Because it's very important, right? My perspective is to tell you the truth, kind of like one dimensional. Because today's just supposed to be like, oh, we're learning about this and having fun, right?
There's no real proof
I mean,
that Doc
there's
Shields
like
invented
more
the
to
Allman.
what I
It could
say
be, as he
sometimes, but
says, he had a
it's
reputation
not that
as a
much.
monster hunter, so he was genuinely hooked by people that had seen something
Mhm.
strange. Shields seems to be a chaotic, neutral sort of character, a true
Yeah.
surrealist who deliberately sows the seeds of confusion and doubt around all that he does. It doesn't necessarily mean that everything that he's involved in is a hoax.
It's a
but
character.
it does
It's
mean
a
that we
it's a
should take
video
it all
on
with a hefty pinch of
whatever
salt.
this guy is called. See, I forgot the
After
name
the
already.
Owlman flap of
Video on his character.
1976, there were sporadic sightings. According to the book Alien Animals by Janet and Colin Board, there were two more sightings of the Owlman in 1978, once by a 16-year-old girl and a few months later by
lions
three
weren't
young
thought to be
French
real
girls. But
until
looking
one
into these
person
cases
shoved
a
them
bit
off
more, Doc Shields' name crops up yet again as the source of these stories. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're fake. I suspect at that time anyone who had an encounter with the Owlman would think of contacting Doc Shields. 11 years later, in 1989, there was another encounter, and this time it seems that Shields had nothing to do with it, at least not directly. There was a young couple known as Gavin and Sally, although that's not their real names. They'd heard the legend of the Owlman and decided to go into the woods behind Mornan Church to investigate. Gavin later contacted the paranormal researcher Jonathan Downes, author of the book The Owlman and Others that I mentioned earlier. He related his story about what happened that night in the woods. He said, "We had a torch and I was shining its beam across the trunks about 15 feet off the ground. Every couple of hours we would walk along the fringe of the wood. And this was the third time that evening and it was beginning to get dark. From a distance the trees looked black, but closer up the branches and trunks could be seen. We saw the animal at about 9:30 p.m.
See, that's what I think
It was
they were
standing
seeing.
on a thick branch with its wings sort of held up at the arms. I'd say it was about 5 feet tall. The legs had high ankles and the feet were large and black with two huge
Were
toes
that far
on the
away?
visible side. The creature
I
was
don't think
grey with
so.
brown
I think it was
eyes
just
that
like a
glowed.
weird
On
illusion
seeing this,
shadow
its head
thing
jerked down
they
and
were
forwards.
seeing.
Its wings lifted and it just jumped.
And like for something to just fly away like that too, that's so fantastical, you know? The reason why us humans can't fly is because we're dense as fuck, and not only that, you know, um, we're just huge. We wouldn't be able to fly even if we had like hollow bones like birds. We wouldn't be able to fly because there's no way for our bodies to create lift because of how dense our muscles are, whether it be with fat or muscle itself. Like straight up. So for like a 5 foot like fucking owl to just be on a branch. That's like insane because like, you're basically saying a weird deformed owl that's 5 feet fucking tall that can somehow, you know, in the wild and naturally find a prey to feed on and get enough energy to go and live, right? Whatever lifestyle it does, right, of stalking humans or whatever, right? Basically, something like that exists when there's so many like holes in this situation, right? It's a little bothersome, but
As it did, its legs folded up.
yeah,
We ran away.
it's not adding up for me, you know. I think that
6 years
Shields
later,
guy
in
is
1995,
has
a
something
letter
to do
was
with
sent
it.
to a local paper. It claimed to be from a student of marine biology from Chicago. She'd been on holiday in Morne and Smith
Now in
and was walking
Chicago,
through the woods
I
behind the
this
church
isn't
at around
like
9:15 when she saw in a tree a creature described as the size of a man with a ghastly face, a wide mouth, glowing eyes,
uh-huh.
and pointed ears. It had huge clawed wings and was covered in feathers of silver grey
Mm-hmm.
colour. The thing had long bird legs which terminated in large black claws. All attempts to track down this Chicagoan witness have failed. Many
Uh-huh.
suspect the letter to be another of Doc Shields' pranks,
Yeah,
although
I
there's
think it
no real
was.
proof either way.
I mean,
Sightings
of course,
continued
this is
up
just me being
until
biased.
present day, but most
I think
don't
there was
seem
like
to
a
have much more
fabrication somewhere
information
along the
about
way,
them.
whether it be with Shields
So
or
instead,
not.
let's look at some unusual footage.
Discovery Plus channel. TV. Oh my god, that'd be the funniest channel name ever. There's a story about Owl being her. Modern church in 2000 and a report of a girl called Jessica Wilkinson. There's hardly any information that I can find. Yeah, this is the one. They see an owl man on a church, and basically the owl man is stalking the girl. The girl ends up telling her mom and dad, and it ends up like coming kind of like if I remember from what I remember seeing on there's a series that covered the Thunderbird zombies for some fucking reason, aliens, a hospital one with aliens, the sewer monster, a video where like you see like the little sewer monsters kind of like go like that, kind of like look around, and the Thunderbird, I forget what it's called. Fuck. But the point is, they cover like this creature too in there. Schizophrenic. Oh. The lost episodes. Oh. No, not lost. No, fuck. No, it was called something like that. Lost tapes? I think it's this one. Uh, Um, yeah, Chupacabra, Bigfoot, Monster, Monterrey, Swamp Creature, Devil Dragon, Cave Demons, Featured Giants, Bats, the Owl Man, yeah, Death Raptor, this one. So yeah, see, they covered this whole thing, but it was all about a church. There's like zombies. I swear. I don't know why. Zombies. Like for some fucking reason, there's zombies. And it's not the only episode too. There's like another one that's like similar. One demo. I said one demo. Oh my god. They have a bunch of like reptilian shit. Lizard man, reptilian, and the Hellhound one is crazy. You can watch some of these. Injured coral? Do they even have one? Another guy we can get into. Yeah.
About
There's a
them.
lot of stuff.
So instead, let's look at some unusual footage, and this was captured by a YouTube channel called Ghost Adventures of Cornwall. Thank you very much to Mark for
I'm like
letting me
Ghost
use this
Adventures. I'm like, oh
original video.
shit! I gotta
I'll
turn
put a
off
link
the
to the
streams now.
original video in the description.
I'm just kidding.
They decided one night to investigate St. Mornan and St. Stephen's Church, but there's one bit where the camera pans across the graveyard, and this figure is standing in the background. There was two people in the graveyard, the guy holding the camera and his friend who was stood behind him at the time. They didn't notice this strange horned man until they played the footage back frame by frame.
That is weird, huh?
Could this be the Owlman finally caught on camera?
Distribution.
I don't know if the Owlman is a hoax. That could very well be the case. However, I am a strong believer in the idea that a fictional story can take on a life of its own if enough people can be convinced that it's real. I talked about this in my Ghost Watch video, how the fictional Ghost of Pipes managed to possess the minds of many of its younger viewers, giving some of them psychological effects that lasted long after the program
Everyone
finished.
killed our dear
One
son.
person even took their own life. There's also the case of the Slender Man. It started out as a Photoshop contest and ended up with two girls dragging their friend into the woods and stabbing her 19 times because they thought they were receiving instructions from the Slender Man himself. Maybe something like this could have happened with the Owlman. You could look at it from a purely psychological perspective. You convince people that the Owlman exists, and next time someone hears a strange noise or sees a dark shape in the woods behind Mornan Church, they might believe that they had an encounter with the Owlman itself. Or you could get a bit more out there. You could look at the Owlman as a kind of tulpa, a thought form made flesh. Could the strange rituals performed by Shields and Ernst really have conjured something more solid up? Maybe hoaxing it was a method for willing the Owlman into existence, getting enough people to believe in it that it actually becomes a reality. A decade.
I mean, that's some blurry ass footage.
Genuine work of magic at the same time. That might go a bit far for some viewers, but I've been interested in the interaction between the mind and physical reality ever since I read The Holographic Universe when I was younger. I'm not sure if I totally believe that the mind can create an Owlman out of nothing, but it's the sort of thing that I like to speculate on. And hey, it's nearly Halloween, so I'm allowed to indulge in some spooky speculation. The Owlman, he might be real, he might be a prank, he might be an elaborate work of surrealist art, or maybe he's all those things at the same time.
Maybe.
So I hope you enjoyed this typically conclusionless video.
Maybe the Owlman was the
Really
friends we made all.
think, but I like giving them something to think about. So
maybe the Owlman was the friends we made along the
massive
way,
thanks,
right?
as always, to everyone who's supporting the channel. October always puts me in the mood for a good spooky story, so I hope you guys are enjoying the content.
No, seriously, for me, that happens times 30. Okay, I'm gonna go ask my dad if he called me. Otherwise, I'll be back. Te lo voy a agarrar. Gracias. Me gusta el tamarindo. Ugh. Which is tamarind. You know, for the longest time, I didn't know if tamarindo had a equivalent word until I read one of the packages for the candy, the Mexican candy, and it said tamarind. Mm, it's so good. I also like agua de tamarindo, but it's been a while since I had it, so I might mix myself some. Um, I might need the tamarind. It's like a pod or a bean. It's not a bean. It's like a pod. Yeah. Next up are the dulce base, or as American people say, dulce, right? Dulce base. I'm just kidding. Where is this? Mexico, North America? Yeah, they say dulce, right? Because they're trying to be weird. I'm just kidding. No, what was I gonna say? Um, yeah. So one of the cryptids and stuff like that, they didn't go over, but just like aliens in general. There's so many times. I can show you all a fucking video with the fucking Nazi alien things, but like that's insane. I don't want to show that. And like that just looks bad. That just looks bad. And like I don't believe in none of that stuff, right? I don't think aliens have visited us. Like, are there aliens in the universe? Yes, there's bound to be. There has to be. you know, um, it's us. We're the aliens, right? Like, other than that, yes, it's like other intelligent life forms and stuff like that, right? That's my belief. Have they visited us? Hell no. Like, like why? Why would they visit us? What do they have? Like, oh, we found another planet like ours? Or that's unlikely, right? Because like we're always thinking like, oh my god, life is based on carbon. What if like life was not based on carbon? What if it was based on nickel or something, some other planet? What would happen then? There's so many things like that to bring up into question, right? And also like you kind of do have to break the rules of the universe. It's just like travel. I mean, like like in the situation between Earth and Mars, if Earth and Mars were just like planets that didn't like have any tragic events occur in their lifetimes, maybe Mars would have been a second world with different life on it, right? Who knows? But Mars doesn't, rather it lost its what is it called, magnetic something, magnetic rings. That's not it, right? Magnetic field, there we go, right? Which is why it became so susceptible and kind of dried up and turned into like a bunch of like into this big red planet, right? Because there's so much rust on there on Mars, right? And all the oceans kind of froze and are the only things that remain on the pools, right? Because the sun's rays and other negative things just hit Mars and bombard it constantly with things that kind of don't end life, right? Because like there's bacteria in Mars, or rather life. But what was I gonna say? It's not good enough for Mars to sustain life, right? Is what I'm saying. You getting it? Hopefully it makes sense, and I'm not just like talking like weird sentences. But the point is, I don't want to subject anybody through that fucking horrible video because that video is just a bunch of pseudoscience. It does have very interesting like alien types, like the Anunnaki, something like that. Terrain. What the fuck? A group of deities of the ancient Sumerians, right? They're under that video, they're deemed as aliens. But like, there's other stuff like that, right? So, I'll be honest, I don't even know if this fucking case or whatever is actually aliens and stuff like that. Maybe hopefully it's a sort of cryptid or something, right? Just stuff like that. So we're gonna get into like aliens for a moment, right? Because there's a lot of sightings across the world. They differ as to how the aliens look, maybe, but there's always like, oh, they're in a spaceship, right? And throughout history, actually, are spaceships in ancient. There's stuff like this, right? Like, what the heck is he writing? Like, is he writing on like a spaceship or something? There's like a famous painting where you see like two stars. Yeah, you see these things, or even these things, right? And like the Virgin Mary, basically, portrait. You just see like weird stuff like that, right? You're like, what the fuck is that? And how does it relate to like I guess what we know of aliens and maybe even like religion itself. I don't care about that very much, but it's still important to understand why that's even there in like religious architecture. Oh, está lloviendo. Sí, ahorita lo cierro. Oh my god, dude, that's all my dandruff. Dude. It's snowing in here. But it's so. Hold up, I'll be back right now. Está lloviendo, mamá. Es que están bien buenos, papá. Hasta en la escuela compro. Ese mango con chile. Sí, porque cuesta menos, y así. Sí, están bien buenos. They're very bueno. Very bueno. I'm just kidding. Imagine I just fucking said that. I'm like, very bueno. And I just, that's fucking funny to me. What was I gonna say? So let's get this started. Uh, fuck, my dad brought like tamarindo, fucking mango. It's so good, so good.
Dulce in New Mexico, a modern day mystery which lies deep beneath the mesa.
No, mesa means table. I do hopefully want to go until like 3 a.m. But who knows?
Bringing his patrol car to a halt, Gabriel Valdez stared out through the driver's side window at the dark mass lying not far from the side of the road,
What are you gonna find?
cursed under his breath.
Oh, you don't have any kind of body.
In the briefest of moments, he tried to convince himself that the most sensible course of action would be to simply drive on, away from this place, and to ignore what he had seen. And yet his curiosity urged him to exit the vehicle, to conduct a closer inspection, and confirm what his instincts and fears were telling him. With a heavy sigh, the patrolman used his radio to inform the dispatcher of his location, before opening the driver's side door and making his way across the scrub. Deep down, he had known what he would find before he even reached the carcass. A cursory inspection confirmed that this cadaver had been left just like the others he had attended upon. A series of diamond-shaped indentations had been carved into various points of the hide, with several layers of skin having apparently been removed in an expert fashion. The creature's eyes, nose, and tongue were all missing, despite there being no sign of any wider animal predation having taken place.
Dude, this is a telltale sign of like aliens being in the regular situation and stuff like that.
It was almost certain that the reproductive glands would be absent, as well as a number of other key internal organs, all removed in what presented as a clean and sterile manner. As he stood regarding the lack of any tracks or disturbed foliage on the ground surrounding the animal's corpse, Valdez now became aware of the low rumble of an approaching vehicle. Looking up from the grisly scene, he caught sight of a 5-ton truck painted in army camouflage, heading along the highway towards him. The transport began to slow as it approached the point where he'd left his patrol car, its occupants returning the questioning gaze he had offered as they passed, before it pulled away at greater speed. As he watched the dust cloud thrown up by its passing dissipate, Valdez found himself experiencing a whole host of emotions. Confusion, a small degree of fear, but most of all, he felt anger, directed towards those he blamed for the death of this creature, for the deaths of all the slain animals he had found in recent months,
But I laughed there because
falsehood that their slaughter had been used to perpetuate.
Like,
A lie fabricated for one purpose,
it's not an A.
and one purpose only: to keep local residents away from the neighbouring mesa, for fear that something resided there which neither he nor any other earthly power could hope to protect them from. The town of Dulce in New Mexico would not
Dulce
come to
literally means
existence
candy.
until the end of the 19th century, when US authorities ordered the local Apache tribe to settle itself permanently in one place.
Yeah.
The area's Native American population duly complied with this instruction, forming the Jicarilla Apache Reservation, around which the town would eventually be established. For the next century and a half, the inhabitants of this small backwater community would live their lives in relative peace, a short distance from the slopes of the adjoining Archuleta Mesa. There had always been tales of high strangeness associated with the region, from weird light anomalies witnessed in the night sky to Bigfoot-like creatures seen wandering the scrub.
Like you said, there's a
By
lot.
the late 1970s, the looming shadow cast by this towering mountain peak would begin to take on a sinister connotation, with the discovery of a series of bizarre cattle mutilations. Following several complaints by ranchers and farmers to the local police department, insisting that someone or something was slaughtering their livestock, an officer by the name of Gabriel Valdez was ordered to investigate the matter. But after visiting the affected properties, the investigator often returned to his superiors with far more questions than answers. Usually, only one animal in the herds which were targeted had been affected, and it had been dispatched in a manner which seemed to discount the involvement of any natural predator. Although key sensory and internal organs had been removed from the carcasses, there were never any indications that the flesh had been consumed by a potential attacker. In fact, these bodies would remain untouched by scavengers for weeks after the event,
Jesus.
A
Okay, yeah,
phenomenon
that's
previously
weird.
unheard of within this harsh and unrelenting
Now you see,
environment.
that's the weird event there.
The report submitted by Officer Valdez also highlighted the lack of disturbance in the soft and sandy ground surrounding the remains, offering no hint as to who or what was responsible. Due to the discovery of shattered bones in some cases, his suggestion that the bodies had been dropped from a great height was something he would go on to be questioned over at some length. It soon became apparent to his superiors that Officer Valdez had no fixed agenda and was not promoting any theory in particular regarding the deaths of these animals. Instead, his report simply documented everything he had encountered during his investigation and demonstrated that he had discounted all of the most obvious explanations for the deaths. But situations would soon unfold, setting in motion a chain of events which would quash any hopes the investigator might have had in maintaining a calm and rational assessment of the incidents plaguing his community. During the summer of 1986, a resident named Jerry Julian approached the local police department to report that someone had attempted to abduct her from her home while she was sleeping. Julian explained to the attending officers that the evening prior, she and her husband had driven out in their flatbed truck to the slopes of the Archuleta Mesa to do a bit of stargazing. After a short time,
Again, there's like weird stuff with the circumstances, right? Was what they were explaining, which
through the night sky.
And I guess it's gonna be like
She and
UFO,
her
right?
husband looked on in wonder. The celestial body in question suddenly began to descend from the heavens, landing on the ground a short distance away.
I mean, like, if this is a meteorite, I doubt. Like my mind right now, what it's telling me is that like, oh, this is a meteorite, like maybe like curved somehow, just because its trajectory was shaped out to be that way.
The bright light before them began to diminish.
But then if they see
revealing
stuff
a
like
metallic
that, that's
structure
different.
from which a small set of steps descended. Two
It's like
small figures then slowly made their way
stereotypical
down
almost,
the
right?
metallic walkway.
Ooh,
Before they
an
set
alien
off on
spaceship
foot in the
saucer
direction
just
of the married
landed.
couple. With a frightened cry, Julian's husband had grabbed her by the shoulders, bundled her into his pickup, and frantically attempted to start
In a
the
pickup
engine.
truck.
She
How weird
continued to
is
stare
it?
back in terror at the two squat figures slowly advancing upon the vehicle as the engine repeatedly failed to turn over. It was
Oh,
only
okay,
when
so
the
yeah, that
strangers
makes
were
sense now. I
nearly
was gonna
feet
say, like,
away
why are
from
the
rear of
figures
the
just
truck,
walking towards them when they could
reaching
just use a
out as if
spaceship?
to take hold of it, that the motor suddenly fired into life and allowed the couple.
You know, there's like weird close cases with situations like that arise over and over and over again. You know, basically like, oh fuck, my motor's broken, and like, you know, last second, last minute, they end up like escaping, being abducted or whatever, right? Which is similar to basically people describing black-eyed children, which are just like demon. They're not even demons. They're like weird. They're like in between like a demon and like a ghost of a child or something. But the point is, in those cases have similar situations where like, oh fuck, you're trash, or like your car went down, or something close happens, or like they almost break into your car and drag you or abduct you or do whatever the fuck you want to do, right?
To escape. Later that night, having decided not to report the matter, the couple had gone to bed, only for Julian to awaken in the early hours of the morning due to a strange tugging sensation.
Okay. That was the alien.
Looking down towards the bottom of her bed, she could see two shadowy figures, identical to those she had witnessed emerging from the strange craft earlier that night.
Notice how they would describe the shadowy
Realizing
figures.
she could feel her sheets being pulled off the bed to expose her lower body, Julian attempted to scream. But
Nothing came
more
out.
than a
Yeah.
hoarse and raspy sound had
It
emerged
could be
from her mouth.
just, you know, not
This
trauma from
quiet
stress, but like,
whimper,
you know, it could be
however,
stress.
had been sufficient to awaken her sleeping husband, at which point the two figures had immediately vanished.
Yeah.
When questioned further by federal agents who had been tasked with attending the incident, Julian claimed the existence of these entities was common knowledge amongst the native community.
Yeah.
She even went as far to describe a large hole bored deep into the mountain face, hidden away much further up the slopes of the mesa, which she claimed the creatures used to access the surface.
Oh shit! So these are, people that know their shit. And
Around the same time that the
interesting.
investigators were taking Jerry Julian's statement, separate claims of a possible alien base concealed beneath the Archuleta Mesa were being directed towards the local authorities.
What the fuck?
Security staff at the Kirtland Air Force Base
What is
began to
going
receive a
on?
string of
What?
detailed allegations from a local businessman, stating that he had documented mysterious activity both above and below the mountain chain. Paul Benowitz was already well known to the senior officers at the base, following reports he'd submitted to them of strange lights in the sky above his home in the Four Valleys district of Albuquerque. He now claimed that in addition to the lights he had filmed, he had intercepted mysterious energy emissions and radio transmissions, and that these were emanating from beneath the mesa. The businessman had also taken to conducting regular flights across the mountains in his private aircraft, photographing anything he deemed out of
Okay,
the
this just seems
ordinary.
like a weird individual obsessed with the mountain, but like
Invited
at the
onto
same
the
time, it's
base
like
to
what?
speak in person, he showed them photos of what
This
he
doesn't add
believed
up
to be
yet.
paths and doorways cut into the rock, miles away from any existing road or highway.
You know,
He drew
this
maps
reminds me of like my crazy aunt, who's like, who would always tell me stories about how and even the conspiracy theories say this too, right? That like basically, and this is before like everybody had an iPhone or even access, not even people had access, access to like a phone or internet, right? Because my aunt never used the internet, but she would always tell me stories about how basically there'd be stories about how aliens lived deep within mountains and stuff like that, or deep underground. They always tell me that. I remember when I was a kid, because I was always like, oh, que son los ovnis, blah blah blah, which is basically similar to like the UFO thing, right? But they sometimes also like refer to like weird phenomena as well. And what was I gonna say? Basically, oh yeah, there's alien settlements and bases underneath all of America. Blah, 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 blah.
alleged air vents and access points.
It's like
and
weird stuff
cited
like that.
interviews
That
he had
kind of like
conducted with the
weird,
owners
right?
of mutilated cattle.
It's like
and
why?
locals
Why
who
would there
claimed
be a
to have been
reason to
abducted
have
in the
that?
vicinity of the mesa. But the more detail that the impassioned Benowitz chose to add to this ad hoc briefing,
Yeah.
the less credibility he was extended by his audience. He began to panic, citing discussions with shadowy government agents, claiming that the extraterrestrials living below the mountain were one of 3 separate species to have visited Earth.
See, that
It
sounds
was the
insane now.
assertion that a whole floor of the alleged alien base contained vats filled with human organs and body parts harvested by the alien visitors, which saw him ridiculed and finally escorted off the base. Shortly after
Hold on, let me
this,
check my phone.
as the businessman's mental health and coherence continued to deteriorate, he suffered a nervous
Oh my god, my mom
breakdown.
just said get well.
On the advice of doctors,
Picture my.
his family applied to have him committed to a psychiatric facility in 1988, seemingly removing any shred of credibility his initial reports to the military may have contained. But perhaps the most amazing aspect of the stories told by Paul Benowitz is that they are by no means the only such detailed allegations of a secret base concealed beneath the town of Dulce.
Dulce.
During the mid-1990s, a former Air Force technician by the name of Thomas Costello went public,
Where's he gonna
confirming
go?
that there was indeed a hidden facility underneath the Archuleta Mesa.
With aliens?
More incredible
Okay.
still was that Costello claimed that this was not an extraterrestrial base,
But a human one?
constructed
By the
by
government?
United States
Okay.
government, where aliens and human scientists work together on genetic experiments. Costello related how he had been
This
a
is
US Air Force
crazy.
photographer based at Nellis in Las Vegas, but in the early 1970s had been transferred to the secret Dulce base in New Mexico. Whilst there, he was responsible for maintaining the facility's extensive surveillance network and for documenting some of the work being
It's like
conducted in the laboratories.
now bordering like conspiracy. Not even bordering.
Costello
It's
even
just
went as far as to
conspiracy
offer photographic
conjecture
evidence
now.
with his testimony of what he purported to be some form of alien hybrid suspended in a vat of fluid in one of the labs. But barely had journalists time to digest his claims that the Dulce base was just one of many such facilities linked by a vast underground railroad network before he disappeared from public view altogether.
Oh my god. He was actually talking about drug
However,
trade.
His claims would later
That'd be
resurface
insane
when a
though.
further whistleblower
No,
came
but you know,
forward.
that's not crazy though. There are rumors that there's like a vast network of underground drug trading. Okay, I'm not gonna switch it up just like that. Because I'm getting into trouble. And it's true because there are like drug tunnels that are drug smuggling tunnels for people to kind of transport, you know.
This time from within the ranks of the
drugs and
Dulce
stuff.
Police Department itself. A former reservation police detective named Avery Tafoya, who had been researching the testimony of Jerry Julian, related how he had stumbled across the reports written by federal investigators assigned to the case. To his amazement, in addition to the events described by the victim,
This reminds me of this stupid conspiracy theory that the Nazis are like still in the fucking. They still exist and that they're in Antarctica and that they stole like ancient technology and they made UFOs and that they're what we refer to as like the aliens and stuff. That's like insane.
Exactly where
This is what this picture
Julian
reminds me
claimed
of.
an opening in the mountain was
Because it's in black and
situated.
white.
The drawings depicted that the base had 7 different levels, including accommodation blocks, storage facilities, and laboratories. It was also serviced by an underground train network similar to that alleged by Thomas Costello. Armed with this information, Tafoya stated that he had made a number of attempts to climb the mountain and see the facility for himself, only to be defeated by adverse weather conditions on each and every occasion.
Okay, what?
Not to be deterred, he had then used a thermal camera to document strange apertures and vents built into the rock of the mountain, and recorded what sounded like large machines being operated beneath.
Could be like
the
old
slopes.
mining operations. At best.
Over the years, the United States military has gone to great lengths in denying that Dulce Base exists, or that it's part of a network of
Oh
hidden.
my god, guys, this is Area 52.
facilities.
Wait,
And it would
Is
seem
it Area
that part of
51?
their
Yeah, it's Area
strategy to
51,
do
right?
So has
It's Area
involved a
52,
concerted effort
guys.
to undermine the credibility.
There's a
of
moment in
those
time when
making
Area
the
52 was
claims.
not seen,
The background of Thomas
or
Costello
rather,
remains shrouded in
the
uncertainty,
USA didn't
with attempts to locate and review his military
like
service
to
records
confirm that it
seeming to
was a
suggest
base.
he never existed. Photographs associated with his testimony have proven to be forgeries, and no formal interview with him has ever been unearthed. Members of the intelligence community have also come forward and admitted to deliberately feeding false information to Paul Benowitz.
Yeah.
It is alleged that having become uncomfortable with his obsession and surveillance of the secure Manzano weapons storage complex, the Air Force invented the fictional Dulce base in order to distract the businessman.
Yeah.
They even claim to have placed machinery and fake air vents on the Archuleta Mesa for him to photograph, in order to convince him that a base existed there and draw him away from genuine military facilities.
Am I hearing this right? The government it basically boils down to the government pranked the businessman in order to make the businessman just you know, happy, just so like they wouldn't hear of that guy ever again. Is that all I'm hearing? That in itself sounds like a conspiracy. I'm just gonna say it right now. I think this is just a nothing burger of a story. There's nothing there.
Gabriel Valdez
The
himself
story's a
was
little
always refused to believe
sensationalized and
stories
stuff.
of a base at the Mesa,
Uh-huh.
extraterrestrial or otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
Prior to his death in 2011, the former police officer told his son that he believed it was humans who had mutilated the cattle near the town,
Yeah,
and not
for
aliens.
sure.
He cited secretive nuclear testing in and around New Mexico during the 1960s, claiming samples had secretly been removed from local cattle to test for radiation poisoning.
Maybe just to make it's like they were
Detailed cases
mutilated
both
maybe to
for
like
and
deter
against the
people.
existence of a base
Like
beneath
touching
the
them.
Archuleta
That could be it.
Mesa and the secretive work which is allegedly being conducted there. With so many stories, it is difficult to know which sources to
It's
trust.
everywhere. This story's everywhere.
It is not beyond all possibility that the U.S.
And
government
like
is
my
in
story, I mean like the
possession of
overall
secret
narrative, right?
underground military bases.
On such a
which
secret
tucked it
base.
well away from prying eyes. But at the same time, some of the claims attached to them seem so outlandish that they push any notion of their existence towards ridicule.
This is why aliens can be considered otherworldly, right? Because there's no concrete evidence.
Avoided the most detailed and impassioned evidence for such an underground structure at Dulce.
Yeah.
That of a man who claimed he was a former worker at the secretive site and had survived a horrifying battle unfolding between human and extraterrestrial forces during the excavation of what would become the eventual facility there. Join us next week.
So he fought tooth and nail to make a base there against. What is this? This is just like a strand of like sensationalized stories. You know what I mean? Like, and I say sensationalized because like these aren't like your typical like. Annie was once a person who could always smile, but Bertrand then came into his life. In the impassioning of Annie's life, we will find out why she has lost that. Right? Like maybe like a little synopsis of the story, right? You know what I mean? It's not like that. It's not your traditional like story that even starts off like maybe like recollecting like facts like like when I was a little girl I used to do this, or when I was a young man I used to do this and that. You know what I mean? Nothing like that. No. Instead, it's like a weird like string of like he said, she said, aliens are present just because I said so, and you can confirm me. Enough people are saying that there are. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. What I'm saying.
One Phil Schneider.
Phil Schneider. Is this the guy that talked about the fucking he was like a not he, rather he came on a radio host radio network show thing. He was like, hey man, I gotta tell you man, the aliens, they're real, or whatever the fuck. And yeah, now we're on to that story. So again, aliens are otherworldly because like when they're put into these stories, they're more akin to like literary elements, but like at the same time they're more put into like this notion that they're the outsiders, we're the good guys, or stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like we fought tooth and nail against these motherfuckers, right? We gotta fucking build a base there, right? Sort of thing. Kind of weird.
In our previous episode, we examined reports from various individuals who stated that there is a secret facility buried deep beneath the New Mexico town.
They kind of didn't show that many cases of like
we
people kind of like derailing the testimony.
Who is arguably the most controversial figure in the allegations surrounding the possible existence of Dulce Base. A man who claimed he was the survivor of a war beneath the Mesa.
ba da dum bum. Bum ba da dum bum ba dum ba dum ba da dum bum. Ba da bum bum. Da 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 dum. It's so weird. You know, feels so base and morbid. Yeah, it's like weird. It's like, what is this?
You don't think
Oh
it's important to
shit!
say no
What the
to
heck?
drugs
Dude, I clicked on shorts on accident. On a different.
Having sought shelter behind an
500
equipment
bucks.
crate of sufficient size, the lieutenant now tried to take stock of the situation. At least 3 members of his platoon were gone, their
Oh my
bodies
God.
charred beyond all recognition.
You know,
following
let's just listen to
exposure
this.
the horrific
This is
weaponry
just
employed by
a
their
story.
opponents. Despite
Maybe not
this,
even a story. Maybe it's
they
just
had managed to push
cliche.
the enemy force deeper into the facility, as they had been ordered to do
Snip
so.
it into like an
And if they
alternative
could just
history
secure the
or
stairwell in
world,
front
you
of
know?
them, the mission would
I'm
be
just
a
gonna be
success.
fucking typing math functions.
Waving across the corridor,
Thanks.
where 2
I
more
don't
of
even
his
know.
team members were sheltering behind another crate, he began to issue a series of orders using hand signals.
Mhm.
Moments later, the pair were up on their feet and heading towards the looming metal door, each tightly clutching a satchel charge. Their intention was clear.
To attack
But
the
before
alien.
they could reach their objective, the door suddenly sprung wide open. A skeletal figure materialized from the darkness within,
Skeletal
followed
figure, the
by a
fucking death.
terrifying bright blue energy
La
discharge
Santa
from its
Muerte.
weapon.
What are you saying?
The 2 soldiers did not even have time to cry
What the
out,
fuck?
as their bodies were engulfed in a ball of
guys.
brilliant blue flame. Almost immediately, an infantryman further down the corridor, operating the platoon's M60 heavy machine gun, opened fire, shredding the attacker with a steady hail of gunfire. More soldiers then ran forwards, snatching up the discarded satchel charges and priming them, before hurling them in through the open doorway. There was an
I don't even
enormous
know what's going
explosion,
on.
immediately followed by a shower of dust and debris as the stairwell caved in, preventing their enemy from accessing this floor or any others which lay above them. Leaving 2 of his men to cover the collapsed structure, the lieutenant and the remainder of his platoon made their way back up through the facility.
This is why I don't cover
towards the
like
main
whatever
loading
sometimes.
area.
Sometimes I just like choose season
But
half.
upon his arrival, he
Because
was
you know
shocked to see
they
that
get
2
so
further army trucks had arrived.
odd. Like, where is he
charging
getting this
several more
information
squads of
from?
soldiers wearing black uniforms, who hurried towards the corridors from which he and his men had just emerged.
He's like black ops or something. What is going
Turning
on?
to his commanding officer, he abruptly inquired as to what was taking place, who this unit were, and why they were now heading underground towards the lower levels. Curtly dismissed, he and his fellow Navy SEALs could only watch on as the mysterious soldiers continued to head deeper into the base, where so many US soldiers had already lost their lives in an effort to contain the marauding extraterrestrial threat.
Oh my god!
During the summer of 1995,
Like you said, it sounds
Bill Schneider
cliche.
gave a series of lectures across the United States.
Oh, he was like a
in which he
professor?
went to great pains to highlight to his audience the dangers of what he was doing. He spoke of the murder of his close friend, which he alleged had been made to look like a suicide. Then he
Oh,
related
fuck.
various
Isn't this the
attacks on
alien
his own
guy?
life and threats to harm his family in an effort to stop him from sharing confidential military secrets with the public. But Schneider explained that his love for his country superseded any thoughts for his personal safety, that the American people had a right to know the potential dangers which their government was hiding from them. He would open his talks by explaining how he came from a family of public servants, how his father had been a military officer, who
You know,
worked
this
the
on
Manhattan
paper
Project.
would be pretty powerful shit, but like when
Then
you
he
don't
would
have no
reveal to those
credibility,
present the
y-
fingers
you're
missing
fucked,
from
you
his
know?
left hand. relating how he
Squid?
had lost
That's
them
Squid?
whilst fighting to
Wait.
regain control of a secret military installation from extraterrestrial attackers. Schneider would hold up bizarre-looking metals and minerals, claiming that they were products of experiments which had been kept hidden from the American people. He would then explain in great detail how there was a vast network of underground military bases beneath the surface of North America.
No, don't be me. If you have an open mind,
together by
have an
miles
open
and
mind. But like,
miles of
I
magnetic
don't.
train tracks.
Not at all.
Finally, he would close his lectures by saying that when his time came, just like his friend, his murder would be made to look like a suicide, reiterating that he had no wish to end his own life. Less than a year later,
You know, Blake,
the
if you were a
impassioned public
target,
speaker would
that is a
indeed
pretty
be found
powerful thing
dead
to
in
say.
his apartment. His death, perhaps unsurprisingly to anybody who had ever heard him speak, ultimately being ruled
A suicide, yeah. Some pretty insane shit, though.
Much as the former Air Force Sergeant Thomas Costello had done before him, Phil Schneider told anyone who would give him the time that there was a military base hidden deep beneath the Archuleta Mesa. But unlike the enigmatic Costello, Schneider chose to deliver his evidence in a far more public manner, speaking openly to roomfuls of interested people and fielding any questions they might have concerning his account. He described how, since the end of the Second World War, the United States government had been building a vast network of underground bases around the country. Schneider explained that to his knowledge, there were 129 deep underground military bases, or DUMS, hidden beneath the plains, mesas, and mountain ranges of North America.
Dumb.
9 of these were clustered in close proximity
Okay,
to
now I want to like almost learn the terminology because of how insane it sounds. 129 deep underground military bases. That's interesting.
America. 9 of these were clustered in close proximity to one another, located in and around Groom Lake, near the infamous Area 51 testing facility in Nevada. All of these bases were linked by a seemingly endless series of tunnels, which housed a maglev train line, allowing workers to travel between the locations at speeds of up to Mach 2.
Mach 2. You know what that
As
would
he
do to your
stood and
body?
summarized how these tunnels had been created and how each of the secret bases had been constructed, audiences found themselves visibly impressed by the level of technical detail Schneider used. Having listed his credentials as a geologist and structural engineer,
Okay, now
he
that
related
shit is
how he had
interesting.
been brought onto the project to
That's
assist
what's
with the
interesting about it.
complicated and advanced construction methods being used. The maglev tunnels had not been drilled or blasted through the ground, but had instead been created using laser technology that vitrified and melted its way through the previously impenetrable rock. In order to create each base, 4 gaping holes were bored deep into the earth. Each separate floor was then blasted out of the rock before being linked up to these 4 gigantic corner
We're
shafts.
learning. This is just a way to hook
And
us
it was
into the
amidst
story.
the construction of one
How
facility in
interesting.
New Mexico during the late 1970s that Phil Schneider became an unwitting participant in what would become known as the Dulce War. Schneider maintained that in August of 1979, construction on the Dulce base had begun to fall behind schedule due to issues relating to the drilling of one of the corner columns. The facility was being tunneled out.
It's like,
beneath
what
the
does this guy
southwest
have to
corner of the
gain from
Archuleta
giving these
Mesa.
big
But every time the
stories,
drilling
right?
team
That
had
the
attempted
guy
to pass a certain depth,
lasers.
they found that their machinery was mysteriously failing.
Okay, see now this is why I
In
say
an
there's no
effort to
credibility
discover
here.
what was frustrating the drilling operation,
So
Schneider
the U.S. government has all this technology, all this stuff, all this these methods of fucking doing this, right? And they can't find out why the fucking machine is failing. One of the people was like, "I used a flare camera to see vents and blah blah blah." It's like they couldn't even use that and see which chip was just like cold or moderately like colder than usual. You know what I mean? In like technology like this, if they add chips and stuff like that in there, microcontrollers, processors, whatever the fuck it would be.
Snyder and a Green
You know what I
Beret
mean?
bodyguard had been lowered into the
It's like
entrance shaft
insane.
via a crane. But as soon as he stepped out of the crane basket into what appeared to be a pre-existing cave network, he had instantly realized that something was very wrong. There was a bitter and unnatural stench in the air, as the drilling operation had now allowed ancient gases to escape from the void beneath, along with a mysterious and subtle residue on the unusually smooth walls of the caves. It was at this point that a tall and slender grey figure had suddenly stepped out of the shadows in front of him, carrying what appeared to be a weapon of some description. Utterly terrified by this creature's unearthly and intimidating appearance, Schneider had used his sidearm to kill it, only for two more to then emerge out of the darkness behind. Backing towards the crane basket and firing wildly, the engineer had managed to fell one of the pair, only for the other to then use its own weapon upon him in retaliation. Schneider was instantly consumed by an eerie blue light, and felt a huge jolt of electricity burst through his body, which had sent him crashing to the cave floor. When he came to, he found himself being bundled into the crane basket by the Green Beret, who then turned and engaged more of the creatures, as the basket began to ascend without him. Upon his return to the surface, the doctors who treated Schneider found severe damage to both his left hand and foot, with several fingers and toes missing. After he had explained to his superiors what had taken place, he was removed from the project, but later discovered that construction had continued despite his encounter. For the next year, it was alleged that further battles beneath the mesa ensued, as US Special Forces clashed with alien interlopers, who appeared intent on frustrating the construction of the base.
Yeah, because you're fucking
Schneider
invading where they
claims that
live.
in total, 66 soldiers and countless extra.
Like, I hate how this
lost
guy's
their
taking the
lives
perspective of like the
before an
American.
uneasy peace was finally formed between the two opposing sides. He went on to allege that the aliens who had been residing beneath the mesa had worked with humans ever since, creating numerous scientific breakthroughs which had gone on to assist mankind.
And only mankind, right?
Throughout 1995,
Oh my god, like, I'm just so
Schneider
mad.
continued to tour the United States, giving talks in which he listed numerous other alleged conspiracies, alongside the revelations of deep underground military bases.
Next, he's gonna say George Washington is still alive. If he was still alive, right?
It soon became apparent that the former engineer was beginning to struggle with what he had started. He described how he had been involved in a shootout with federal agents, killing one in self-defense, and how an attempt had been made to kidnap his daughter in a bid to force him to stop delivering his lectures. Then, in January of 1996, 2 months after his final speech in Denver, federal agents arrived at the home of Schneider's ex-wife, Cynthia. They explained how Phil had been found dead in his apartment in Wilsonville, having apparently decided to take his own life. The agents went on to conduct a search of Cynthia's house, removing any notes or materials relating to Phil and his lectures, before then leaving.
Now you see, that part is a little suspicious, but like,
surrounding
it's the US government. Of course, they don't want anybody fucking talking against what they have to say.
with which the authorities moved to attribute it
That's
to
why I would never
suicide.
fucking do that.
Phil's body had
You
been
know,
found
it's stuff,
asleep
the stuff
in
on
his
Sean
bed in a
Abbey does,
wheelchair,
because that
with a
comes to
rubber
mind, right?
catheter hose having
It's
been wrapped
it's a
around his neck.
miracle that Hassan Abi exists here in the fucking USA. You know, it's a miracle, quite frankly.
3 times and tied
I'm
off
talking
with a
about
knot.
I left this.
Both his
not a
feet
YouTuber,
were
he's
wedged
a
hard
Twitch.
underneath the bed, with his
Oh, yeah,
head
because like,
resting
you know,
in
the
seat of
USA is a
wheelchair
weird
at an
place.
angle that would not appear to have been easy or natural.
So
for
many
him to
stories like
achieve.
this. So many stories of like
There were
political
traces of
opponents
blood
dying
on the floor
mysteriously.
nearby, but no injuries or wounds were found on the body itself to suggest where this may have come from. When the family later asked if a suicide
That
note
points
had been
to,
discovered,
or rather, that
they were
points to
told that all the papers seized from the
credibility in
address had
some
now inexplicably gone missing from a police
when
storage
it comes to
facility. Subsequent
maybe political
requests for
candidates just
additional
going missing,
toxicology
right?
testing
Maybe
on
they just
Schneider's
did go missing.
remains
That's
were
it.
refused on the grounds of adverse cost,
'Cause, you know,
considering
otherwise,
the cause of death had already
see,
been
now I'm making a
determined.
conspiracy theory. So fucking stupid.
Further and more
Yeah,
adamant
you know.
demands for these tests would also be refused, because the samples had
The
apparently
CIA
been
though is a
destroyed
real
by the
thing, and they did
laboratories that had been storing them.
go to Latin America and try to like
One
destroy
detective
it.
who later spoke privately with the family
And they
stated
kinda
that
did.
with the missing fingers on Schneider's left hand, it would have
Certain
been
industries
almost
that belong
impossible
to them,
for him
right?
to have tied
in
off
order
the
to serve,
catheter
and those
himself.
newer industries that rose kind of
When the
served the
officer
American
in
government.
question had shared these
Kinda.
concerns with his superiors, he had
They
been
more
ordered to
benefit
keep
and
his observations to himself
pay tribute, right?
before then being
Sucks.
reassigned to a different case. It appeared that even in death, Phil Schneider was continuing to raise awkward and uneasy questions for those in positions of authority.
Mm-hmm.
When taken in context of the many accounts which already exist regarding a possible underground base at Dulce,
Yeah.
the testimony of Phil Schneider appears to be compelling.
Mm-hmm.
Many of the experimental compounds and construction techniques he listed during the course of his lectures were mere concepts during the late 20th century,
Yeah.
but have gone on to become commonplace in modern building work.
Like how?
His descriptions of the
And like
base
what?
layout and the functions of each of the 7 levels were also eerily similar to those offered by other witnesses, people whom he'd never met or associated with.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, even the lightest touch of scrutiny has shown his accounts to be marred by falsehoods and inaccuracies,
Yeah.
which make it difficult to take some of his claims seriously.
It's just this. That's
He
the
made
nature.
repeated assertions that his father, Otto Oskar Schneider, was a German U-boat captain who had been captured by the US Navy and then turned against the Nazi regime. Yet a cursory search of both German and American wartime records shows this to be an apparent fabrication, with Otto having been born in San Francisco in January of 1906. Similarly, his claims that the original attack on the World Trade Center involved the use of a tactical nuclear weapon and that the occupants of Waco Ranch had been murdered using chemical weapons have apparently been debunked.
See, and that's some crazy shit. Because the Waco Ranch cult, right? Because they were right, or what was the situation? If I remember, it was like a cult or something, right? It was fucking horrible, right? And you said chemical weapons, really? That's fucked. Tactical nuclear weapons. It's like, really? You're gonna deny a fucking airplane like crashed into the 9/11 towers, the World Trade Center? That's like stupid.
These revelations would appear to suggest that Phil Schneider was an individual prone to
Yeah.
exaggeration, sometimes
Yeah,
verging
on the edge of
on the
delusion, literally. No.
But if this was the case, then where did he sustain his life-changing injuries? And what happened to the missing samples and notes he had brought with him to his lectures?
Part of me almost thinks this guy was a little nefarious in what he was spreading, right? Because he would lecture about all these things, right? But maybe one day he had the thought, if I end my life here, what I said gains more credibility, right? And that's my thought and reasoning behind all this.
Why is there so much evidence that he was silenced by unknown persons, and efforts made to present his...
Listen, and I'll be honest, if what he was saying was completely false, it makes sense why the U.S. government would come after him. It's like, he would eventually, if he, well, I mean, he's old as fuck, right? 1906 is when he was born. At that point, he's like, oh, no, his father was 1906. What? Nah, I'm not switch it up. He was maybe born in like the 50s or something, right? Right, 20s, maybe working 20s over the social day. Who knows? But the point is, if you're like young and you're spreading such nefarious maybe like details or like stories of course somebody's gonna come after you because it's a tale of like when you're yelling fire in a movie theater, right? You're gonna get in trouble if there's no fire in a movie theater. If there is a fire in a movie theater, good on you. If there isn't a fire in a movie theater, well, you're just spreading fear to people, right? And it makes sense why somebody would eventually have to take action against you.
His murder is a suicide. Schneider's detractors argue that he was not a well man
Yeah.
and merely seized upon the alleged testimony of Thomas Costello, using it to conjure up a fantastical backstory of his own. But to his supporters, the inconsistencies
God,
in his
I'm getting
account
my
are explained
question.
away as the US
I like saying that. I don't know why
rewriting
it's
his
funny as
family
fuck.
history, designed specifically to undermine
What was that
Schneider's
one? Oh, there was this stupid bullshit thing I was being spread on TikTok. Oh my god, if you cut into your Kleenex, you see this shit in there.
credibility
It's
and
like
keep
the
prying
dumbest
eyes
thing
away
ever.
from the Dulce base. They point to the same methods used against Bob Lazar and his removal from college and employment records as an example of the lengths the US government will go to cover up such revelations. With the
I don't know
advent
that
of the
case.
internet, each
Yeah.
passing year sees more information on classified military projects slowly creeping into the public domain.
Yeah, so one day we'll find out.
It is therefore entirely possible that at some future point, evidence proving the existence of deep underground military bases will finally materialize. Or it may be that advances in technology enable investigators to finally disprove the existence of such facilities once and for all. For now, at least, it seems there is a lot more digging to be done.
Yep. The reason why I have such a I guess closed off like mindset when it comes to like the paranormal, aliens, Bigfoot, whatever the fuck else is there, ghosts, demons, whatever, is because at some point you really do have to set your foot down, right? You just have to. It's like what's real and what isn't. What's fact, what's fiction, right? And the reason why I don't believe in ghosts, why I don't believe in like demons and stuff like that, is because if they really did exist, wouldn't there be an aspect somewhere in here in this alien war story and other stories, or maybe like elsewhere in the world, right? Like every day. I mean, like this ghost stories, right? Like what I'm trying to say is like, wouldn't the government have a big fucking record like, oh, there's old George Washington back in the Oval Office. I guess Joe Biden can't do his fucking. You know what I mean? Like, he can't be president for that day or whatever. Weird shit like that. It would be like weird documentation and more stuff like that. But the fact that we have no concrete proof disproves ghosts, right? And demons as well. And then there's like aliens, right? Aliens, like, sure, they're said to be sighted, but they very well could just be like weird phenomena. One thing I like pointing to now. Atmosphere. And stuff like this. Weird phenomena in the sky that happens, right? Like, the elf is little ring right here. The sprite is the weird red thunder that turns blue at the bottom. The blue flare or blue jet is just the clouds, right? Like, say it's like a stormy night and you think you see a UFO in the sky and you see this weird fucking thing. Nobody can see this, by the way. Maybe only animals that can like receive the light wavelengths, but nobody sees this. Only pictures can really see these phenomena. There's like an actual picture. I think they're here. Yeah. You know what I mean? Maybe you did snapshot a picture and you saw something like this, right? You'd be like, "Oh shit, that's an alien! Look, the UFO or weird aliens or whatever, right?" Maybe like people confuse stuff like that for like UFOs or even aliens. But, like there's another explanation to aliens too, and that's that sleep paralysis. In sleep paralysis, you kind of sometimes see your biggest fear, or rather something scary or eerie, kind of like creeping up to you because the nature of being unable to move is scary, you know, and your mind starts playing tricks, and then maybe he's not even fully awake, and that's like your dream, right? Because for me, my sleep paralysis experiences have been like pretty tame. I mean, I do see sometimes things, right? And maybe having a stressful week causes you to see these weird alien creatures, right? Maybe because you haven't heard stories, which is why you see such original beings, or maybe because you've just heard too many of these stories that you eventually start seeing them, right? There's like logical ways to explain stuff like that, right? And they come in different facets, and there maybe stuff like maybe for all we know, the ancient Mayans, right? Had ways of like getting data from the stratosphere and noticing these weird anomalies in the sky, right? And they contextualized it as something a little different than what we contextualize sprites, right? What if like they over time, because we lost like ways to translate stuff like that, we just look at the drawings and we're like, oh, that's an alien, or oh, that's like a UFO, right? There's stuff like that that always happens, and it's important to keep in mind. Hopefully, I'm making sense. But yeah, now we're on to a history of shadow people. These are shorter videos. Um, Tonight is probably gonna turn into like a story night where I just play Splatoon or some other game. I don't plan on if I do end early for whatever fucking reason. I don't know. I don't know what to say other than I guess I'm sorry. Like yeah. These are 3 minute, huh? Okay, 20. What? Oh, 5 minutes long, 25 minutes long. Uh, 5 minutes, 10 minutes long, and then 45 minutes. Yeah, okay. Oh, let me get my Switch. I don't want to play balloons. Like I said, I don't want to play that game. So we'll just be listening to stories all day long, probably. Playing games like Mario Kart later on. Oh, I'll be honest, I do not want to play while listening to these stories because I don't know. That's all I want to take with the study. 10 seconds. It'll hopefully come with the Switch though. I'm gonna do like 10 minutes or something. Just maybe the Switch. Glad I closed the window because the rain would have seeped in. Oh, man. Yeah. Oh, I do need a break. Well, let's watch this. This is
It's a
a
small
video.
comfort that we're not alone in our fear of the dark or even of our own shadows.
Yeah.
Wherever we go, a
This
small
is
bit
kind of
darkness
psychological,
follows
probably.
us. Whether it's a natural effect of light or something more sinister remains uncertain. This October, on Friday the 13th,
Yeah.
from an executive producer of The Walking Dead
Oh,
and an
oh my
executive
god.
producer
Of
of
the
The
X-Files.
comes 6 terrifying tales based on the podcast phenomenon Lore.
Oh.
Until then, we offer you this short film inspired by the series.
Oh my gosh. It's like the video.
The worlds of shadow and light can be very frightening for children. I'm Dr. Michelle Golland, and I'm a clinical psychologist. We all have a shadow. We have dark parts, we have aggression, we have impulses that can hurt people.
Carl Jung referred to the shadow as the darker parts of ourselves, the part we keep safely hidden by our conscious mind. But for some, the shadow is an altogether real embodiment of evil.
Yeah.
One that goes by many names.
I think when we talk about shadow and shadow people, we're inherently talking about psychology and our soul. A spiritual
Yeah, spiritual, even religion, bordering religious factors, right?
An obsession with the shadow realm is what fueled the depraved desires of 15th century nobleman Gilles de Rais, who lured little children to an unthinkable doom behind the walls of his castle in the French countryside. An avowed fan of de Rais' perverted handiwork, Edward Paynell, the Beast of Jersey, terrorized the Isle of Wight from the early 1960s until his capture in 1971. Donning a rubber mask, Paynell broke into homes to attack 13 women and children as they lay innocently sleeping. It is the echoes of haunting stories like these that inspired the deadly myth of the Slender Man, a tall figure who is said to reach through computers to beckon his victims out of the safety of their homes and into the darkness of the woods.
That was not so much. See, Slenderman has so. At some point in 2011, it was just known that Slenderman was a video game, but it actually stems from the creepypasta, right? And then at some point, it also became that Slenderman was found via archives of the fucking photos and stuff like that, and that if you saw that, he would come after you, right? I think that's via the creepypasta. So it was forgotten, then remembered later on.
Vanishing story, and who hasn't wanted to vanish?
Yeah.
But then also, how scary if you're taken.
His choice of attire is appropriately the dark suit and tie favored by undertakers, though unlike his contemporaries, to look into his face is to stare into a pale, featureless void that drives survivors to the brink.
Same reason why Injured Cold exists, right? Kind of like similar attire, but maybe different face, right? He just does like this.
Story we tell ourselves to cope with the darkness that lives within us all.
We develop shadows from the time we're born, and it's a defense system. The shadow people are the embodiment.
This is like a psychological aspect of that, right?
That we have.
Our innermost fears and twisted curiosities, it seems, will arrive at one of two conclusions. We are the leery prey of the shadows, or we stalk the prey with them.
Oh my gosh. Oh fuck. What did I click? What did I click on? Go back.
It's a small comfort that we're...
There we go. Yeah, Hatman nightmares and sleep paralysis are happening around the world. This is story by Quartz. This is video by Quartz. So this is like a mini documentary. Like mini documentary.
Around.
I'm gonna be listening.
All around the world.
Oh my god, see, thank you. That's what I strive to, giving like different sources. Maybe that aren't just between Spanish and English speaking worlds, right? Because at the end of the day, we're in a world. We live in a society. We live in the world. No, like you all understand why, right? Different perspectives. All shaping us. I gotta throw away. Oh shit! Hopefully it didn't break my mic. Hello. I was gonna say no. I don't even know where I was gonna go. What was I saying before I did that to my mic? Oh yeah, I was gonna throw away all my cereal boxes. It's like the last thing I need to throw. Okay. I throw out of my room because I was cleaning a little bit. There we go. So the switch is ready, hopefully. For a second, I thought I saw smoke, but it was probably just dust.
People are experiencing the same terrifying vision in their sleep.
It was just a black silhouette, completely black. I couldn't make out any features.
I never saw a face or eyes, but just this dark outline of a man.
带着类似
Who's
说
the
明
hat
的
man?
黑色尖子帽，但是看不见脸。
A tall man with some type of a brimmed hat.
There was three of them for me, and the one in the middle was always the guy in the middle.
Yeah. And here is where the stories begin. So I'm gonna tell you too. So when I was younger, what was I gonna say? I always remember, and this guy, this is a random story, right? The first one's a random story, but similar. It was weird because this guy had like mob attire, where he had a fedora on. Now when I was younger, I would see this guy come into my room. He was huge, and I mean huge. Like I would describe him as obese. Like you know the depictions of like in American cartoons of like the fat man that's rich and carries the bag of money. Just imagine the stomach, but this guy with like a little bit darker skin. And what was I gonna say? When I was younger, I would see this guy all the time in my house. Nobody else would see this guy, and for whatever reason, when I was younger too, somehow like I would imagine him not even cartoony, but like just like actual. Imagine like a human person that was like that. Right? Like how I described it with the big stomach. Like the darker, not darker skin, not like I'm not saying like black or anything like that. I'm saying like it was more like it was more like not tan. It's not tan, it's not brown. But like I said, it's not black. It was a weird like skin tone to have. I almost describe it as perfectly because like tan is like almost orange. Imagine like a tamer perfect tan, right? And the point is that this guy had like a black blazer, right? With like little white stripes going down. And he had like a white button up shirt, right? He had the regular pants, and that's why I'm saying he looks like he was in the mob or something, right? And the point is that he would always fit through the rooms, somehow, despite him being bigger than the door frame and wider than the door frame. And I would always see him like cartoony, and it was almost as if like the world was kind of sort of. He would come into the rooms, and I would see him, and it would freak the fuck out of me because after he did that, he would try to like strangle me, and it's not me like, like it's not me saying, "Oh my god, guys, I actually have trauma and blah 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 blah. This happened, and now I had it as that." No, it was weird. It was like the weirdest moment and vivid moments of a memory that, like weird. I don't even know, borderline psychological event happening. But yeah, now this happened until like 2000. Not happened, rather, it was a moment in time where it was common for me to see this thing. I say thing, but pretty much looks like a person, right? Come in, and his hat was just like a fedora, right? Not like brimmed like that. And the point is that until like 2011 was the last time I saw it. That's it. It's scary. I say thing because like I don't know if it was like a demon or a ghost, right? Because definitely giving it the name of a human is not the way to go, right? So yeah, that's one of my stories, right? The second story is that my sister, when she used to, I guess like because like she came from Mexico and came to live with us for a moment in time. She had my nephew, right? She barely had my nephew, maybe for like it was like 6 months, 7 months in. I remember my seventh grade. Was it seventh grade? When did I have? Yeah, I think seventh grade. It was the summer after seventh grade. I had this. I basically had dissected a cow eye, right? And I got its lens and put it into some water. And I was like, "Oh, cool! This is a nice trophy, right?" And the point is, I hung this glove on basically on a wall, near the picture of the Virgin Mary, right? It's kind of like as a joke, but also because like I was like I gotta hang this on the wall, right? And that was the only place I could hang it because I didn't want to hang it in my room. That was in the sala, so that was in the living room, right? Where I hung it. And the point is that one day my sister just wakes up and here's my nephew crying, and she looks to the corner of the room, the sala. Keep in mind, the sala. Basically imagine a box like this, kind of like this. It's more like I mean, this. I have paper here, anyways. This is the room. Imagine it being mirrored for you guys. Uh so like by that I mean like this is the right side of the room. This is the left side of the room. This is the left side of the room, right? When you're entering by the door being right there in that little line I drew up there. Right? And the little circular arc area is where the shadow people were at. That's the bed. Basically, my sister woke up in the middle of the night to my nephew crying. My nephew was just randomly crying. She and I know that my nephew would never cry. He was just like a wee baby. One day he wakes up and starts crying. And basically, the story is that she gets scared because she sees three shadow people. She just describes them as three beings. She says that she sees them by their bedside at first, right? Then they move over to the very far left side of the room in an instant. And she says she gets so scared. And then she starts praying. And then she thinks she sees holy water. And that's where my experiment comes into play, right? Because she says that she pops a little glove because they put the kawa in a glove. And the fluid, she thinks it's holy water and starts praying to God and the Virgin Mary. And it's funny as hell, right? Because like she basically downs herself in um, you know, cow fluids. And in a way, it's like almost symbolic of what like three represents, at least in the sense of like religion, right? Where you're basically mocking the Holy Trinity, right? Where my sister was praying to God, but she kind of like doused herself in like cow fluids. You know what I mean? That's almost like pagan. It's kind of weird in that sense, right? But what was I gonna say? And like odd is what I want to say. But the point is that seeing threes when it comes to like shadow people is also common. In that case, my sister saw that. I've never seen stuff like that. I swear. You know. I hope not to.
Obviously the boss.
У них
Yeah.
лидер мужчина в шляпе цилиндре. Они меня пугали, утаскивали душу на ночь.
Yeah.
Tenía un pánico, pero no me podía mover.
When your heart is beating, you know.
Yeah. So what was I gonna say? They say that people in clinical settings see shadow people before they pass away, or even hands grabbing at them before they pass on, right? And that's scary and sad, which is why some nurses and some doctors also just like for the reason that it makes sense to, right, advise loved ones to stay by their dying loved ones, right? So basically, family members to stay by their dying loved ones, basically, because in order to kind of like prevent weird shit like this from happening, right? Because the last thing you want to hear is that your mother or something died pointing at the wall saying she sees a black shadow, right? That's not what you want to hear ever, right? And it's sad, but it happens sometimes.
Think you're gonna die.
Yeah. Oh, that scared me.
Why are people everywhere having the same nightmare? I'm Corinne Pertil. This is Quartz.
Subscribe to our channel for more videos.
The The vision is virtually the same everywhere. I collected accounts from forums, chat rooms, books, and interviews, and noticed a few common themes. He is dark. He is featureless. He wears a hat. And when people see him, they feel paralyzed, unable to speak, a crushing sense of breathlessness, like something evil is pressing on their chests. And when they're finally able to move, he's gone.
I haven't seen him in years, but I fear him. You know, yeah, I do.
There's a whole game on this phenomenon.
I wanted to speak to someone who could make sense of all of this.
I think it is a real challenge for the kind of
Phrenology?
scientific explanations to explain why some of these themes seem to crop up time and time again.
Chris is a psychologist who studies paranormal experiences. He says people who see things like the Hat Man aren't crazy or lying.
No. Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the thing too. I wanted to mention is that basically when people so there's me mocking all this stuff, right? Saying ghosts don't exist, and then there's another part of me that's like, man, am I being a fucking asshole? Because to certain people conveying these stories, like my sister who told me that she saw 3 people, right? They definitely saw 3 people, right? Who am I to deny them of that? Because that was their truth, right? And is the truth as far as I am concerned, right? But I guess when it comes to like stuff with like online forums, is where like I'm like, oh yeah, all this stuff can be like easily made up, because there it's harder to kind of like have credibility, right? And so where they're gonna go at, and it's the truth, right? Is that these events, when people say they see an alien, when people say they see a ghost, when people say they're unable to move, when people say they feel something, it is undoubtedly true, unless they're like pathological liars or something like that. But that's besides the point.
But the explanation has a lot more to do with culture than ghosts.
Yeah.
If you look at the way it's interpreted across different cultures, that's absolutely fascinating because you've got the same core experience, but it's kind of got this cultural overlay.
Bueno, aunque la gente me dice que eso es algo, dice que es natural de un trastorno del sueño y toda esa cosa, pero otra cosa es que uno lo viva, lo sienta, porque para mí eso es algo espiritual, digamos.
Demonic, demoniacal.
This nightmarish figure has inspired art and myths across cultures and history. In Assyria and Babylon, an evil spirit was said to leap upon unsuspecting victims as they slept. In ancient Greece, a doctor wrote of a demon that visited his patients at night and pressed upon their chests. Similar specters appear in folktales told from the Arctic to Japan to Newfoundland. And for most of history, no one knew why. By the late 20th century, the science of sleep evolved to offer another explanation.
Yeah.
It's called sleep paralysis.
And it's true. I've experienced it.
In a state.
Here's the thing. I know I've experienced it because when I was young, before like, really like understanding stuff and like grammar and stuff in English and why I needed to speak English, it was my first experience was first grade. I never talked to anybody. I never told anybody. My mom never told me, oh, tuve un ataque de sueño or something weird like that. That's not even how you say sleep paralysis, but you know what I mean?
Where you're awake, but the only thing you can do is move your eyes.
I've had that happen to me since very young.
Alon is the director of the Sleep Disorders Center at UCLA. He says we're always paralyzed while we dream.
Yeah.
That's normal. But when the brain wakes up before the body does, that's sleep paralysis.
You cannot scream, you cannot talk.
In fact, a lot of people experience sleep paralysis. And it can come with terrifying visions. Sleep scientists have a specific term for this.
One unique parasomnia is called terrifying hypnagogic hallucinations.
And it's specific to everybody. It's different.
The patient wakes up and they start seeing images of other people who are trying to hurt them.
But even Avedon says he doesn't understand why all those hallucinations are so similar.
Yeah.
It's fascinating in that you take individuals across different geographic entities, and yet the dreams seem to be similar. Why does
The
it
geographic
why
entities.
Are the dreams not pleasant?
Chris,
Yeah, no, he's right. He's asking all the right questions. Why aren't they pleasant?
Paralysis visions are shaped by cultural influences.
Okay, don't. This is not like me being weird. But why am I not dreaming about something more? I don't know, pleasing, right?
Even be conscious For example,
no, I can't say. I don't want to say what I was thinking. I really don't.
Associate with horror.
Who the hell is that?
The Hat Man. When I sat and thought about it, the thing that came to my mind was
yeah, Freddy Krueger.
And the kind of Nightmare on Elm Street films were actually directly inspired by sleep paralysis. This notion that you can be attacked when you're asleep, that's when you're vulnerable.
Yeah.
And of course, Krueger wears a hat.
Yeah.
There's still no definitive answer for why some people see these shadowy visitors.
But that's not a reason, though, because, like, you know, it's cross geography, right? Not every geography is like, oh, that movie was the best. Because the dubs are what makes or break them.
And re-experience the hallucination during wakefulness, during the day, and begin to imagine positive emotions or associate positive emotions with that image.
In truth, there is no stranger lurking in the corners of our rooms at night. The Hat Man is only in our minds, and that may be even scarier.
Yeah. Because how can we convey something in what do you call it? You know, sometimes it just is hard to, like, you know, express how you feel, what you see, how describe something, right? And that's what makes it scary, right? Because what's specific to us is specific to us and nobody else, maybe. Yeah. Now we're gonna go to Ouija board bullshit, because like the rest of the night I am gonna spend playing Splatoon. Not the scariest game, albeit. I mean, what's better, if I play Pokemon or Splatoon? Because like I'm like done, you know. I'm like burnt out of explaining all these scary content. Not even explaining, just speaking on behalf of. Oh yeah, this happens. Oh yeah, that happens, right? When it comes to like all these concepts, so like from here on out, after this Zozo one, I very much do think we are just gonna play Splatoon or some other game, right? With scary stories in the background. Hold up, I need to go to the restroom. I'll be back right now. I kid you not, I heard something like slide. Like a paper or something fall down. Like a. I don't know how to explain it. It wasn't like that. It doesn't sound anything like that. Like a. It's like a plate. A paper. Oh my god, I keep on saying paper. It's just like a paper sliding. Let me check if it's still raining. Shit. I'm just kidding. It's awesome. The other day there was lightning though, and that was amazing. That's why I streamed for so long, because I was so excited. It's been a while since it thundered, or by thundered, you know what I mean, right? It was lightning, or a thunderstorm, right?
Zozo, my favorite Ouija board possessing internet icon.
Yeah.
I know in the past we've taken a look at
pretty
demons in one
scary
video,
story
but
stuff.
today I want to to take a closer look at one in
Ouija boards again.
particular. We'll be able to delve a little bit deeper into the backstory and get a better idea of how Zozo came to be. We'll also be able to look at some strategies for dealing with this demon on your own. Gotta make sure you folks are playing safe out there. Hello, horror heads, and welcome back to the scariest channel on YouTube, Top 5 Scary Videos. I'm your horror host, Keegan Hughes, and today we're going to dive right into some demon lore with the top 5 Demon Zozo facts that will haunt you. Never heard of Demon Zozo? Well, you've come to the right place. This video will serve as a crash course for all things Ouija Demon. Before we begin, would you kindly allocate a like to the thumbs up button below and subscribe if you want to see more paranormal activity. Roll the clip.
Jesus, no.
I don't see anything. Guys, I think we should get out of here.
That clip was from 2014's Ouija and provides us with an example of what can happen if we play with these coffin communicators. Zozo didn't show up in this case, but he very well could if you try. Let's get started. Coming in at number 5, harassment via Ouija board. Demon Zozo is one of the more famous Ouija boards.
Into so much. It's a very old demon apparently. Blah 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 blah. They don't mention everything.
It's always a risk that a demon will show up instead. Zozo will hide its intentions at first and play along, pretending to be whoever the contactees are attempting to summon. It will communicate benevolently for a while before switching up into
shit curses.
The sign that you got Zozo on the other end is that the marker on the board
I mean, it's not wrong. I said fucking once, right?
Between Z and O. Then it will get downright nasty.
Saying
It's
sonso.
known to spell out obscenities and blasphemies in all sorts of ancient languages. Folks also credit Zozo with promising to drag one's firstborn son down to hell. Not the friendliest first encounter, huh? Coming at number 4, popularized by online attention. So a lot of demons become well known through religion or folklore or through a horror movie that's cooked up a plot featuring the devil in question. But we live in the age of the internet now, and nobody's gonna wait around for some Hollywood exec to show them the latest and greatest in supernatural forces. A man by the name of Darren Evans originally posted his Demon Zozo experience online, and soon after it became a terrifying viral phenomenon. Evans was always interested in Ouija boards and has lots of different stories of otherworldly contact from when he was an adolescent. Zozo is the only demon to consistently appear in his life. In a post on the paranormal forum True Ghost Tales, Darren detailed his first experience dealing with Zozo. In this post, he warns readers that Ouija boards are not toys and that everyone using them should be extremely careful. Evans recalls Zozo being friendly at first before commenting about how it wanted to possess his girlfriend and take her to paradise. When he asked the demon where
Oh my god, I spelled click back.
he was answered H-E-L-L. Soon after,
oh my god. Y no el infierno, no manches.
Her mother had left her alone in the tub for just a second, and somehow the water was turned on and overflowing. After this near-death experience, his daughter was then hospitalized with a strange infection and kept at the hospital for 14 days as the doctors tried to diagnose the illness. At this point, Evans suspected demonic attack. This story blew up online, and many people reached out to Evans with Zozo stories of their own. He says he was shocked by how many people had actually experienced the same demon, especially because they lived all over the country. At one point, the team from Travel Channel's Ghost Adventures met up with Evan at the house, where he first encountered Zozo. Multiple voices were recorded throughout the filming of this episode, which didn't sit well with audiences. Coming in at number 3, Zozo is not a totally new phenomenon. A quick look at Google searches over time will show you that Zozo was not a popular or well-known demon before Evans' story in 2009. Skeptics will point to this as proof that Zozo is just a figment of the public's imagination, encouraged by online storytelling. However, the name Zozo was actually penned hundreds of years ago. In Colin de Plancy's 1816 book, Dictionnaire Infernal, this malicious presence is mentioned. It tells the story of a young girl possessed by demons. She claims the names of her demons as Mimi, Capulet, and Zozo. These demons would compel her to walk up and down the streets on all fours and sometimes walk around on her hands, kicking
you know what's
people with her
crazy?
feet as she passed.
I have a cousin named
Mimi.
Mimi.
Contorted into strange shapes and move in odd ways commanded by the demons. When a priest was brought in to perform an exorcism, the demons left, shattering all the windows.
Dude, my computer is
You
lagging.
might want to take these accounts with a grain of salt,
Fucking
because there are
coincidence.
plenty of folks out there who are willing to fake demon possession for attention and fame.
Yeah.
The author of Dictionnaire Infernal also wrote that the girl was often feigning possession and at one point was arrested for doing it too often. I guess the townsfolk were tired of putting up with that crap. Filling out our number 2 slot. Pop culture connections. So Zozo's notoriety doesn't stop with online stories. The demon has showed up in a bunch of different places spanning all sorts of media. The most famous instance could possibly connect Zozo with Led Zeppelin. Have you ever taken a look at Led Zeppelin's albums? The more eagle-eyed among you might have noticed the 4 symbols representing the members of the band. A triqueta, interlocking rings, a feather, and Zoso. That last one seems familiar, right? Chosen by Jimmy Page, the Zoso emblem has been a source of mystery and controversy among fans of the legendary band. Some say it's derived from a symbol used to represent the planet of Saturn, as Page is a Capricorn ruled by Saturn. Others claim it's from an Aleister Crowley spellbook, where the symbol has been used in part to represent Lucifer. The band has never shied away from demonic and hellish imagery, so this is a pretty
because they're artsy, right?
It might even have threads connecting it to the Mesopotamian god Pazuzu. There's enough Zeds in that name to warrant a raised eyebrow or two. If you guys didn't know, I'm Canadian. You might be thinking, what does this have to do with Zozo, though? How do we connect the two? Well, Evans is an outspoken Led Zeppelin fan and even cites Page's Zoso in his original post. So we could all very well be interacting with a demon brought to life via classic rock mania. In addition to the rock and roll connection, there have also been multiple books written about Zozo since 2009. Evans co-authored one of them, but other authors worked on their own versions of the story too. The tale became so popular that it spawned a 2012 horror movie called I Am Zozo. The whole thing was shot on 8mm film, giving it a very grainy and old school feel. Not bad for a Ouija board flick. And finally, number 1. How to deal with Zozo. It's nice to know all sorts of facts and stories about our demonic pal Zozo, sure, but what if you come into contact with him at some point in the future? Nobody likes a demon swooping in and causing mayhem in their life, right? Well, I've compiled some tips on how to make sure you survive an encounter with this malevolent
He's
spirit.
compiled?
First, make sure you stay calm.
Oh my God.
Feed on fear, so freaking out will only encourage it more. Take some deep breaths and do your best to ground yourself. Next, say sayonara. Move the Ouija marker to goodbye and then close the game. This will prevent you from communicating further with the demon. Now,
where did they get all these stock images?
Still attempt to make contact with you. It might even go full poltergeist and start throwing things around or attempt to possess you. Make sure you cut off all communication. Don't react to what's happening around you. And seriously, don't use Zozo's name. Saying it out loud gives him power, and you don't want
my God.
Lastly, if all of the above fail, seek some professional paranormal help. A priest should know what to do, but if they pull the classic horror movie move and refuse to continue, find yourself a paranormal expert. Think Ed and Lorraine Warren, but maybe with a lower profile. Not everyone can afford Hollywood demon hunters. Well, I hope that was informative. There's a lot of information about all sorts of demons out there, so let me know if you want to hear more specific demon stories. Hopefully, I've inspired you to be responsible.
Oh my God, we're 3 minutes off from hitting 3 hours.
Another listen. Before we wrap up, let's take a look.
And it's 9:22, 11 minutes off from 9:33, where the number 9 is divisible by 3, which gets us 3. 1 plus 1 is 2. 2 plus 1 would have been 3, but we're lacking that last one because the last one comes from October, and that gives us 3. So we have the day 22/20/22. Add all those 2's up. That's right. 2 plus 2 plus 2 is 6. Plus 2 plus 2 is 10. 10 divided by 5 is 2. 2 plus that missing 1 would be 3. I swear. So much bullshit that goes into this. Yeah, 10 true terrifying and disturbing witch encounter horror stories. They better not get crazy. Embrielment? I don't forget what it's called. I only know the term is let's call Pokemon. Do I want to do that right now? Right, Pokemon Sword is sealed. It's like I'm like thinking, hello. Also, we're swapping over to the other screen. 10 minutes, a bunch of scary. That's good. Sword. It'll take me 30 minutes to set this shit up, dude. Where's the fucking game capture? Nice. We did not struggle this time. Okay, so here's the rundown. Uh, well, we don't need the music. Nothing's lagged yet. So I am gonna listen to music for the first 30 minutes. Then at 10, we'll start listening to the scary stories. So now we're no longer in scary stream mode. That was a good 2.5 hours ish. Because again, I would just be repeating what I mentioned a lot. You know, this year I did bring in the true crime aspect, and hopefully next year continue doing so. But I gotta see like what I can and can't show graphic wise, right? Because that get to my nerves. You know, seeing a picture of somebody just who died or just, yeah, who died or something and just being talked about is extremely sad, and not only that, disturbing. But what was I gonna say? So those are things to change for next time, right? Because you know, I sound like a broken record every time I do fucking scary streams and shit like that. I'm like, there's these ghosts. Oh my god, nukes and chills. So next week we just will be in general reacting to a lot of nukes top 5 videos. What is it called? Beezle? No, that's not Buzzle Bob or something like that, right? I forget it. Bizarre Hub, something like that, right? That's his name. And next year, next week, is what am I say? Next year. And chills, and maybe some scary story videos, and that's it. It'll be like my average scary stream, right? And then same thing about on Halloween, though it'll probably be a little shorter, right? And yeah, maybe not next week Saturday. Maybe next week. It depends. If I go to my because I have a birthday party to go to Saturday or Sunday. You know, it'll depend when I'm live, right? Anyhow. Let's just bum 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 bum. Wait, this message is wow. Bum 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 bum. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 dun, bum, 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 dun, dun. Hopefully I do have the Pokemon I selected earlier. Are these all mine Pokemon? Huh. What's this team about then? Why? Because my sister sets up these teams every so often, right? Let's go with Bruce. Oh, we already can't have both of these Pokemon. The pets. Aubrey? Why is none of them called Aubrey? Isn't that like a YouTuber or something? Bum 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 ba da bum 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 ba da. This one can't Gigantamax. There are only certain Pokemon that can. Wait. Can it? What symbol am I supposed to look for? What moves? Probably not. Let's see. So much I can choose from. It's called "The Maiden Struggle with Darkness" by Light Minutes. Let's go with this. He's. I forget which team I like used. Oh no! I used the Venusaur. Where's Venusaur? I mean, did I? I don't remember who I specifically used. see what else. Let me think. Hold up. Tailwind does help. Is if I bring Pengu with the Ice Cube, oh, it wouldn't be all that bad. Then we can belly drum. Yeah. Yeah, and everything works out. Okay, cool. Bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum bum bum. Dun 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 dun. Haze removes all static, rather all increases, right? Toxic spikes? Does it give toxic? Remember, we need painful bunker though. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. So the double battles. Bum 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 bum. Let me move the music to another tab. Yes. Shit. Hold up. We'll be starting right now. Select the battle team. No, not that one. This one, yes. Bum 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 bum. Oh my God! Stop! Is there like a way to bring? I hate Chrome so much. Sometimes it's got. Stop! I think it's a Windows thing though. At this point. Okay. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do Blastoise, Ice Cube, Raichu, Oxytex. There was an electric type Pokemon I brought. You know what? I remember. It was that Gen 6, Gen 5 tech Pokemon. I forget what it's called. The spider one. Spider tech looking one. See, they took out Barraskewda. If I remember, Kyogre's stuff, I forget what his attack is called. Alpha something? Alpha Pulse or something? Is not physical. So it would actually be best to just Dynamax right off the bat. And use actually no. You know what we want to do? What does this do? Special defense? No. Oh. Dark Pulse that only hits one Pokemon. Okay, we may not wanna shit. Use Dark Pulse on fucking Kyogre. Right? Dynamax, Hailstorm on Kyogre. Let's just do that, and just so we get back our shield. It's like a last minute strategy. Of course, I'm not a fucking pro at all. Right? So if you come here to fucking see me fucking be the best person in Pokemon, no. Not how it's gonna work out, right? Just gotta mention that. I do have the opinion that some people come in here, they get out and then they're like, "Oh fuck, this guy sucks." Let's see, because we gotta get Kyogre out of the way. Barraskewda is a fucking big threat. Either ways. What was he looking for right now? Oh yeah, the music. There's other ones. Who died? Nobody? If we didn't take any HP or damage, that'd be a miracle. And if we go first... Oh, wait, no, we didn't take any damage. Oh, we're gonna go first. Holy shit. Also, yeah, Thunder lands more often. But we live still. So we're gonna get back our Ice Face. So they wasted their whole turn. Not whole turn, you know what I mean, though. What music? Huh. Let's go with Translucent Dusk. But like, Meta S. Yeah, they're not gonna do that much against us. And Dark Pulse isn't gonna do much either. Yeah. Up it for the hill. Okay, we're gonna fight. We're gonna Dark Pulse. Then what we want to do is max Hailstorm. Next turn we want to just basically protect. They don't waste the Barraskewda's attack. Oh my god, wait. Oh, that scared me. Fuck, actually, no. I have, you know what? Just so that I don't like waste turns, I'm gonna put on the playlist. Music. Which one I haven't played in a while? Let's go with Battle Rock. And again, at like 10, we're gonna start with like the scary stories. Just like, so this is my first match, right? So the next 3 times, or rather 3 times that I lose, you guys get to decide what scary video I watch. Oh shit, that was a crit! Sick! And we get back our Ice Face. You know, we may not even need to like do much. Because this guy doesn't know how Ice Cube works. Or hopefully he doesn't find out either. Sick. Bum bum ba dum bum 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 ba dum bum bum. Yeah, Blastoise is out of there. Bum 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 bum. Painful bunker. Okay. I'd say we just take on Toxapex. And just to be annoying. Oh fuck yeah. Okay, we're gonna bait him so hard. If he falls through this, actually no, you know what? That's bad because I forgot. Kartana is part. What you call it? Steel. So this may not work. It depends. We can take out Kartana hopefully. Remember, it has really bad special defense, but this is an attack move. So there's that. Dun, 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 dun. Is that a physical attack? Please be so. Oh wow. No poison? Dang. Nice. Bum 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 da 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 da. Bum bum ba da bum. Barracuda is water type purely, right? I don't remember too well. The point is we want to recover. And we want to use Icicle Crash. I think we want to use Icicle Crash. Yeah. Oh fuck. Dang. That's fine. That's bound to happen. This boost sucks. Attack, not speed. Bum 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 let's use Thunderbolt. Bum 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 bum. Use Icicle Crash. Liquidation may have been a better thing to use because it probably has more accuracy. Who knows? I'm using Nuzzle on Cortana just in case. Yeah, okay, that's bad. Shit. Oh, didn't we have a focus? Oh, shoot! You know what? I think I know the change I want to do to my team. Now I'm gonna be way faster. Monko Bachelor. Because that's not the way I saw this turn playing out. The Barracuda gained a fuck ton of speed then. Indeed. Like surge. Please don't be attack. Okay, special defense. Dun 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 dun. Let's use Zen Headbutt because we can flinch. I doubt we'll flinch, but we can flinch nonetheless. Bum ba-dum ba-dum bum ba-dum 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 bum ba-dum ba-dum bum ba-dum 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 bum ba-dum ba-dum bum ba-dum ba-dum bum. Predation? Okay. Dude! Okay, yeah, we want to kill Vantula. It's fine. We lost once, right? You know what? I'll stick with this team. Thank God he didn't use Dacian. The only legendary he used was Kyogre. Besides that, he was pretty decent. Or they were, right? I'm hungry. What do I eat? No, I ate a ton today. I ate a ton earlier. It was a decent team, right? Maybe I did take out a. No, but you see, that would have bought us only like one turn. Yeah. Dun da 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 bum bum da 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 da. Boss, let's see the final boss. Let me spoil bum bum ba dum ba dum bum bum. Oh, it wasn't found. Damn. Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. Dun 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 dun. So hopefully it lets me play this game. Because there's times where like for fucking whatever reason I just can't play. I'll continue trying to like get somebody to match up against and like it just doesn't work out. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Why is it taking so long? See, I'm telling you, I don't make this shit up. It's like, it's almost as if I'm like shadow banned. But like, listen, if it's because my sister did some bullshit stuff, it's rightfully so. But it gets so fucking annoying. Come on, please. See the focus sash. Oh, even if I did swap over to a Gavachula with the focus sash, it wouldn't have changed much because I would have had to swap out Whimsicott. Now we'll just swap over to Splatoon. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, dum. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? Unfucking believable. Unbelievable this is. One more try. If this doesn't work, I'm moving over to Mario Kart. Bum bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum ba ba bum bum ba-dum bum ba ba bum bum ba-dum bum ba da ba-dum bum ba-dum ba 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 bum ba bum ba ba bum 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 bum. Yes. Oh my god, I got so caught off guard. They fucking actually let me do it this time. Right? No, wait. Oh my god. This is gat metal, by the way. Nice. Dun, 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 dun. Finally, normal Pokemon. We want, not Toxapex. We want Ice Cube, Blastoise. We want Whimsicott and Shragapult. Bum, 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 bum. For that, we're gonna have music going on for like an extra 10 minutes. Ba-dum, 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 bum, 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 bum. Bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 ba-da bum ba-da bum ba-da bum ba-da ba-da bum 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 ba-da ba-da bum. Oh, that's right. This is sick fucking Pokemon. Say, get the fuck out of here, like and rock. A vortex of water. We're captured in it. Does that affect Snorlax? There's a move that combos with that. I forget what it's called. I think it's called Belch. That is not good for us. Holy shit! There's a lot of health. That's pretty decent. Slow Key, the new one, poison type one. Let me attack Snorlax. I'm just kidding. Because chances are we're not gonna take him out. Oh, fuck! See, I knew it. We're not gonna take him out either ways. Maybe next turn. This is not what I wanted happening. It's not if he uses Belch. If I remember, it's not a Steel type move, so it won't land on Dragon Ball. So he's forced to use it on I was gonna say Bulbasaur. On this guy. Our Pokemon, right? Oh wow. Crazy. Crazy shenanigans are about to the full kill. You know, rest is such a good strategy on Snorlax. Because choice lens, right? Yeah, I have to force use Shadow Ball. So actually I'm screwed if I don't use Shadow Ball. Or rather if I face up against Snorlax. At that point I basically struggle to death. So ironically enough, we do want Dragon Ball off the screen. Sick. Sick. Oh shoot. I've never seen this move's animation. Sick. Vocalist? Oh, I forgot to sting. Oh, that's a shit ton. Dun 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 bum 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 dun 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 dun. Bum 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 dun 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 bum bum If he uses rest again, that's so unfortunate. Oh my god. Again, we want to get Dragon Ball out of here. Blastoise. I never said Blastoise. His name is that. I said Blastoise. He may actually, funnily enough, stall the fuck out of us. I don't know. Dude, we're not allowed to do that, yeah. Hit. Wait, could I have swapped out? No, I don't think so, right? If he uses self-destruct, that'd be so. But I don't think he even has that. Ooh, good, get fucked. You're gonna take a ton of damage, right? Didn't take any recoil! Shit. Okay. I don't think we have enough damage. Yeah, we're fucked. Bum 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 bum. Nice. It's only gonna get worse. Unless you get like a pretty big fucking crit. You're just messing around at this point. Even crits won't get us anywhere. Nice, that was a GG's moment. So next time we watch a scary video, I'm hungry, but I ate a lot, so I'm not. Like, I think I actually ate like 2 eggs. Yes, let's continue. So let's start with our first batch of scary stories. So these are scary stories that are on the internet.
And
this is narrated by
do you believe in witches?
Mortis Media?
Witchcraft? their power to summon things.
So these are the scary stories, James.
Well, maybe you do, maybe you don't. But the people who have experienced these stories certainly did after what they encountered. So for now, it's time to get comfortable and let the darkness take control. I live in Eastern Europe, more exactly in Romania. You may have heard about those gypsy witches that live in my country. Most of them are just pretending to be something they're not. This, however, is the story of a real witch. My grandmother used to
my
live in the
fucking Twitter just froze. Everything froze. So you know what that means? Everything froze on there. I can drag and move this shit around. But yeah. That's scary, dude. Everything stopped. What the fuck? Y'all can hear me, right? Yo, what's going on, Chrome? I don't even have that many fucking tabs open. What the fuck?
village with a witch. I don't know if the witch was a gypsy or Romanian, but it doesn't really matter. She lived for so many years that no one knew her age. This woman claimed to be a witch, and she had also claimed that she had this demon who served her. She used to talk about the ways she sold her soul one night in the forest while performing a ritual. In return, she gained powers and the help of a demon. She said that she couldn't die until she convinced someone to take full charge and responsibility of her duty as a witch and sell his or her soul to the darkness as well. She, I believe, had 3 daughters, but people said that their mother's behavior scared them away. They moved to Bucharest and never returned to the village.
Oh shit,
Now, you will say that she was most likely a crazy old woman. But no. A lot of people heard weird noises coming from her attic, and she agreed that the sounds were made by her slave demon. People, even though afraid, asked her to solve their problems and gave her money for doing so. No one ever complained about her work. No one. Everything was put in place no matter how difficult the task was.
Dude, it was Twitch.
People witnessed
I am getting
hard work being done overnight in her yard.
Imagine if I was like, I'm getting
She
DDoS.
wasn't able to do alone.
Shit ever.
My grandmother met a woman on her way to work. The woman asked my grandmother about the witch. She wanted to know where the witch lived. My grandma gave indications and then asked her why she was going to go see her. She said that a thief broke into her house and stole her savings, and she wanted her money back. The next day, my grandmother met the woman again. She carried a bag, and my grandma asked her what happened. She said that she went to the witch and received the promise that she would be able to find the money on the table when she returned home. The witch asked in advance for half the money. The woman agreed. It was better than nothing. And things happened exactly as the witch foretold.
Like, you know, I'm just listening to the story as I hate these servers, dude. They take
to the witch's house. Another story is that a woman fell in love with a married man.
Oh my god, stop!
She went to the witch and told her that she
I'm
wanted
this
that
close
man.
to swapping over to
The
Splatoon
witch
or Mario
asked her
Kart.
if she wanted the man no matter what the consequences were.
Pixie
She said
servers,
yes,
Pokemon.
And in less than a month, his wife got ill and passed.
Oh shit.
He remarried, and he got married to the woman.
Like, you know, I'm not taking these
who
words
asked for
that they're
his
saying
wife
up front, right?
to fall.
Super skeptical of this
That's
story.
why she was seen as a powerful and real witch. For sure, she had some supernatural powers. Unfortunately, I don't know if she's still alive. I lived in the RGV, living in Edinburgh,
In an ARG?
grew up in Rio Grande City my entire life. My grandma told me stories of her encounters with the lechuza when I was a kid.
La lechuza?
I was usually skeptical of mystical
Oh my
tales.
god, the owl woman.
But when
Oh my
it came
god,
to
oh my
my
god. I'm just
grandmother,
kidding.
I bought
That's not
her
what it means.
stories.
La lechuza
It
just
wasn't
literally
until
means
I
the
had my
owl.
own experience that I was fully invested in other old wives' tales and folklore. I was out
Oh,
at a
this
friend's
scene
ranch
looks
north of
horrible.
Rio Grande City
Okay,
with my buddy
this is what we're
and
doing.
a cousin of mine,
Ice
a
Cube.
mutual friend and my buddy's dad. We were putting up some fence
Whimsicott.
posts and barbed wire so we can corral some stray cattle that had wandered onto the property and keep them there until we found the owner.
That's the best
The
I think I
sun
could
was
have done.
setting, so we decided to call it a day. We built a bonfire close
So yeah,
by.
if I lose this
and huddled
match,
up
you
in an
all get to
unfinished
decide
ranch hand's
whatever
house.
video you all want me to
Basically, a
react to.
concrete slab surrounded by
I'll
four
pause the
walls and no
stories
roof.
and then we'll react to the video.
We were drinking.
Over
and
no
shooting
links
the
in
breeze
chat.
and telling stories from
Just give me the
history.
name of the video on YouTube.
But eventually, we got to stories of the paranormal. My
Lo
buddy
paranormal,
is a huge
lo
skeptic,
paranormal.
mostly because he's afraid of it. So he kept trying to steer the conversation away from ghosts and such. I decided to share.
No, when I think of like paranormal, I really think of like para, which means
Once
foreign.
I got to describing the
And
creature,
then normal,
we
which
heard
means
an ungodly screech, almost.
That's what I always think. I never think like
We all turned to look
ghosts
in the direction of the
or
screech.
normal.
And
But it doesn't
before
make
my eyes
sense.
can adjust to the darkness,
Is it supposed to
I
be
hear
like
my buddy screaming that it's a lechuza.
not suffix? What is
And
it?
he hauls ass to the main
There's a
ranch
word.
house a few hundred yards away. I turn back to
This
the darkness
prefix. Here we go. It's
and
supposed to
see
be a prefix. That
giant
means
silhouette of an owl perched on one of the
above
posts we had driven earlier in the day.
normal or something, right?
It was massive. So naturally, I did one of the two things they tell you never to do. I whistled at it.
You never fuck with the witch. I'm just kidding. It'd be so cliche.
Spread out its wings. Its wingspan had to be in at least 7 feet in each direction, so 14 feet. The fence posts were spaced about 16 feet apart.
Let's attack
and its
Landers.
wings
Landers will
almost
probably
spanned
attack
half
Ice
the
Cube. If not, they'll
distance.
go for
Scared out of my
Whimsicott.
mind, I pumped
Let's
my
Tailwind.
chubby,
Then
tree-trunk thighs as hard as I
turn
could and
next
ran.
turn.
As I had the back door to the ranch house in view, I got to see my buddy run in and close the door behind him. My cousin and our friend got their moments later too, and I hadn't noticed they took off right after my buddy and were kicking and
The
pounding
stories
on
seem
the door
good
nearly
so
in
far, though.
tears. I get about halfway there and
They're
look
not
back
like-
to the unfinished house.
They're not.
and see the gigantic
They're not like
bird
us.
perched up on one of
Centered
the
in one
walls,
location, right,
its
or
face
one
catching the
area.
moonlight
They're
as
not
it
like,
pokes its head
I'm a damn American and I saw a damn goddamn witch or something like that.
in the mere moment of its face being lit up. I swear I was able to make out human-like features with a bonfire lighting up the area behind
She was
me.
riding her
I
broomstick
finally reached the
downtown.
ranch house, and my buddy's dad opens the door, and we're almost in tears. I rush in and close the door behind me, and my buddy's dad demands to know what's going on.
I don't even know how to speak
Trying
with
to
the Southerner.
catch my
I just
breath.
fucking make those words
I
up
tell
sometimes.
him with the
I
others
swear.
adding their points of view as well. We all look out the back door to see if it's still there, and just try to convince ourselves that we saw a regular owl. And my buddy's dad called us some rude names between chuckles. We scanned the horizon, and I'm armed with a baseball bat I found at the back door, my buddy with his firearm, and there's no bird. We got back with flashlights, me, my bat, my cousin, and a few weapons. We got back with our equipment, and our friend stayed back at the ranch house. He was done for the night. We get back to the bonfire to snuff it out.
Reggie,
Smokey
like
the
a
bear was
fucking
always
horse.
kind of an influence on me, and we investigate the surrounding area.
What did he say?
My
Smoking
buddy's
the
dad
bear?
breaks off from the group to
What
check
the
out fence
fuck?
posts to make sure
Did I hear
they're
that?
disturbed, while we
Smoking
just
the
hang
bear?
back to think what happened.
What the fuck does that
After
even
a
mean?
bit, we go join my buddy's dad and find him standing in front of the post we had
So
originally
let's move
seen
last.
the lechuza
Reggie
perched on.
Aleki.
We never told him which one specifically, so I was kind of surprised to see him at the one. And then
The what?
we saw the claw marks.
Oh my god. They were 20 size and 26.
This
20
happened
times
to
the
my
size of an
uncle's
owl
wife.
claw. Watch.
I will narrate it, how she did to me and my sisters. We're from the northern state of Mexico, Nuevo León, from a small town south of Monterrey, around El
How
Cielo
good he
de
says
la
it.
Silla.
Because he's saying it right.
You've never heard of
Completely
it?
right.
Do Google it. It's
Like how he
beautiful.
said Monterrey was a little
Stories about people
Monterrey.
seeing
No,
witches
not like that.
and
Yeah, it had more
lechuzas
emphasis.
around the town are very common, but my aunt's story really pulls a chill down my spine. The story goes like this. I lived in a small home up in the hills. I shared a room with my sister, our windows facing the main street. It was big, and it had rails on the window. One night, me and my sister were in bed. She was asleep, and I was awake, lying on my bed looking outside my window, since my bed was against the wall and right underneath the window. I liked opening the window and looking up at the sky. I remembered being around 3 a.m. when I decided that I had to get some
Moon
rest.
blast! That's right.
I stood up just to close my window, and that's when I saw her, the witch, flying right in front of my house. She saw me, and we made eye contact, and I immediately shut my window and got under my covers and started praying. I eventually fell asleep,
Padre
and
nuestro
awoke
que
to
estás en
the
los cielos,
fresh air hitting my
santificado sea tu
face as I
nombre.
opened my
Venga a
eyes,
nosotros tu
and
reino,
I see my
hágase su
head
voluntad aquí
sticking
en la
out the
tierra como
window.
en el cielo.
I screamed as loud as I could, and my sister woke
We're
up
all
to
gonna
help
start
me.
praying, guys.
I'd never been afraid
Pray in
like I
whatever
had been at
language
that
you guys.
moment in all my life, as I realized that it was only her power that
I mean,
caused
like,
me to look out my window like that.
you know, sometimes I think how inclusive the word praying is. How many cultures pray?
That the witches would
I don't know.
kids
That's a question
out
that's
windows
like
at night, and she never believed
that haunts
her
me at
until it
night. You know.
happened to her. She believed the witch wanted revenge because my aunt made eye contact with her. The crazy part is that until this day, she sometimes
that was pretty
wakes
good
up
damage.
with random bruises.
Oh my god, that was
hickey
pretty
marks on
fucking
her
good.
Skin. Well, that's her story.
Okay.
Norwich is an old medieval city in England and has lots of
No, not
and
me.
interesting old places.
Oh shit.
One of its most famous buildings is the towering Norwich
Oh
Cathedral,
fuck.
Tumlin,
Oh, I
which
should not have
sits
hailed.
down by the river Wensum. Anyhow, busy exploring my new city one Saturday, I visited the cathedral,
how do we take out that
and
stupid
after
Reggie
wandering
Alecki?
the building, decided to explore the cathedral close. It was late, a sunny afternoon in October, with lots of autumn leaves on the ground.
Oh, we have lightning rod.
Walk when I stumbled upon a cobbled alley at the end of some houses.
Cobbled alley?
And
What
decided
is
to see
that?
where it led. The floor and walls were cobbled, and the
So
walls
let's see.
maybe 10 foot high, so I couldn't see over them. But I could hear people in the gardens on the other side talking and children playing. Although I was on my own
Who
in the
has
alleyway,
10
I
feet
didn't
high?
feel alone.
That's
But
way
as I
too
began
high.
to walk on, the alley began to twist.
No,
and
like, I'm not
turn,
even kidding. That's
and
way too
although the
fucking
sky
high.
was blue overhead and the sun was still out,
Also, let's just like
I began to feel
toxic.
increasingly uneasy. I could no longer hear
Follow
voices
me.
coming from the
Fuck
other
you.
side of the
It's
walls.
what you fucking need.
And when I thought about it, realized that in fact I couldn't hear anything.
Nice.
No birds, no traffic, not even wind.
Nice.
And yet the cathedral is in the middle
You're
of
gonna
a
get it
reasonably
now.
sized city.
Ooh, you're gonna get it now.
My scalp started to prick. And so I began to up
That's
my pace,
fucking
telling
right.
myself that I'd been walking a while and that the alleyway couldn't go on forever. But as I turned each blind bend, hoping to see the end of what was beginning to feel like a maze, I was only met with another stretch of alleyway. I began to jog, and although I hadn't seen anyone since entering the alleyway, and couldn't
I hope Clefable doesn't come back.
Sensation that someone or something bad was following me close behind, and that the walls were pressing on. I started having difficulty breathing and realized I was also beginning to feel dizzy. I didn't want to pass out alone in this alleyway, and so decided to run. After what seemed like forever, I turned another corner and suddenly sprinted out onto a perfectly normal-looking street down by the river, and the city sounds returned.
Nice.
I realized
Actually, I wonder how that would feel.
My hand and forehead dripping with sweat, and didn't
No,
have a clue
yeah.
where I was. I sat down on a wall and had a cigarette, and pulled myself together, and then stopped to pass a by and asked for directions back to the market square.
I didn't want to
in the
take
middle of
damage.
town,
That's why.
from where I could find my own way back to campus. It didn't take long to walk back to the market square, but when I checked my watch, it turned out that I had been in the alleyway for nearly an hour. It didn't make any sense, as I couldn't have walked that far. But I didn't want to
Bye.
know too much about
Bye.
it, and told myself that maybe it was all the twists and turns.
Shit, I don't think that's enough.
And that added to the time. At class on Monday, I was telling a few people about the alleyway in the cathedral grounds and how it had suddenly turned really spooky.
Caesar!
Mature students on our course who had lived in Norwich for years and knew a lot about its history overheard me. She asked me if the alley was an old cobbled one with high walls that led off the cathedral close, and I said yes. She took me aside and quietly explained to me that she wasn't surprised I'd felt what I did, because that was the alleyway they dragged people
coming to a
accused of
climax here
witchcraft along before burning them at the stake, as Norwich has a huge history of witches.
Where is that?
But the kicker to this
That's
story
not England, is it?
is that though I lived in Norwich for a number of years and often visited the cathedral, I never walked that alleyway again because of what happened, until that afternoon one day, when a friend from overseas was visiting.
I saw a brudja, guys. I saw a brudja.
I told her about the alleyway and what I'd experienced. She insisted that we walk it, and when I stalled and started to make excuses, promised me that if things started to go bad, we would just turn back, and she would stay with me at all times.
Oh, yeah.
Reluctantly, I agreed. The alley was just how I remembered it at first. Dry cobbled floor and high cobbled walls backing onto people's gardens. But after 10 minutes at most, and only a handful of turns, suddenly we found ourselves back onto the street. It didn't make any sense to me back then, and it still doesn't to this day. And I don't go near the Witch's Walk anymore.
We're gonna take this.
This happened in Manitou
Please burn him.
Springs. My wife and I at the time had a long commute between work and our home. We drove to the city.
Nice!
Came to our apartment in the evening. We had our youngest
That burn is gonna burn you, man.
Some groceries. My wife saw from the corner of her eye a figure approaching. It was bizarre for her to get defensive, since many tourists walked the roads we lived on, Rutan Avenue. She took our daughter inside right away, fearing something amiss.
What move would that have
She
been?
came
That
back
bullet
out to help me, and told me she felt weak all of a sudden, and started pointing at this lady walking up the hill. She noticed the person did not look like someone she wanted to be in the presence of, and fled inside immediately after seeing what they looked like. I, however, stayed, not knowing what I could make eye contact with. She looked homeless, which was common, as a lot of people come to Colorado for the pot craze. This was different. She had a burlapped sack, cut in sections, that almost had a weird,
oh my God,
almost memorization.
Okay, to be honest, that's what comes to mind.
Scarred and deformed. She looked like she had a humpback, but possibly could have been carrying supplies. I made eye contact for the briefest moment, almost feeling an energy pushing me away.
Painful bunker.
She had a staff too,
You,
and was walking
your
very
fate
slow.
is sealed.
I got chills, turned to grab the last of the bags, and as soon as I did, she was gone. I knew she would be there, and my curiosity struck me to see what this entity was. But she vanished, poofed into nowhere. One-way street with a river next to the road. I later went out to enjoy a cigarette that very night.
Oh my God,
It was
these
2 or 3 in the
people like
morning,
smoking.
very
What the
late,
fuck?
Super dark and no lights on the street. It was a hill.
Crazy.
So I looked up the road and noticed up in the pass in the faint distance I could see colours changing, almost like a flame burning, but not the same colours. It was more purple, blue and black. I still do not know to this day what this thing was. If it was a trick, it was well played. But the street had a very dark history. No doubt in my mind, this thing could have been a witch or demon of some sort.
Yeah, we want to recover?
Yesterday, I walked into a witch store with my friend. She was genuinely curious and practiced witchcraft. I didn't mind at all. I found it interesting, to say the least. As she was looking for candles, I was exploring the store. The walls were painted
Painful
black.
bunker. I'm
with
just gonna be
only lights
swapping.
dimly
And we
lit
have
in the
20
store.
turns.
There was a section in the back where dead animals were encased in glass jars being sold. It sent chills up my spine and gave me goosebumps. About 5 minutes later, I noticed that my body felt cold. It was a warm, sunny day in the city. Why was I freezing? And then, it felt as if something slipped into my body. It was subtle, and after a few thoughts of wondering and confusion, I forgot all about it. A few hours later at home, I felt pretty tired. It was probably just exhaustion because it was a fun day walking around the city. However, I for some reason wanted to sleep early. It was 6 p.m. I could tell something was off, but I pushed it aside and tried to get back to sleep. I somehow couldn't. I kept tossing and turning. Suddenly I was starving. I got out of bed and asked my mum if there was anything to eat.
Nice,
I couldn't chew normally. Everything seemed out of place.
Chew normally?
When I walked
that
around,
is an issue.
everything was in slow motion.
No, like I cannot imagine not being able to chew
fell
properly.
to my knees.
That's like
I quickly picked myself up.
That's
and walked
unimaginable
back into
to
bed.
me.
A few minutes later, I
Holy
got up
shit.
again. But this time,
how
the feeling
bad do you have to get?
was like the urge to vomit.
Like I'm thinking, like
But
fuck, like
nothing
a section
came
of
out.
your jaw gone or something,
After many attempts, I had pain in my lower abdomen.
or like
It
lockjaw.
didn't feel like period cramps. It was so painful that I passed out. The next thing I knew, I awoke to see a needle in my arm connected to a tube leading to an IV. I was in the hospital. The doctor said I was fine. Nothing was wrong with my body. I also do feel fine. Right now, I'm currently sharing this and don't feel different or sick. Was there an evil spirit in that witch store that entered my body?
I doubt
if
it.
there was,
I doubt it.
I hope it doesn't choose to return.
No manches, tiene que return.
Recently, I had a terrible nightmare triggered by the ghost at my job, and it took me back to an event that
The
happened
ghost of my
in
job?
Snyder County, Pennsylvania, back between 2010 and 2015.
Oh, now it's in Pennsylvania. Okay.
I was between the ages of 13 to 18. Those
Oh,
5 years were an absolute hell and tore my family apart. Many things happened at this house, ranging from violent enough to push my dad down the stairs to simple cold spots. However, the story I'm going to share is the night that stuck with me the most.
Go back to
In
have thunder,
2008,
so
when
that's
the
why it
market
came in
crashed
clutch,
and
right?
people
Because like, it
started
would always
losing
be
their
raining because
houses,
of coyotes.
my family was a part of it.
Would have like
I watched my parents struggle for a long time before
Especially
finally
because it had a
giving up
focus sash.
and moving closer to my school district, where we started renting the right side of a duplex. To give a bit of an image of the house, it consisted of 3 stories above the ground
Man, I want to
and a
go to
basement.
sleep.
The first floor had a closed-off porch, a large divided living room, a very small kitchen, and a small closed-off back porch. At the kitchen entrance was the food closet, and directly across from that was the door to the basement. Upstairs were 3 bedrooms and a full bathroom. Every room upstairs had a carpet in it, except for my parents' bedroom at the end of the hall. Yes, even the bathroom was carpeted. Through the room closet to the bathroom, my brother's room, was the door to the attic. The attic was a large room that we never used, and because it would open on its own accord, my brother pushed his dresser in front of it. At the other half of the house was an elderly lady and her daughter. The two fought almost every night, and after they moved out, they hired a man to fix up their side and sell it. Well, he invited my parents and I over one day to tell us what he had planned to work on. So he was really letting us know that it was going to be noisy for a while. He showed us a room in the basement that was painted all black with colors painted throughout it, as well as candles and a Ouija board at the center. He had thrown that stuff out before we could even see it though. Now that you have the layout of the house, let me begin the event that haunts me to this day. It was a clear night on Wednesday, about 7 or 8 p.m. My parents were a part of Pool League, so they were out that night. My brother was basically living with my cousin at the time too, so I was completely home alone with 3
I'm going
dogs,
to make
and
myself
what I strongly
peanut butter
believe was a
sandwich.
demon. I was sitting in my father's favorite chair. The chair
I'm
faced the
like
kitchen,
this close to
and I was a
forfeiting the
typical
fucking
teenager texting on my phone
match. I am
and
so
watching
hungry.
TV when I heard what sounded like the dogs getting into
focus
the
ass came in
garbage
clutch.
out in the darker than usual
Yeah,
kitchen.
fuck,
This was pretty common since our
fuck,
boxer
that's
Max
right,
liked to
that's
pull
right.
empty bottles from the trash if we didn't give them to him.
You can have a berry.
He likes to take
No way,
the
he
lids
doesn't.
off. He'd give the caps to our 2 chihuahuas to play with while he played with the bottle. I yelled for the dogs to get back into the living room and out of the trash. It didn't stop the sound of rustling trash bags, so I was about to get up and go out there. But I looked down and see Max laying in front of the TV while Scrappy and Koa, the chihuahuas, were curled on my mum's chair that faced the stairs. Sure, this spooked me a little, but I was used to this kind of thing. It became common for things to be the ghost if it wasn't the dogs. I did my best to ignore the sound and continued watching TV. However, my attention was snapped away when the light in that half of the divided living room started to dim and brighten repeatedly and fast. The feeling of being watched heightened around this time too.
Oh my
But
god,
again,
the light.
The being watched feeling was something I had gotten used to. I began texting
I don't know how you
my
can get
mum,
used to that.
asking
That's
how
scary.
much longer they were going to be out. She told me it wouldn't be too much longer, but I knew it wouldn't be until way later in the night. I continued to do my best to ignore it, but then it started to sound like someone was walking around upstairs in my room and in the hall.
Now that's like a squatter.
I was not about to go investigate on my own. As a huge fan of horror, I knew that this would be unwise. Once again, I texted my mum and this time told her that the ghost was acting up and that I was getting scared. Deciding that it was getting to be too much for me, I moved to the other half of the living room where the couch was to try and get away from whatever it was. I used to sleep on the couch, so it was already set up for me to hide under the covers. I called all 3 dogs with me as well as an attempt to keep us all safe. I really wish I could say that that was where the event ended and that my parents came home right then and there. Above the half of the living room I had moved into was my parents' bedroom. In their bedroom was a very heavy solid oak dresser and a just as heavy metal framed bed. I could hear what sounded like someone pushing around the dresser and bed. It sounded like someone was rearranging my parents' bedroom.
That was smart.
At this point, I could no longer ignore everything that was happening in the house. It honestly was as if the house was coming to life. And it was at that point I called my mum, demanding she come home, because something was very wrong and there was nothing I could do to make any of it stop.
Once you get rid of Reggie Lucky, that's it. Snorlax is just basically a
rearranging
big
your bedroom thing made her think someone might have broken in. But there's no way someone could have broken in and got up the stairs without me seeing them. Even if they did find a way onto the roof and into the house, I don't think they'd be quiet enough to make it undetected with 3 dogs. Either way, I had no other option than to try and hide and ignore it all. What felt like an eternity passed before my parents got home, and by the time they did, everything had stopped. Once in the door, my dad went upstairs.
Our
with my
stats
mum,
changed
and I
speed-wise.
closed behind.
So now we're faster.
We checked
Actually, we
every
might
room
be
on the
even
second
faster
floor,
than Reggie Lucky
only
itself.
to find no one there.
Oh, funnily enough.
Nothing
So that'll be a
had been
benefit to
changed
us.
or moved. Well, that was scary. But the events didn't stop there. The spectre wouldn't stop touching my mum's face one night. She said it felt like spider webs all over her and she couldn't get them off. My brother and mum were home one day, and my brother said, "There's nothing actually here, right?" To which the thing responded by opening a kitchen cupboard and then closing it. Another night, my mum had woken up from sleeping on her chair that faced the stairs. She thought Coco was coming down the stairs, so she called for him to come and join her, but the dog was already on her lap. When she looked up, the shadow coming down the stairs was gone. Every morning at 2:30 a.m., the bathroom door upstairs would open or close. This is still unexplained because it was over carpet and it took a lot of force to open or close. My grandmother had given me a doll that would rock in a circle and play music, but you had to wind it up first. One day I was just chilling in my room, minding my own business.
In the room?
Playing on its own. The attic window would open on its own too, and we never
No,
used
I
it.
had a cousin's
We
house.
never used it to the point my
That
brother
was said to
pushed
be
his dresser
haunted.
in front of the door, like I said before.
What area?
He did it to make sure the door would stop rattling. I was relaxing in the living room one night, and the mudroom door was swaying, and me, being an annoying teen, shouted, "Could you please stop with the door?" And it stopped. My mum also demanded it leave us and the dogs alone, and she heard a very clear, loud single knock upstairs.
Just
Things were
bunker and see what the
quiet
fuck
for a
happens at this
while
point.
until the other side of the house was getting renovated, and then it came back worse than before. My dad was coming down the stairs one day, and it looked like he got pushed. He tried to catch himself, but he slid down the stairs and sliced his foot open on the radiator at the bottom.
Fuck!
I
Oh
mean,
my...
It could have been worse, I guess.
Gee, how did it... That... No
I was
way!
just relaxing on the couch when my sleeping dog was thrown off the chair across the room with so much
How'd you
force,
slice
he
your
was spun
fucking
around
leg on
facing the
that?
chair just
It's
as
a
he was
fucking
sleeping.
this thick bar,
He
right?
landed on the floor right in front of the couch. The chair was rocking so fast and hard, I'm surprised it didn't flip. The poor dog was so scared he hid behind the toilet on the back porch. We took him out the house for a few hours, and when he got home, he hid again. My dog also used to stare and follow things that were not there. Things would go missing too. Shortly after moving in, I would hear a voice saying my name quietly and a lot.
I would have
usually in
moved
the
out.
kitchen,
I would have told my
almost as
mom,
if it
hey,
were a
let's move
whisper.
out.
The first week after we moved in, we heard what sounded like glass breaking, but it sounded like it was outside, so we called the cops and they looked around to find nothing. I later went to use the bathroom and found the glass around the light bulb had shattered in
Whoa,
the sink.
fuck!
And
Okay.
not a shard of glass anywhere else. This is
Well, and
impossible,
whoever's watching,
because
if you want
there
to
were
choose the
4 lights
video,
above the sink,
I'll leave it up.
stretching far enough across that the first and last bulb were not over the sink at all. The last bulb should have hit the toilet if it fell, but like I said, it was the only glass around the bulb. The metal was still intact and turned on. This was the first sign of there being something wrong. My whole...
Okay, we'll continue that. What is it called? The Wicked Gods. Blessing. Theme that is man. Mad God, I don't care what it's called. Oh, what's this one? Oh God's Tempest, yeah, that's when you find him. I'll be back right now. Okay, so I'm back. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Nobody said anything? Dang. There we go. So we'll watch an extra video. Yeah. I don't know the tech. Yeah. Let's go back to the stories, right?
Family fell into a depression while living
I
there.
want, you know, my viewers
Fighting with each
to
other.
choose my video, right?
It was never like this before we moved into that house.
Well,
sure, we all had our problems. But it was like that house escalated very negative energy. My dad.
You know, here, oh yeah. Oh my god. Has the Elgato music always been on? It just randomly turned on its own. What the fuck? I am a firm believer that sometimes the place where you inhabit, in other words, the place you live at, if you don't like it because you feel oppressed in it, you need to do something about that, because whether it be move out of there or try to make it slash claim it into your own place, right? Because that's not a good way to live, man. I'll tell you what, in the next few years, I'm probably gonna move out. Well, and help my parents move out of this house too. Because my parents and me, for example, you know, we're already like, damn, this house is like super old. She's given all she could, right? But fuck, I would hate to be in a house that feels like you're just being watched. It feels negative. It feels oppressive. That would feel fucking horrible.
Tried to end his own life while living there. I tried to do the same.
Oh my god.
And my brother straight up left. And I know my mum was
Hello,
giving up
Bun
too,
the Bun Bunny.
she just wanted
Welcome.
to leave everything and go.
I'm just playing Pokemon, listening to scary stories.
That house.
I haven't decided what video to watch, so if you want to decide for me, you can.
Tore my family apart.
The next 3 times I lose, I'll leave it up to chat again.
This happened when I was about 4 or 5.
Welcome. It's supposed to be a scary stream, but then I kind of gave up.
Always said that my grandma's house was haunted. You could hear footsteps and whispers.
Because I sound like a broken record talking about the same topics.
And would get a heavy oppressive.
It's a scary video, yeah, any.
So
whether it be like
all of the older
the only thing is like you can't be like a movie, like you can't watch it. And maybe under 20 minutes, just cause like You know, it's 11. I'm planning on going till maybe like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Depends on how I feel in like an hour. But yeah, those are my only requirements, really.
Went to hang out, and my parents took my grandma to run errands, so it was only me and my aunt and uncle at home. They were cleaning the backyard, and I was playing with toys in the dirt. For whichever reason,
How was your day?
I
like asking people how their days
went
were.
inside and went into the back room,
My
which
day,
was my
I'll be
grandma's
honest.
at the time. As
I just wanted to
stood
sleep
there,
some
I
more.
remember that heavy feeling starting to creep in.
But because I had a long,
there was a
long
big
week.
window that I looked out into the backyard, and I decided to go to it.
And I could have been
As I
a
moved
bit
the
more
curtain,
productive, but I don't care.
could see this really old trailer that sat in the backyard that was used for storage.
I'd rather just stay here playing
the
video games.
doorway would have only been
And worry about
5
my
feet from the window.
college homework.
As I looked out, I immediately noticed a figure in the doorway of the trailer. It filled most of the doorway. It was dressed in a long black dress with like a turtleneck. The dress being
Well, I follow someone
super
from
black.
YouTube called Crypt TV.
I don't think I've ever seen such a pure
He's
black
so
in my
scary.
life. It had a bald, round, wrinkly head.
Crypt TV, they sound so fucking familiar. Hold on. I just stopped the fucking thing. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, the Nothing Matter, whatever the heck it's called. Yeah, I know which channel it is.
Think of the
what are you eating?
from Harry
I'm just
Potter.
eating a sandwich.
And
I'm
the
a
hands
college
and
student,
the
right?
Long, sharp talons.
I live with
all the skin of this
because
thing
I live near
really
my campus.
Sickly. This shade of
Shit!
green, and it just stood
Well, yeah,
naturally
you know,
staring
living the
back
poor
at me.
student life.
Then it began to shake
I'm
its
doing
head and
nice.
index finger, as
Oh,
if
bro,
to say,
same.
no, like you'd tell a little kid.
Well, currently, because the truth is, like,
it slid out of view.
I'm supposed
and
to.
the
Here's the
heavy
thing.
feeling lifted.
Starting this year,
I
I'm
don't
supposed to
recall
start
what
getting
I
my
did after
scholarships.
that,
I'm in
but I
like my
don't remember
second to
feeling
last year.
scared. More confused.
So next
I
year
would
is my
say.
last year.
I had forgotten about the event until years and years passed, when the siblings were sitting
Well, no,
around
that's amazing.
reminiscing after
No,
my
I
grandma
feel you.
passed,
I feel
and
you.
my sister said
Some days,
she remembered seeing something similar. She said she...
I'm so fucking stupid. I went to Bank of America the other day. Not the other day, like 3 years ago at this point, right? And I was like, no, I want the debit card where you have to have the $20, otherwise I get fucked over. You know what I mean? Medical school. I could do this for years. No, I feel you.
saw a woman in a long red dress.
I also have to go to like,
pumpkin for a
well,
head.
because here's the thing. I'm actually a computer engineer, but I'm thinking of maybe doing grad school, so that's like another 4 years or 8 years, depending on what happens. But yeah, I feel you.
In or around Grandma's house.
I'm so confused.
My
What's happening?
Emily owned a house on Glenwood Avenue.
If you're doing bad,
She was fairly well off.
I'm a computer engineer.
Let my mum
I got a scholarship.
to her house when she was 4
I got into the McNair's program. I don't know if you know that. And I have a 2.9 GPA.
I'm going to try to make this as easy to understand as possible to who is who. So I'm going to lay out
That's all you need to know about me. So bad at math. I'm bad at math. I just forget it. Have you taken Calc 3 yet?
Chris and James. She was married
Or is people in your field not required to take it?
Sandy, Lee, and Greg. These are all events that my mum and Grandma Pat both separately told me throughout my life. I'm 22 now.
I'm playing this game so bad. Oh my god.
Years. I've been hearing these stories for a while. I'm thinking
Don't
it's
even
time
remember?
to
Okay.
share these experiences.
Because like, I swear to God, I hate what I'm doing.
To give a bit of information about my great-grandma Emily when she lived there.
In Calc 3.
She told my grandma
Because
that
only
she
one
was
thing is important to engineers.
in the house when she was in bed.
Computer engineers and electrical engineers.
Walked over her and she had no animals.
No, not garage. What is it called? It's called the Laplace transform. That's the only concept from that Calc 3 that it's important. Every other thing I've been learning in Calc 3 has been like, use Lagrange method to fucking solve some weird ass constraint. And I'm like, what?
They would tease her about how a witch lived there
I'm like, nobody wants to fucking solve a fucking watermelon looking shape.
My mum brushed it off, thinking they were trying to scare her.
And God knows what you're trying to find, like maximum temperature or whatever. Like nobody's trying to do that unless you're a mechanical engineer. Like get out of here.
My mum said they would be so scared.
Blow up like the penguin right now.
And Sandy
Make like the penguin.
Flicked on the light and moved the toys around in the closet.
I fucking hate this, dude. I swear. But like, I'm taking 8 classes too, which is a lot. So that's why I'm thinking that way. But otherwise, I'm like pretty well off.
My mum told me that they
What about Whimsicott? What happened?
leading to the staircase. And that
Oh wait, did like Whimsicott like get red carded? That could have been another thing.
one night my grandma Pat was waiting for
College? I don't. I want to continue. I have 1 more year basically. Even if I fail this year, I still could do like most of it during summer.
She sat up to get a drink of water and had her feet on the floor, and something grabbed her.
But like, you know, here's the thing. Here's the thing, and I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not. Well, you can quit if you want to. You know what I mean? But like, it all depends on circumstance, you know. Because like, the last thing you want to do, because I just got done saying this. You know, I would hate to live in a place. No. But like, listen up. I'm not going to. Nice. That's good. But like, you know, think about it too. If you do not want to work in the field you're currently at, you know, just maybe change fields or maybe just quit and, you know, find your own way and path if you want. Because like, I give this example right now, maybe a few seconds ago, minutes. But I would hate to be at a place or live at a place where I just felt oppressed, hated, or whatever else, right? Like, you know, like I was being watched. Like these ghost story videos keep on saying. Likewise, I would hate to be in a career where I knew maybe I was unable to move up in, or even like just was known to be, or rather, just seen as somebody that like can't do much, you know. I would hate that, or even like, you know, hey, just like getting a degree that maybe I won't even use. I would hate to be in either any of those situations. Luckily, I think a computer engineering degree is gonna serve me for something, maybe.
I asked my grandma about.
But I don't know. Oh shit! I shouldn't use serve.
Same thing. My grandma also told me that she'd seen
Use
large
nuzzle.
figures in the home multiple times. I just got off the phone with my grandma to try and get everything as accurate as possible.
But yeah, it'd be horrible.
Much time because she was
for
at
me.
work, but she did tell me
If I was in a situation where like I'm like, fuck, I hate my major, or fuck, I hate this.
things in the kitchen a lot, like large black figures.
What year are you in, by the way?
She said that my mom would too. To the point
Like I said, I'm basically a junior, right? I need 3 more semesters, hopefully, because it's just this semester, next semester that I'm packing 8 classes, and then my last 2 years are 4 and 4, or 5 and 6 and 4 or something.
Which was when she was grabbed from under the bed. She said something grabbed her by.
So I know some people do like pre-med, then they get into medical school, and that takes forever. 3 more years. Nice.
She also said that her son James had seen
Like undergrad or like I'd assume graduate is like med school, right?
But after things got physical with her and it grabbed her ankle, she got out of there for her own good.
Yeah.
She also said that renters wouldn't stop moving out of the house very quickly until someone purchased it.
You know, it's something with the house that's wrong. Like I feel like there's like a gas leak in the house, causing people to go crazy.
15, my mum told me about this again because it was so scary and interesting to me. I would have my mum retell me everything that happened in the house all the time.
Fuck. Yeah, I wish you luck though. All that. He's like, I'd assume it's just a lot of studying. So I know for me,
I found that right down the street,
that's like half the case, half not. I still have some leeway, just because a lot of the stuff is kind of building up on each other.
I'm not sure if it has any correlation with the house, but I just.
But I assume like in medical school, it's like, oh, you got to learn about this system, the digestive system, the muscle system, or specific systems that you're interested in, right?
Which is a rural area just south of Monterrey.
Yeah, that's
Mexico.
one.
When I was a little girl, we
Yeah.
always had legends of the witches in the wild. Don't go out alone. Don't stay.
Yeah, so like the video you said, right?
The witches will come and take you away.
Las
My
brujas te
mom
van a
would
llevar.
tell me
And that's
and
what he
my
said.
brother Armando every day. Mama would not let me or Armando go
Yeah.
anywhere
So,
unless it was both of us.
what was I gonna say? Is there a specific video there you wanted me to watch?
When we
Hopefully, I
chose
haven't watched them all.
we were not well off with money,
Cause like,
so we had to
I
wait.
am somebody that is
When Armando and I
what's
got
the
down
term?
working the fields, Mama would
Permanently
let us play
online.
until it was
I've been
nighttime.
for the last.
Sometimes we would play tag with
What
our
years
friends.
is it? 10, 11 years?
Chase us around or
I've
take us exploring
pretty
the
much
woods.
been in every
The
corner of
exploring
YouTube.
was fun
I remember when there
because we
used
got
to be
spend
Pornhub
money,
ads
but we also
when you
saw
could
the
find porn
occult
and
huts
shit.
where the witches lived
Oh my god, then there's like the Bible nuts on there.
because they were weird and would constantly do
Oh,
something
it's
magical
horrible.
to themselves.
Horrible in the areas that I've been.
One day, Armando and I were
Just pick
playing
one.
alone.
Yeah, I'll pick one.
Papa was tired from working on the field all day,
Armando.
and Mama was making supper. We
Okay.
went to the woods.
We'll watch
and started to explore, but we went too deep.
Pasta still skip.
I cried.
So we'll do this in waves of
but
2,
nobody heard us, so
right? So the next time I lose,
After
that'll
a
be the
while,
second video, right?
an old lady heard us and said,
Actually, not the next time.
"Help us."
The next 2 times I lose, that'll be the next video. So that'll be 2 videos that
"You're
we'll
gonna
watch.
take us away," yelled Armando.
Okay, so let's see.
No, mijo.
Let's watch Emoji Head. That one seems fucking interesting.
I cried and told Armando that I wanted to go home. So
Oh my god, what is this, a novela?
told the lady to help us.
Armando, ayúdame!
After a while, she took us to a house we didn't know, but said Mama and Papa were inside, so we went. Without thinking, we went in, and the lady suddenly grabs us and starts carrying us, screaming, into another room. She threw us in and locked the door. Armando kept banging on it and yelling to let us go, and I just cried and cried. It was quite quiet.
What's
but
going
I
on in the
thought
story?
I kept heard her saying, "Glory to God. He has given me pure blood of the innocent. With this, I'm gonna seek my revenge against those who have done things to me in the past."
Oh, so
I don't
she's gonna want to
exactly remember how much
sacrifice.
time passed because I was tired after crying for so long. According to Papa,
sorry
we
about
were not home, so he went around town looking for us until he came into the woods to look. He said he stopped at the house where
What's
we
there?
were
Wait,
because something.
like that story
made
with
him
the
look
witch
there.
that like
When Papa called out to the house inside, the witch
basically
kept yelling at him to go
feeds
away.
the kids like
He said
candy
he
stuff.
thought he heard
It's not
Armando,
Rapunzel, right?
so he broke in to look around.
Hansel and
He
Gretel
found
or
us
something.
and said he heard banging, which
I'm
showed
going to
him
head
where
to
we
bed.
were.
I hope I have a.
When he found us, he hugged us and took us away, telling her
Yeah, I hope
that
you have a
if
good
he
day
ever
too.
saw her near the
Yeah.
house again or the kids,
He's like, what was it? I'm gonna
Mama
be
was
streaming
crying
till like
so
1,
hard when we saw
probably.
her
Or 2.
that it made me cry again.
Yeah,
Papa
thank you
yelled at
though
us
for giving
being
by.
dumb and going out so
And
far,
hopefully see you next
and
time. If
Armando
not,
just licked
yeah.
the floor.
Hope you have a good day.
After
Yeah.
that, Mama didn't let us go
Yeah.
out anymore.
Thank you so much for
without
coming
her
by.
or Papa
See you
until we
later.
were teenagers. Every day I thank God for not letting me and
Mama,
Armando getting to more danger.
Thank you for following, by the way.
I do not
It's been
know
a while
what the witch wanted to do to us,
since I've had that.
but I don't think I want to know.
Thank you again.
Either.
And again, I wish you a good day. It is late
Hey
in
guys,
America.
it's Mort here, and thank you so much for listening. I hope you enjoyed the witch stories tonight. It was a request by one of the mods and Patreons I have called Pastel Witch.
Also, I don't know if you guys hear that
over
again.
on our Discord server. If you're
The sound
interested
effect
in
is glitched
chatting
out
and
on
chilling in Discord,
OBS.
the link
It
is
rings
in the
twice.
description. It's
Yeah.
a quiet place, but you know, I'm sometimes there if you want to stick around and chat and stuff.
God, he sounds so. What's the term? Like shy. Like, can you please come in here? Rightfully so. If you want to do that, go do that, right? Yeah. Next up is Creep McPasta on I Tried to Astral Project. This creepypasta.
Observation period before she was
Like I said, it's a bunch of repeating topics. I already covered creepypastas. Just most of the gaming ones, at least. There were some that weren't.
I felt a wave of sadness and confusion wash over me. Erin was
But they were like
16,
brushed
and small
quickly,
for a
like
age.
Jack the Ripper, blah blah blah
child
blah,
which
or
I'd
Jack the Ripper.
just
I mean
meant
Jack,
to
whatever
count.
the fuck his name is.
And when she
Island's
looked
Jack
up,
or whatever.
her expression wasn't that of a hardened killer or a
This is some
deranged
crazy
monster.
shit
It was
the last few
of
weeks.
a frightened and fragile young girl.
It's like, you know, there's a lot of topics that
of a hostile
repeat. A
world.
lot of the messages,
And yet,
themes, and stuff
according
across
to what I've
this.
been told,
You know, as English teachers like to say, nothing's original. Everything borrows stuff from
a two-story house in a pleasant neighborhood outside
from a source of origin.
The yard was always cut.
Shakespeare borrows stuff from, you know, the Greeks. The Greeks, maybe some of the Greek stuff, right? Greek tragedies and stuff like that. But maybe there's also stuff from like the Bible.
They report to the children acting out at school. Nothing other than a break-in.
I think there is though. The more I think about it, I think it is his Greek place that he borrows.
And abuse was a common catalyst in these kinds of scenarios, but only one of many.
And, you know, we use ice cubes
through talking to Erin.
But yeah, that's basically internet culture.
Terrible
we think something's new, but it's not. It's just failed in a different name. NFTs, Ponzi schemes, you know.
Period for her safety. It was
Same
also
thing.
part of the ongoing investigation. That, while I wasn't law enforcement,
wait,
we talked about wouldn't be privileged and might be used against her later on.
I'm just kidding. I just said
she talked to her appointed lawyer and guardian about it already, and she was ready to answer any questions I had.
Oh, so is this guy's voice
we
so low?
Initial rapport building and introductory questions, and Erin was cooperative enough. She was still skittish acting, her eyes frequently darting to the walls before lighting back on me for a few moments as I asked my next question.
Is it psychic steel or psychic fire? I don't remember.
I took her through initial questions about her family, who they had been, where they worked, how she had gotten along with them. Erin grew very sad during this part, sniffling and pausing frequently without ever shutting down or refusing to answer.
No, so Galeo's never a fire type.
This idea
or was never
carefully threading away through a canyon of guilt and pain and bad memories. Though whether she was recalling the murders themselves or something that precipitated them, I couldn't say. Still, when I asked the opening, non-suggestive questions related to any kind of abuse, there was no indication of reluctance or defensiveness or lying. Just a soft no. Nothing like that. No one has ever hurt me like that. I could be wrong, but I believed her. So, I decided to try a different approach. Rather than drill down into the murders themselves, what she remembered, could she explain what had happened and why? I simply asked what else she wanted to tell me.
This is an astral projection story. What the
details
fuck?
that portion of my conversation.
Or rather, creepypasta, but like.
So, Erin, part of my job is getting answers to certain questions, but I also want to know what you have to say. So let's take a break from me quizzing you, okay? What do you want to tell me? Anything at all about whatever you like? Something that's on your mind, or important, or that you think I need to know? This won't be your only chance to tell me stuff during our interview, of course, but I'm interested in hearing what you want to talk about. I'm gonna grab a drink while you think about it.
Just so we get fast.
No, thank you. Okay, honey, I'll be right back. That's better. Any thoughts on what you'd like to tell me?
Oh, okay, so I had a plan. What if I dressed up as a Mex?
Help you understand, but it's true.
Because like, get it, because I'm like Hispanic. My parents are from Mexico.
Go ahead. I've never tried astral.
No, I have a feeling if I did,
I heard of it.
Somebody out there would be like, "What the fuck, bro? What are you dressed up?"
Hugo, he was always the one really into that stuff. He would try to do seances.
No, I'm just being. This is finding a way to be fucking stupid.
He tried to do a spell a couple of times.
Imagine if I was like,
sure, but I never believed any of it. It was just to make him happy because, you know, he was my friend. Sure. And did he get you to try?
Imagine if I was like that. Like, holy shit.
This was like a month ago. We were up in his room. His mom wasn't home, which is the only reason.
Oh no, that's like 1 HP.
We weren't hooking up or anything. I think maybe he likes me a little, but we aren't like that. I don't like him like that. Okay, I understand. But he's my friend, and when he told me about this new book he'd read,
really, I'm missing out on all the plot points in this story.
Kind of cool. Almost just like meditation or something, right? Something real instead of the ghost stuff he was usually into. And when he asked me if
I'm into ghost stuff.
I said yes. So we laid down on the floor of his room, side by side, but not
Hey,
touching.
So Galileo.
Talked to me, told me what to picture, what words to repeat in my head. Said that I didn't need to concentrate, that the book said it wasn't about holding on, it was about letting go. At first, I just felt sleepy, but then I felt something kind of shift, like my brain wasn't my
This guy is going like, if you all don't know who Chaos is, he's this guy. He's this guy from Skylanders. In the Skylanders show, he astral projects into this big head, right? My guy is literally like, it's said to let go. Now I'm falling asleep. Oh, he's gonna have a big ass head come out of his fucking forehead because he's astral projecting.
My brain anymore, or like it wasn't made of meat anymore.
You're gonna be like,
just steam.
I'm Chaos.
Thinking my thoughts as I went down. Because that was the thing.
I see.
It wasn't like a lot of those videos I'd watched, or things Hugo told me. It wasn't floating above my body, or flying through the ceiling to go travel somewhere.
He's a big ass head.
Deeper inside myself. Oh, that's what it felt
like.
Like.
I'm gonna be making fun of these stories and their plot points sometimes.
Okay? And I'd somehow opened the door and found a house on the other side. Some huge secret house that was built up like a regular house.
Like a regular house is what you found.
It was built down, and it went on for a long, long way.
I saw blood. Hyper realistic blood. You don't understand me. I saw blood. Like red blood. Oh, that could be shrinking down too. I saw blood and it was horrendous, right? I'm like, what he's doing? I saw a big house, like a secret house. Like it was a normal house, but it was just big.
Like seeing it, but kind of like feeling it too. Maybe like how bats feel stuff with their sonar. I don't know. But I could tell I was going downstairs to a lower floor, and then another, and then another. The rooms were all empty and dark, but I could still see. And I wasn't scared, just curious and excited, because I could tell this wasn't just my imagination. I was really doing something, really going somewhere. I went down and down, and the rooms started to get weirder. The walls were wrong-shaped, and the floors would seem longer or shorter than they should be. I started to find doors that would close, where they'd all been open, and it got
I always
harder and
forget if
harder
I
to
say
push
that.
through. Still, I was determined. This was all really cool and special, and it made me feel really happy because it made me feel special too. I know this all sounds dumb, but I'm telling the truth. I trust you, Erin. I don't think it's dumb at all. Go on, please. Okay, thanks. So I get to the point where the rooms are moving some. Like, the walls change places, and corners don't stay where they were. And sometimes it feels like I'm in something alive. Like the rooms are breathing around me.
Okay, one more time, and then there's another scary video.
I have this idea that I'm close to finding something really important. So, I keep going. That's when I find the green door.
Bingo!
Everything else had been kind of grey.
Didn't imagine going through a green door with you.
No colours.
Say bingo!
Or maybe it was just because it was all so dark. But that door wasn't dark.
This guy.
I could see it from across.
He's gonna be like, I was Yugi in the Millennium Puzzle, walking down the stairs.
Come here.
Then I saw him. The green door. Doesn't he go through a door and then escape from the Millennium Puzzle? Or is something, this is like a plot point or something like that for like one episode with that, right?
But this one was all carved and polished with a big brass knob, and in the middle of the door was a picture. It was carved into the wood, and it kept changing as I watched.
Oh my god, he saw the picture of Jesus onto the basically cast onto like a piece of wood and then cast onto a piece of toast.
And afraid at the same time. And when I grabbed the knob, it was hot in my hand. Hot enough.
Yeah, I'm
I was afraid
terminally
it would
online.
burn me if I wasn't quick. So I turned it. The door opened, and I went on through. I wasn't in the house now. The floor was.
I didn't even know where I was gonna go with that. I just said, "I'm fucking." I sounded.
In front of me.
Something's up.
Maybe it was a cave.
Oh yeah, because I'm waiting. That's what I was gonna say. I'm
It went
waiting.
on for a long time.
The servers
I felt
suck.
like I'd been walking for hours by then, but I wasn't tired, and I wanted to see what was next. I started to see light ahead. I was close to, I think it was a field. A field that was bright and blue with red grass and white trees that grew in every direction, up and down, side to side, weaving through each other as they went. Except they weren't just trees, they were buildings. This was some huge, beautiful city, some kind of impossible place.
Let's start up again. No.
I felt this pure kind of.
No.
Sounds cheesy, but it was joy. Joy and like longing. like I'd finally found something really special and true. I was about to start running toward it when I stopped. There was a noise behind me.
Oh my god, it was a
Something had
demon.
moved somewhere in the dark. I could feel myself starting to panic as I turned around.
The thing was, okay, so I gotta explain a few concepts in like astral projection.
Coins.
There's I don't think he anchored himself. With that, I'm no specialist. I don't do this shit. I don't lucid dream. I don't do none of that because like, why? It's like a form of meditating, and these people fucking make it out to seem like you're gonna get fucking taken over by some extraterrestrial other dimension fucking worm computer virus thing, right? Like seriously, all it is like a form of meditation, or like you, because you feel like the world is out of your control. You control your dreams. That's all it is, right? And it helps you kind of like steal yourself, right? That's all it is. But like these guys are like, you gotta anchor yourself. If you don't see the yellow thread, you're gonna get hunted by demons, aliens, and they're gonna come and visit your house, and then they're gonna pick you up, and I don't know where you're gonna go. You're just gonna disappear, and you're gonna be replaced by a doppelganger. And that doppelganger is actually gonna be a shadow person from this inverted shadow world. You know what I mean? They're gonna say some bullshit like that in that tone and in that mannerism. It's fucking weird, and they write essays on fucking astral projection.
Draining me of that happiness and hope. I couldn't move, but the darkness moved around me.
Oh my god. No, but the point is that like it's all in a dreamlike state, right? It's like the darkness here is supposed to represent like
I didn't know what it was.
Basically not knowing what's in not knowing what other
I think it's like this little
not knowing what's in the future, right? And obviously out of that come out like demons and stuff like that.
But he still knew to be afraid of them. Like he could smell
they tried to
how
like
it was.
basically
I could tell how bad this
you know,
was. So
take control of your life. They tried to grab you.
Running there wasn't like real
control
running.
you and stuff. That's all it is.
Faster than I went down. Too fast. And I could feel that thing behind me.
And like yeah, so you anchor yourself. You're supposed to see this thread. And then you just walk, you just see stuff. You're supposed to, it's almost supposed to be like psychedelic or hallucinogenic of an experience, right?
I understand.
But it differs from person to person and you know, stuff like that.
I was back in Hugo's bedroom. He was sitting on his bed with a worried look on his face. He told me that the astral projection stuff hadn't worked for him. He tried it for a few minutes before giving up, but I'd been laying there for nearly 2 hours. At first, he thought I'd just gone to sleep, but when he couldn't wake me, he'd gotten scared, but was also worried about waking me up if I really was doing it. Said he was giving me a few more minutes, and then he was going to try wake me again before calling someone for help. He laughed when he said that last bit. He wasn't joking. Not about any of it. He asked me what had happened, what I had seen, but I told him I needed to think about it first, and then we could talk. Hugo didn't push it, though I could tell he wanted to. Now that he saw I was okay, he was getting more excited again, and he was disappointed in attending. I needed to head home, because I wasn't okay. I remembered all that I just told you, and my heart was still beating like I was being chased by that thing with the glittering eyes.
This was a shadow person or whatever, a demon, I don't even know.
And even then,
this ghost had even tried to like repossess a
Hugo
body.
kept texting to check on me and see if I was willing to share what had happened yet.
And there's like other realms, dimensions, and there's so much bullshit to that.
After a week, I changed my mind about telling him about it too. I just lied and said I didn't remember anything.
Fuck!
But I must have just fallen
Ooh,
asleep.
I was not expecting that.
Was there any reason in particular that you chose not to tell Hugo what you'd seen? Yeah. I started to see holes in the walls. Just little things at first. Little red, rotten spots, like a cold sore or an ingrown hair. But on the wall. Not a particular wall. It might be at school, in the locker, or on the side of my house, or in my bedroom. But it would be there. This little raw, bumpy hole that I could tell no one else could see or touch. And every day, it got bigger.
So, cataracts?
I don't know.
What are we seeing?
But after a month, I saw the hole somewhere almost everywhere I went. Not always in the same spot, but always somewhere around. It was following me, and it was getting bigger. the
This
edges of it
person has
looked
an eye
cracked now,
condition.
like it was
I am
bleeding or dying,
convinced.
and there were little bubbles of white all along that rotten part that would move a little, not like the way the rooms breathed. This was a wrong feeling, a little sick shudder that made my brain hurt when I saw those pus bags, or whatever, start to shift. It got to a point I was afraid to look around much, and I was so tired by that point, I found myself falling asleep randomly, losing time. She looked up from the table, her eyes red and her lips pressed thin as she met my gaze. And then one night, I woke up covered in blood. My parents' blood. Jake's blood. Her face began to crumple. I think I'm done now. Nodding silently, I reached out and patted her arm. I wanted to comfort her. Her story wasn't true, of course. Some fantasy she had constructed to cope with the horrors of what she had done and
That's right. Get her. Get her. Don't sympathize with her. She's fucking lying. That's right.
experienced. But I had little doubt that she believed it herself. Whatever crime she had committed, she was a very disturbed girl who needed treatment. And when I left the interview room, I was determined to help her get it. The next day, I got the call that she had killed herself.
Oh, fuck. Okay, that doesn't look like a situation. So...
That was nearly 3 years ago.
Oh, wow.
A day hasn't gone by that I don't think about Erin and feel a measure of guilt.
Yeah.
Questioning if I could have done something different that might have helped me. Wondering if there was some missing puzzle piece that would give the whole thing shape and make more sense. Then I got a call from Bill Burke. Bill had been the primary investigator on the Galt case. He was a good cop and a good man, and having worked with him on several cases over the years, I had a sense of how deeply disturbed he was by everything that had turned out with Erin.
That was parting shot, right?
It had been over a year since we'd last talked, and when he called,
Some
I
deep
assumed
off
it was about a new
ability
case.
attack.
No, nothing like that. I actually retired last week. In fact, that's why I'm calling you now. I wanted to call before, but I told myself there was no sense in putting my job at risk. No one here wanted to hear what I had to say, and I worried that telling you might only stir things back up again. I knew what he was talking about without him saying. This is about Erin Galt, isn't it? I could feel his weariness as he sighed into the phone. Yeah, well, I know I told you some details of what happened before you went
Was the
into the
criminal a
interview with him,
guy or what?
but I had some more ideas I kept to myself. Some of that was confirmed the next week when we got the autopsy reports back. Okay, like what? He cleared his throat uncomfortably. Like, only one of the Galts was killed in their sleep. Her little brother Jake had his throat slit, and based on the injury, the arterial spray in the room, and the lack of defensive wounds, it's likely he never woke up. Damn, well, I guess that's better than the alternative. Yeah, I guess it is. But the doctor also said that both of the parents had been stabbed multiple times in the neck and chest, with additional defensive wounds in their hands and arms. The dad died in the hallway, the mom in the master bedroom behind the locked door that had been broken in. Oh God. I know, but that's not all. The blood spray on the walls. A crime scene guy thinks that they were standing up when they were trying to fight her off, and were still standing when they started getting stabbed. Okay. The significance of this to me is that the stab wounds were all at a downward angle. Now Rex Gaunt was a 6-foot-tall, 250-pound man. Clarice Gaunt was 5'7" and weighed about 150. Yet somehow, this little 90-pound girl that was barely 4'5" managed to not only overpower them when they were fighting, but stab them like she was taller than they were.
Okay, that's interesting.
I felt my mouth going dry. Oh no. So you think she didn't do it? Someone else was in the house? I felt tears in the corner of my eyes. Damn, that poor girl, No, I think she did it. At least, in a manner of speaking. She was covered in their blood. The 2 knives only had her fingerprints, and there's no trace of any other person being in that house.
So Wally's not gonna die to this.
Maybe so, but if what you're saying is true, how could she possibly... I know. I thought the same thing. Even after after Erin was dead, I still went through all the evidence, went back to the crime scene, subpoenaed phone records, the whole 9 yards. I was already getting static for wasting resources on a closed case, but I didn't care. I was half convinced from the autopsy report that someone else had done the killings, and I wasn't about to let it go until I was sure one way or the other. His voice had grown rough with emotion.
Alright, so there's another video I'm
It took
watching.
a few days, but I finally got a disc in the mail with cloud video from the gaunt streaming security cameras. They'd put 2 outside and 1 inside after a break-in a couple of years
what a
earlier,
coincidence, right?
and my hope was that it would give me the proof I needed.
I don't
to
know
show
of
what
anybody
really
that
happened
has
the
fucking
night of the
security cameras
murders.
in their freaking house.
Did it? You tell me. I just sent you a link to the cloud folder I uploaded it to. Can't you just tell me? I don't know if I want to watch it, and I won't even know what I'm looking for. You'll know. I showed it to my boss, and those assholes saw it too. They just don't want to admit it or deal with it. Told me to turn over everything and get back to work on my active cases. I did, but I kept a copy too. Maybe just so I could do this. Share it with you, so I wasn't the only guy who knew what happened that night. Just go check your email, Paul. I went to say more, but he had already hung up. I've recorded this account for my own records and to put my own thoughts down, but also so it can be shared someday. I've tried to recall everything accurately, and I think for the most part, I've done a good job. My memory of the video, which I've now watched dozens of times, is perhaps the clearest of my memories, and yet it is also the one clouded with emotions, confusion, sadness.
So,
most of all,
okay, when you say that, that just undermines your credibility.
So, I'll end this account with my
I hate to say
what I observed in that video, free of any editing or follow-up commentary. I've had no luck reaching Bill again, and my own speculations are just that. The flailings of a desperate mind wanting to apply reason to the impossible, trying to shut doors that have already been left open far too long. So, I'll leave it to you, the listener, to draw your own conclusions for what I'm about to describe. The video is from the interior security camera, which has apparently been positioned in a high corner of what looks like the gaunt's living room. The living room is dark, but the house has an open floor plan, and the camera also shows a large kitchen lit by a single light over the sink. No people are visible at first, and overall, the scene is still. Then, Erin enters from the right, wearing a white t-shirt and blue shorts. She enters from the dark of the living room, so at first, it's hard to notice how strange she seems. Parts of her body are blocked by furniture and shadow, and it isn't until she passes into the kitchen that I can see her head is lolling to one side, as though she's asleep or unconscious. Despite this, she makes her way over to the kitchen counter and pulls 2 large knives from the butcher's block. Blade pointed down in each upheld hand, her silhouette looks like a drowsing praying mantis as she glides back toward the right on a path to exit the kitchen for some other room or hallway. It's at this point that I notice the smoothness of emotion, and a moment later that I am able to see her lower legs and feet for the first time. My panicked thought is that she is somehow walking on tiptoe, like a ballerina, but I pause and rewind it several times. And no, her feet aren't touching the ground at all. Judging from the height of things around her and her own shadow, she looks to be floating about a foot off the ground, her motion forward smooth and seamless, even as her head rolls and her arms lift.
If the ghost did the murder, or whatever it was, right? Demon, astral projection, being, interdimensional visitor, whatever the fuck it's called, right? Yeah. It's like, wouldn't you just not want to, like, show any proof that you exist? In other words, just, if you had the power to control somebody like that, wouldn't you just do that to the family, just control them all, do some fucking other wicked shit? It's just weird.
Sway in a strange, almost boneless fashion. It was that incongruity that caught my attention after the initial shock and fear wore off. That was what led me to have the video cleaned up further by a friend of mine. She complimented whoever had done the special effects, said that even after studying it, she wasn't sure how they'd done it. I just thanked her and hung up the phone. The enhanced video was clearer, but no less disturbing. I could see finer detail now.
I don't think any special effects person is gonna say, "Wow, the special effects are great." They're gonna be like, "What the fuck did you send me?"
Despite the girl's feet being free off the floor, or the slight rustle of a shirt's fabric and compression of her skin in a dozen places along her arms and legs and torso, as though she was being carried along by some unseen thing. Her limbs worked like a marionette as she drifted toward the night that would end her family, her joy, and her life. I paused the video in that moment, just a second before she passed into the dark, and I studied it for a long time, looking for some hint of the thing that caught her and was using her so cruelly. Aside from the carry marks, at first I saw nothing, and then there was something new. Emotion on the frozen frame. 2 lines of twinkling gold turned toward me, looking out from that captured moment of that terrible night. I wanted to believe it was a glitch of my computer or my fraying imagination, but I knew better. I know I intend this to be an objective observation, but I know what I saw and felt. Those golden lights, those eyes hadn't been there before. They were just looking toward the camera. They were looking at me.
Oh, cliche. That's gonna be like, they're chasing me now.
Any of this, and I want no further part. I've erased my versions of the video, but I now realize it's not enough. This thing wanted to be seen and known, otherwise it wouldn't have been. And if I can't show others what I've seen, telling them will have to do. So perhaps this is enough. And perhaps you feel tricked as you reach the end. I did tell you I would end this with my description of the video, after all. Unembellished by my own conclusions, my own sleepless terrors, and I am sorry for that deception. I truly am. But my hope is that if I satisfy it, it will leave me alone. Because I've started losing time, waking up places I don't remember going. And sometimes, more frequently in the last few days, I've started seeing them. Erin's holes. Or maybe it's all just one hole. A rotting necrosis in the skin of the world as something pushes its way through. I'm watching it as I tell you this. And it's getting bigger.
Oh, cliche. I guess this whole the whole metaphor there is that you know, I wouldn't say karma, but like karma not. It's like right? I don't know. I feel like the moral there. Probably that. It's like safety. Sometimes accounting for security is not enough. Something like that. I don't know. Anyhow, now there's 5 scary alien and UFO horror stories by Swamp Dweller. Or rather, his voice is by Swamp. So yeah, uh, next person that tells me what video to watch, I will watch immediately. And as long with the first video.
What would you do if you were sleeping? Suddenly to be awoken somewhere that you're not familiar with. Being poked and prodded by things that just don't look natural.
Oh my god, no, not the anal probe.
It's good to see you made it back for another episode.
Oh my god.
Today we're going to be sharing
horrible.
some
I do
creepy
not want to go through
and
that.
allegedly
ever.
true alien and UFO stories sent in by viewers just like you. If you have a story you would like to share in a future video, whether it's a UFO story or something else, be sure to submit it at swampdweller.net or the email you can find in the description down below. I'd share your story with everyone here in the swamp. It's stories like yours that truly keep this show going. Joining me today helping me out is my good friend the Creepy Fox. If you enjoy his voice, please be sure to check him out. The link to do so will be in the top of the description. Now, let's get into these creepy and allegedly true alien and UFO horror stories.
Los extraterrestres. Los extraterrestres, they're coming. They're coming. They're gonna be like,
it was late
Chu
afternoon,
es
and I was probably around 10 years of age at the time. I was on my way home from
Los extraterrestres.
when I realized an odd man was
I'm trying to
walking
butcher the
along my
word.
street.
How would you butcher that word?
At first,
Extraterrestre.
I stopped walking and examined the man for a moment. There was something about him that just did not sit right with me. The way he moved, the way he looked, the way he was looking at things in such definitive detail.
Means, are you very good?
I could not really put my finger on it. All I knew was that his presence made me feel extremely uncomfortable. I went and sat behind a car so he could not see me, and I waited for a few moments.
You know what? Pokemon? I
I
will be buying both versions of the next game. If you let me play, I will be satisfied.
It did not take me too long to reach my driveway. However, when I stepped onto my driveway,
Oh my god, he got abducted!
I did not look back, however. I rushed into my house to tell my mom and grandparents what I had just seen.
What the fuck is jumping?
They just brushed it off and made an excuse for it to not be some kind of alien man. I could not be bothered to stand around and try to convince them, so I went up to my room and
Whenever
stared.
I beg it works.
I stared out the window for a while.
What is up with Pokemon
then,
wanting people to beg?
There they were. My window looks out onto the driveway, so I could see him clearly. He was tall, maybe 6'5" or so, and extremely skinny. His neck was abnormally long, and his shoulders were narrow. He wore a white sports jersey and a pair of baggy jeans. The top of his
This
head
is so
was
good on the back of my
large and
cranium.
veiny.
I'm not even kidding. This
Overall,
actually feels really good.
He was a weird-looking person. I bolted downstairs with the most intense adrenaline rush I had ever had to tell my family. Out of breath, I stuttered out my words, and they walked out into the living room to take a look.
It really
for
does feel so
themselves.
good.
My mom's face turned pale as she stared into the eyes of the person who was now stood up right against the living room window. So close, in fact, that you could see the condensation from the breath on the glass.
Oh my god.
He gently pulled up a
Like
notebook
this?
from his pocket and started writing. As this happened, everything was quiet, and everybody was frozen in place.
No, that'd be
It was
horrifying.
the eeriest atmosphere
Especially
I
through
have
a
ever
window. What the
experienced.
fuck?
A few seconds passed, and he finished taking his notes. He strolled back to the driveway, still pale. My mom turned to me with an expression of terror and complexion. The only thing we knew what to do from here was to contact the police, which we did.
As you should.
However, they looked for this man all over the neighborhood and could not find him anywhere. Overall, this experience has probably been one of the most bizarre and terrifying I have ever had. I am hoping someone can help me figure out what happened here. I'm hoping somebody can tell me who or what this thing
I
was.
wouldn't say the Men in Black.
I've
That
read a lot
wasn't
of
what
things
happened.
online, and this sounds a lot like abductions I've heard in the past. Luckily, I didn't get abducted.
Yeah.
But what do you guys think?
What? This guy really went from A to C. He skipped B. He was like, I felt like I was abducted. He didn't even say that.
Dweller, I'm a huge fan of your channel, and I wanted to share my story of when I was abducted at the young age of 7. I would be grateful if you could share it with your listeners to spread awareness. And of course,
I would be
give people
grateful
the
if you could
creeps.
share this with your
To introduce
people.
myself, I'm
Thank
now
you.
a 32-year-old woman
I got
who
up in me
resides
at
in
a
a town
dirty
called
like
Port
reason,
Talbot,
and I
in
will
South
be a
Wales,
better
United
at thinking
Kingdom.
that.
I want to
Thank
share
you
a
all for
personal
listening
story
to
today
who I am,
of when I was
who
abducted.
I go
It's a
for.
story
I
of
don't even know
strength,
what the fuck I'm saying. I'll be honest.
determination, and sheer braveness.
Anymore.
Every day, I tell myself how lucky
Oh, what
I am
happened?
because of this
Oh,
story
yeah.
you're about to hear. Cardiff, South Wales, in the United Kingdom. I was 7 years old.
El Reino
The year
Unido.
was 1995. A crisp, dry spring morning. A Saturday in which I ventured into my next-door neighbor's house, where my childhood best friend resided. The front door was always slightly ajar in those days, as the neighborhood was
Oh,
what
I
we
think
like to
yeah.
consider
Melodic is water, but has a bunch of
Everyone
ice
knew
types.
each other. I got the
I don't think
attention
Ice
of
Bite
my
is one of
friend
them, but I
who we'll
think
call H. We left
Ice
the
Beam.
house and we began to play
Shit.
outside the house on the pavement, skipping with a rope
Ooh,
and
sick.
dancing around.
Sick.
A short while later, the tall red-haired woman appeared.
Sick.
We knew her. Her name was
Sick.
Caroline. She was H's mom's friend.
Mm.
Intimidating built of a woman, wearing black knee-high boots, red fishnet tights, a red leather skirt, and a black top and jacket, and plenty of makeup. In fact, too much makeup.
Too much
her
makeup?
hair was loud and frizzy shoulder length. She has this habit of making a deep, short cough noise every couple of minutes, as if she had a cold or something.
No, I'm like ready to go to sleep. Yeah, so I'm only gonna go to one. Hopefully I can watch the video. So right now we have 2 videos, right?
Both myself and H know
One video
Caroline.
yet to be
So
chosen,
we
the
kindly
other one
greeted
kind
her
of
as
chosen
she
already.
approached the front garden where we were playing. Being the cute kids we were, we got excited to see her. We yelled her name with excitement, and she just stopped and said, "H, where's your mom?" She replied, "In the house. Do you want me to go get her?" "Oh, no, it's okay. I'm just wondering is all." She asked if you could come with me to my place, as she wanted a bit of quiet time. Oh, okay, I guess. We began to follow Caroline. We dropped our skipping rope and headed on our way. A few yards along the road, Caroline put her hands out as if for us to hold it, to which we did. A woman walking with a 5- and 7-year-old kid along the street, the children smiling and happy. No one would have known that we were in potential danger. Little did we know what was about to happen. I remember walking to the end of the street and beginning to panic. I wasn't allowed to leave the long terrace street in which I resided. My dad had told me that if I left, I would be punished and grounded. But then I remembered that actually it's okay. Caroline is a friend of H's mom, so we won't get into trouble. Caroline lit a cigarette as we continued to walk.
What is it with these people smoking? Holy shit, that's already 3 people that fucking smoke.
None the wiser and carefree.
Jesus, really
I
bad
remember seeing
habits
a
on the
small
internet.
park where I asked Caroline, "Are we allowed to play in the park?"
Oh yeah, we want to
"No,"
do that.
she
And
shouted. "Oh, okay then." I
no.
mumbled. I remember the shudder of her hand while it was holding mine, and her loud outburst of no scared me a little.
Then we want to
But I
use
knew
your
that
turn
no
again.
meant no, so I cared no more. At this point, H just looked at me with a small, confused smile. What felt like an hour later, we arrived at the property of Caroline, a small block of flats, ground floor, front door to the right. At this point, I'm kind of excited. I never really got to go to places unless it was my grandma or my auntie's house, so I was inquisitive. We got inside and the door closed behind us. Caroline immediately bolted the door and crossed the chain. I didn't think too much of it at this point, as I guessed she was trying to look after us. We went into the flat. It was an open plan, a kitchen to the right, and a large open space living room to the left, very spacious. I vividly remember her vertical pink blinds in the windows. They were all in the closed position. Myself and H were just kind of wondering what to do. Caroline didn't turn the TV on, and she began to act a bit strange. She was pacing across the living room, not too fast, but enough to recognize. H and I were just doing what little girls do. We were clapping our hands and singing songs, and giggling, the average stuff. Being that H was younger than me, I felt a small responsibility for her, but I wasn't too educated myself. Caroline was peeping out her blinds at the living room side.
Cloister.
The window here faced the main street. She was peering and looking around constantly. I picked up this behavior quite quickly, but I didn't ask her what she was doing. In hindsight, I know she was waiting for someone, looking for their arrival. Caroline paced again, and at this point, I was starting to get a bit worried. I asked if we could watch the TV, and she again shouted and said, "No." I got quite upset here. I didn't understand why we weren't allowed to watch television, or why she would shout at us. I mean, she said she was looking after us, so why not?
That headbutt would have done
Now,
it.
I was quite a moody child, so I got quite upset over this. H was really none the wiser. A few minutes later, Caroline went back to the front window, poking her head out as if to look for someone. At this point, I'd asked her, "Are you looking for someone?" "Yes, I am."
Yeah, skill link. It's like, we're done.
I didn't think much of it at this point. It just justified her behavior in my mind. Her behavior repeated like this for a few minutes. It got to the point where I asked if I could go home, as I was hungry and I was tired. Caroline shouted, "You're not going home." I replied, "What?
Did this guy get abducted? What the fuck?
You said you were just minding us." She told me to be quiet and to just sit down. She then began to light another cigarette. She was angry, and I didn't like it. I guess you could say my instincts kicked in, but at the age of 7, I'm not sure if this was a skill that someone could develop. I started to panic, and H looked deflated and upset. By this time, it must have been at least 2 hours, although it felt like weeks. I went to approach the front door, but Caroline halted over toward me. She said, "What do you think you're doing?" "Well, we want to go home now." "You're not going anywhere. You're staying here with me." I began to cry. I was really upset at this point, and of course, I was frightened. I got H, and we sat on the sofa, but I was still petrified. I wanted my mom.
Yeah, it's over.
I didn't know what to do. Caroline was still looking through the window, as if to expect someone to appear. I was too upset to do anything. So with all my might, I stood up, barged over to her kitchen, and pulled open a drawer. Caroline was still looking through the window. I grabbed a knife. It was a simple butter knife. I was trembling with
Who's
fear
gonna
at this
die?
point. I grabbed H and approached the front door, and Caroline made her way over. "What are you doing?"
I think we're gonna lose here.
"We're leaving. You let us go now." She replied, "Don't be so ridiculous," and she tried to snatch the knife. I told her, "If you don't let us go, I will attack you." She laughed. With that, I charged towards her, and she screamed. H was sobbing and screaming, and I yelled too. "Let us go! Somebody help!" We were hoping that we would be heard. We continued to scream while the knife was facing Caroline. She panicked and told us to shut up and calm down. She then turned her back and walked towards the window. With that, I managed to stand on the tips of my toes and unlock the bolt, and grabbed H. We legged it as fast as we could.
No, he had a white herb.
I just guessed.
That means it returned its stats to normal.
In my life, even to this day.
Oh my god, what
I was sobbing.
Why? Why did he do that?
Face burning, hands trembling with fear, and poor H was being strung along by my hand. I dashed the knife somewhere while running, and I remember we
At least I might as well just do this.
I knew we were heading in the right direction. We continued to run as fast as we could.
Yeah, it's
and we
over.
eventually found our street. By this point, we were out of breath. I made sure H got into her house, and I told her to lock the door. I then entered my home. My mom was still asleep. I didn't care. I was home. To this day, I genuinely believe both myself and H were going to be sold to unknown predators or taken.
Yeah.
Or perhaps we were going to be used for human trafficking or for sex
What
slaves.
the fuck?
Who knows? I'm just glad that I found this.
That was not a UFO story.
I don't remember seeing Caroline again after that. I remember telling my mom the story when she woke up, and of course she didn't believe me. That still hurts me, even to this day, as I know it would have been a different story if I was gone forever. A few months after the incident, we moved to another area, and although it went to the back of my mind, I'll never forget that I was abducted. Never underestimate those closest to you when you have children.
I was maybe 7 or 8 years old when this happened. I am now 22. I was in my bedroom getting ready to go to bed. My mother was in the other room, waiting for my dad to come back from work. The door of my bedroom was closed. It was summer, I'm pretty sure, because I remember having the windows open. The room was dark with no light, except for the moonlight and the light coming from our garden.
Oh my god, I love the moonlight.
As I lay in bed, I remember I wasn't all that tired. I wanted to stay up with my parents. I looked towards the nearest wall, which is probably 30 centimeters or so from where I'm currently sitting, and I see this clear figure, slowly standing and looking at me. I start screaming my lungs out, and in a couple of seconds, which felt like an eternity for me, my parents get in, scared by my screaming. As soon as they get in, the figure disappears, and I'm looking just at the wall. I'm really scared at this point, and start crying, and I tell them everything. They decided to call the nearest priest to bless the house and me. Anyways, I remember this figure clearly, even though I was so young. The same night I described it as an alien with a black coat, like death. In fact, it was kind of a little figure. Maybe only...
No, yeah, no, that'd be scary as hell.
Dark green, maybe even dark gray, with a black coat on his body, and a hood on his head. The eyes were long, oblique, and black. I could see his face thanks to the lights coming in through the windows. I remember a small mouth, and that's about it.
I'm tired as hell.
Weirded out by this is the fact that why would I imagine an alien this way? I mean, I have never seen movies about aliens at that point in my life. I have never been really interested, and as I remember, if you ask a kid to draw an alien, he'll probably draw you a tall alien without any clothes, you know? This is about all the details I can remember. I personally don't know what to think. If you need more information, please feel free to email me back. I'll be glad to answer anything I can. If anybody that's listening to this can give me some sort of advice on what I saw,
I'm done with Pokemon.
Please let me know.
I'm done with Pokemon.
I'm almost convinced that I encountered some sort of alien or extraterrestrial being.
PC, here I go.
My name is Vince. I have had a lifelong fascination with the paranormal, especially the topic of UFOs. For years, I have always wanted my own UFO experience, but to my dismay,
I don't want my own UFO experience.
That is until about
I don't want to be
6 years
anywhere
ago,
near a
sometime in
UFO
2013.
or
We
extraterrestrial.
were currently living in a new house. This new house is only about 5 minutes away
I'm gonna
from
say
the house
like
we
that.
moved out of.
I don't want to be near.
My daily routine at this point was to go to work,
Right, because like
get home at
aliens
5,
nowadays
then
is
come
only
home,
used to like people that are like
and then work on the old house to get it ready to sell.
illegal, which is
One
stupid.
night, after an
It's
exceptionally
so
long
stupid.
and
It's
rough
like,
night
why is
of
that even a
working on the
word?
house, I was on my way home when I saw in the sky something that routinely is not there. I stopped to watch the object, only to see it not move at all. Now realize, this is around 1 a.m., and it's not a hot air balloon or
So hold up,
anything like
let me
that.
go to
Especially since I have never seen one in my area of Ohio. What I was looking at was an oval. It was wider than it was tall. The object, as many people explain, was not giving off light, but was illuminated, if that makes any sense. I was so tired I almost wanted to shrug it off, but I just couldn't for some reason. Not only was it way too bizarre, but what I had been wanting for the last 48 years was happening right before me. My first, and so far only, UFO sighting. To say I felt spooked would be an understatement. I got back into my car and drove the short 1,000 feet or so to get to my driveway, and to the safety of my new home. I knew there were details I was not able to see because of the way the craft was illuminated. Then it dawned on me. Nobody's gonna believe me. So, at 1:30 a.m. on a school night, I went into the house and scared my daughter and son by waking them up to witness what was in the sky. I hoped to God it would be there still, and sure enough, it was sitting right there where I left it. I am covered in goosebumps just recalling my daughter's reaction. My son was a huge skeptic, but even at the age of 12, when he witnessed it, looking back, he knows what it was. I saw fear in his eyes. He stayed out with us for about a minute or two, then went back inside. My daughter and I were almost
Wait, no, I'm
speechless.
thinking of illegals, but
It
yeah,
was
aliens
beautiful
are
in a way,
used.
but we both agreed that it gave off a feeling
But
of
I'm like,
fear or dread.
I'm like,
like we
I'm
were
just
not
done with
supposed
the
to be
days.
seeing this.
Why I'm
Then it struck
fucking
me.
talking out
I
loud.
should get some binoculars. I happened to know right where they were
How many
because
people
I
are
did most of the
just
boxing
chatting?
for our move. I grabbed the binoculars and was stunned at what I saw. The best I could describe it was it looked totally old on the bottom, like it was made from old clad iron ships long ago, pounded out metal, like with rivets and seams. The top looked very modern, I guess you could say. I remember it had something that resembled what I would call headlights on the back window, like some old cars. I also remember the top almost being shaped like a genie's lamp. My daughter looked through the binoculars and had a terribly similar description. Then I saw something that freaked me out even further. It now looked as though the craft was sitting on a long, thin yellowish pedestal. I could not figure out what I was now seeing. I gave the binoculars to my daughter. By the way,
Let me add the
the
joking name that I'm not a new
streamer.
streamer.
To me what she saw
Not
at
a
this
new
time.
streamer.
What
Just
had
add that.
changed?
Just
I could
that's
hear the
like
absolute
stupid
fright and
writing.
quiver in her voice.
Not a new
I will never forget what she said.
streamer.
Dad, there is a
I'll
beam
leave
of
it
light
as
coming out
streamer.
from under whatever it is. I'm scared,
Timer?
Dad. I think we should go
Streamer.
in. We could not shake that feeling of fright and the feeling that we should have never seen what we did that night. Both of our bedroom windows faced out directly where this craft could be seen. I found out later my daughter stayed up until morning on live video chat with her friends, absolutely terrified. After showering, I laid in bed exhausted, but overwhelmed by what we just saw. It was at this point that I noticed the craft was moving, but at such a slow rate it was undetectable until I was able to compare it to something stationary, which was my vertical windowsill. I will never...
Did I hear that correctly? The craft was moving at a slow pace. It was virtually undetectable until I could reference the position or something.
I noticed the craft was moving, but at such a slow rate it was undetectable until I was...
What does that even mean? Oh my god, guys! Oh my god, I can't measure that! Oh my god, guys, it's coming even closer! Oh my god, look at the UFO! Oh my god! Boom! What the fuck does that even mean?
Which was my vertical windowsill. I will never forget that dull, eerie pale yellow light this craft illuminated. I forgot to mention that if you held out your arm, the craft was just slightly larger than the width of your thumb, if that makes any sense. I was told later that that is quite large. Eventually, the craft traveled out of sight, and I crashed from exhaustion. I was a welder, and I knew I was going to pay the price for being up all night. It was totally worth it, in my opinion. When I got home the following morning, I called MUFON. My story must have been quite credible because I had a MUFON field rep at my door within 24 hours after my phone call.
Smooth
The rep from MUFON was extremely talented in showing me what was naturally in the sky at the very time of my experience.
Why does it do that? It's like it has like
stars.
It's like a dimple.
Pictures of what I saw,
but
being as it was night and I had a lousy flip phone at the time, the pictures were not much, honestly, of any help.
What
I planned
muscles
on
are
giving
at
my
play
UFO
there?
case number, but I had just found out you now need to have a paid membership to access this information. If you are an active member, look up Brunswick, Ohio 2013 UFO sighting. I'm pretty sure the month was April. Thank you, Swamp Dweller. Every night, almost every night, I walk my two dogs in the woods, always between 11:30 and 1 a.m.
I want to see UFOs.
I listen to every story you put out. Although I am armed, someday I'm going to get what I am looking for. A gun is not going to help. If I ever see a gray, it's probably all over.
What a gun nut! What the fuck? I see a gray?
This story happened about 10 years ago.
What?
Every Tuesday
This
night,
guy's insane. He's just like, I'm gonna shoot up damn aliens.
Newborn daughter.
That's right, I'm gonna shoot up damn aliens.
It was a traditional thing, so we can all see each other and have a catch-up.
Shoot up the wrong alien, dude.
Minutes away from our house, and we live in a small suburb about 40 kilometers from the city of Melbourne. One
Like,
night,
seriously,
whilst
he's
driving
gonna get
home on
like
the main
radiated
road,
blasted
we
or
saw
something.
two bright orange and yellow objects. They almost look like giant glowing balls. My wife claims it was only one, but I swear there were two. They were as if the sun was setting, but you could stare at those directly, and besides, the sun definitely wasn't setting around 9:30 p.m. at night.
Yeah.
They were
These
just
stories.
there, in the sky, at roughly eye level.
I'm just kidding.
We
It's
saw
me,
them all the way
annoying.
until we got home. As soon as I got
hold on.
home, I
Let me
got
check
out
about
and grabbed my Sony
notifications.
camcorder to go film them. When I got there, they were gone. Now, I drove around the area for about 5 minutes when I noticed around the corner from where I was, I saw them again. But this time they were way up in the sky, almost at the height a plane would fly. I stopped and filmed this orange object that slowly moved across the sky and then disappeared into nothing. It was such a weird and surreal experience. I tried to film it, and I saved it all into a memory card. I emailed it to you, but if the video's not good enough, feel free to let me know.
Is he gonna play the video?
I know what I saw, but I don't know what it
No
was.
video?
I'm not crazy, though
What?
I do love a good UFO story. The street we saw this on was a main road in our area. It has a park, which is where the objects we saw were floating over. The park is surrounded by housing, and across the road from the park is a Catholic school and a Catholic church. Anyways, I thought I'd share it with your show, and see if anyone has ever seen or heard anything like this before. Thanks for listening to these creepy and allegedly true alien and UFO stories. If you enjoyed these stories, please be sure to hit that like button, as it helps me out a ton. The more likes this video gets, the more YouTube promotes it in the algorithm. If you're new to the swamp, why not join us? Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications.
Yeah, I'm just
so
looking
you
at
never
my
miss a new video,
stuff.
as I upload them almost every single day.
We're almost
Things
there. We're almost
natural
there. We're almost
and
there.
supernatural. If you have a story that you would like to share in a future video, whether it's a UFO story, an alien encounter, or something else, be sure to submit that at swampdweller.net or the email you can find in the description down below. I'd be honored to share your story.
Okay.
It's stories
There.
like yours that help keep this show
It
going.
was just I had
Much
to
love and
see
appreciation to
and
my good friend, the Creepy
no,
Fox.
I had nothing to
He helped me
address
read
to.
story number
and I
2,
opened
and boy was that an
Instagram,
interesting
like,
one. If you enjoyed his voice, please be sure to subscribe to him. You can find the link to do so in the top of the description.
Okay,
If
time
you
to
guys
listen
are
to
on the
this.
go and don't have YouTube Premium, but you
Bum 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 ba-dum, bum bum. See what video we can watch. Okay, this will be urban exploring. Dun 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 bum 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 dun dun. Oh fuck! I'm not watching a 31-minute video. Oh my god! I'm not watching a 31-minute video. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, maybe not today. But I know they're like pretty good. Dun 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 bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum. If anybody wants to choose the video, I am up for that, right? Dun 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 bum bum ba-dum 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 bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 bum. Are we gonna be watching so many of these stupid fucking ones, dude? Oh my god. By the way, that's just fucking. That's a crop. 60 minutes, Bizarre Bob. Please have like a 10-minute video, or if not, I'm gonna go with nukes. Bum, 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 ba-dum. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, dun, 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 bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, 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 bum, bum, bum. Anyhow, that's it. So for tonight, all we're watching is Emoji Head, featured the creature. I don't think this is gory. More like it is. This one isn't. This is just that, right? No, it looks like it. This is by Crypt TV. I don't think anything weird pops up. If it does, I'm in the stream, cutting that one off, and then watching the last. This is short film video, whatever it is. Wanna see? Okay, hold on. Let me just make sure nothing fucking weird pops up. I swear to God, if something weird pops up, I am gonna fucking just end. Oh my God, what a fucking incel. What a fucking incel.
Partner in crime. Super original, Claire.
Oh my God, this guy is so ugh. Oh my God. What the fuck? Good. I'm scared of what type of pigs, dude. Oh. Oh my god, this guy is not doing anything. He's just gesturing. Oh my god, yeah, that'd be the freakiest thing. You know, that's what happens in weird stalker stories. Also, why is the screen like that?
Lexi, night mode.
Yeah. Like, they send a picture of you, they're like, I know where you live, and that's freaky as fuck. This guy live.
And not cool, Claire. I'm not even playing right now, Claire. Come on. Where you at?
In your house, dude. Oh my god. Not gonna do anything weird, right? Yep, that's it. Just a little murder one. They also do other stuff, right? This whole series. I forget what it's called. Yeah. That fucking guy. Anyhow, next up is Nuke's Top 5, right? Because we cannot have a scary stream without watching a Nuke's Top 5 video. This is the shortest one because I want to go to sleep so bad. I haven't slept in 12 hours.
Popular former BuzzFeed Unsolved hosts Shane and Ryan are back with an all-new paranormal investigation series called Ghost Files over on their very own YouTube channel, Watcher. Now, for those of you who don't know the series,
did I say
Shane
stories?
is a
I would
diehard
say
skeptic
videos.
who does not believe in ghosts at all. But Ryan, on the other hand, does believe in the supernatural and often finds himself scared senseless on these paranormal investigations.
Alright, apparently this is where a recurring ghost is
That's a
seen.
bitch.
What are you? Hey,
Oh my
man,
god, he's so loud. I'm gonna lower everything.
My mic went out, and then I was looking for you.
He's crouching in here like some kind of cave creature.
And then
Yeah.
all I did was I went.
Awesome, bitch.
You're looking for me while grunting like a zombie.
Yeah, from here on out, it's gonna be in general videos.
Friends set out to investigate the allegedly haunted Waverly Hills Sanatorium in Louisville, Kentucky. The massive hospital was built in 1910 to treat patients suffering from tuberculosis.
Yeah, tuberculosis.
Shockingly, it is estimated
Horrible.
that around 63,000
So many people died.
people lost their lives inside the sanatorium walls. So it's no wonder that Waverly Hills is said to be one of the most haunted buildings in America, and is a site where many visitors claim to have witnessed terrifying paranormal activity. Ryan and Shane make it to the second floor of the Waverly Hills Sanatorium when they capture something truly bizarre.
Let's see.
When he growl.
Is that a fart?
Something really bizarre.
No.
He growled.
Just noise. That was a fart. No, that came from down there.
Are you fucking kidding me? That was not a fart?
That came from down there. Because I'm surprised you didn't react to that more.
Because I thought you farted.
No.
Maybe that's what the jack-o'-lantern face was.
Was that you farting? It was.
Oh, thank God.
Oh my God.
Oh, thank God.
Sorry, guys.
Now, of course, some sounds have more to do with bad dietary choices than the paranormal. But no worries, because things are about to get weird.
I like the humor part though. I like the humor part.
Investigators have reported hearing creepy, unexplained humming in the morgue of the
There's
Waverly
this
Hills
area
Sanatorium.
of YouTube more humanistic
Shane and Ryan
elements.
explore the area,
By humanistic,
this
like,
happens.
I can't even speak. There's a more human element.
I mean, come on. Just a hum, you don't even have to move your lips around. Just give it a.
If you could hum it too. Can you hum?
How does Peter laugh?
I mean, that's probably the one song they knew back
then. Something like that, right? It is so cursed already. This body is so cursed. I can't laugh.
Take it away.
Like, you all can tell I'm done. I'm just like not even reacting to whatever they're doing. Oh God, yeah. When did you see your Peter's laugh back at you through the fucking what is it called? The recording device thing? Or you just hear wait, it's SpongeBob. That's not even SpongeBob. Oh my God. I'm so fucking dead on the inside right now. You just hear how does Peter sound again? Nah, I don't even know. You just hear something like that. He's so fucking funny.
Do I think it's a ghost? No. Do you?
Yeah.
Fully, yeah. I'd say if I were someone who believed in ghosts, I'd be a little unnerved right now. I'd probably get the little shaky knees.
My back is tingling. Could you, whoever was humming, could you hum again, please?
Jesus. I don't know.
Hear anything on that one?
We won't hear Quagmire, right? Go.
Why don't we move to the spirit?
There was another.
What, really?
Yeah.
Tell you what.
I swear to God, in between you talking there.
I didn't hear it. Thank God, I didn't hear it.
Something seems to react to the investigators' requests and hums not once, but twice.
What about the third time?
A little on the edge from
what type of demon is this? Does it mock the Holy Trinity? What the fuck?
For the creepy sounds.
Man, what type of bootleg Ghost Adventures fucking demon is this?
We'll each explore the entire sanatorium, one at a time and all alone. When Shane does his walkthrough investigation of the hospital, he just kind of cracks jokes and trash talks.
Also, the camera is just like so weird. This is just like that camera base or the way the camera's positioned. It's just like,
you little punk.
I actually have always
without me moving my neck.
If the reason why Shane never gets anything in his solo investigation,
it's just like moving like that, right? It looks so weird.
He's an enormous d-bag.
I love kids. I love to play games. What I need you to do is roll your ball to me. Where's my Timmy? To me!
And yeah, he's just an enormous d-bag. It's just confirmed.
If you don't show yourself, I'm going to make you show yourself to me.
But something very strange also happens.
Oh my God, the light.
When Shane finally makes his way back to Ryan and the rest of the team, he admits that at some point he believed he might not have been alone.
No manches.
Oh yeah, was it really scary?
Was alone?
I did actually hear some stuff. For a minute there, I thought you were up there, like trying to prank me. So I didn't actually react to it in the moment, but it sounded like a
no munch. No much.
But I guess not.
Are you serious? Did that actually happen upstairs? Because if that didn't happen, that's your best lie you've ever come up with.
No, it actually happened. It sounded like there was a person upstairs.
It turns out Shane wasn't lying.
Do you want to play?
May the power of Christ compel you.
Y'all want to play a fucking game?
Did you see it? Watch again slower.
Do you want to play?
Where? What is this music? I bet just chills. Excuse me, Nukes gets fucking scared. And yeah, no, that does look. Fuck that.
Sick.
A creepy translucent figure can be seen standing behind Shane in a doorway.
I've been missed though.
Shane doesn't see the apparition, but he
like I see the
admit that he
face, but
heard
like
some
it's just me
strange
seeing the
noises
face,
at the exact
not
same
the body.
moment. So could this be the spirit of a former patient of Waverly Hills Sanatorium?
Or
As
maybe bad
always,
editing.
I leave it up to you to decide. You can watch this entire investigation and many more spooky videos of Shane and Ryan exploring haunted places over on the YouTube channel Watcher.
What is the vector that produces this shit?
If you found a great ghost video
That's what I'm thinking of right
or
now.
recorded one yourself, please
What is the
send it my way
direction
at
of these vectors?
nukestopby@gmail.com.
Now-
Not clowning around.
Oh my god, not clowning around.
TikTok user Jacob explains in his videos that he's recently inherited his grandmother's house after
Oh,
she
wow.
passed away. But Jacob says that he can't shake the strange feeling that something in the old house just doesn't want him there. And then things just get weirder because Jacob finds
Wow,
a creepy
it
old
just
Jester
got really
doll
cool.
that belonged to his grandmother.
You can open the window, but not anymore.
She left it for me, and when I got here, I saw a bunch of cool stuff. And one of the best things is right behind here. Oh yeah.
That's fucking
Go on, Jeff.
sick. Holy shit.
Grandma left him for me, I guess.
Like that, though?
Kinda cute, though.
Jacob says that when he was a child, the sight of the doll used to terrify him. But he says it
But he's in such a good condition, though.
But then, late one night, Jacob wakes up to hear knocking coming from his bedroom closet.
I just heard knocking from the closet.
My guy. Why is he just like... He's just like... Why? Make him look through a window. Makes him less nerve-wracking, you know? Or makes the nerves move less. The door's just gonna burst open.
Did you see it? The Jester doll's head has turned.
Yeah.
Before, it was facing the bed, but now it is staring right at Jacob as he closes the closet door. Almost as if it's keeping an eye on him. Jacob says that he didn't even realize that the doll had moved at the time.
Oddly, I don't find that scary.
When looking back at his footage.
Almost like calming. It's weird.
Could it be that Jacob's grandmother's home is haunted? Could there be an entity attached to the creepy Jester?
Maybe, but I don't think it's like negative. If he sleeps like that in her house, it's probably not negative.
CBS Paranormal sets out all alone to explore the so-called, quote, pirate's graveyard.
You know, I'll be honest. Oh shit, already? We're already that fucking far in? Holy shit. What was it to say? I feel like if I had a house like that, I would always take the rooms with all the windows, right? I would never take a windowless room, just because that's my nature. I like a room with like sunlight and stuff like that. It's so beautiful, man. but like in that case, a room with like maybe like a toy or something like that, it wouldn't be that bad if it's windowless, right? Because it keeps you company and a little saner
In Portland, England,
than having like
the scenic
white walls or
cemetery was
something
built
crazy
way
like
back
that,
in
right?
1475 and has gotten its odd nickname from the many gravestones that feature carvings of skulls and crossbones. Christine finds herself completely alone when suddenly something happens that she still can't explain
Cool area.
to this day.
Completely out of the way, so nobody. Oh, hello. Oh. What? Hello? Sure, I saw somebody shouted hello then, or said hello.
Christine is all alone when she hears something behind her, and
I
as
couldn't
she
even hear
turns,
it. What the fuck?
she hears a woman nearby clearly say hello.
Yeah.
Completely out of the way, so nobody. Oh, hello. Oh. Oh, hello. Oh, hello.
There's something in the bushes. I feel like there is.
A bit shocked, she immediately answers back hello, but there's no one there. In fact, there's not even anyone else in the entire area that she's exploring. So could it be that the pirate's graveyard in Portland, England is haunted by the ghosts of those who are laid to rest there? Let
Maybe.
me know. The devil down below. This next creepy video was recorded on an allegedly cursed river in Indonesia. Now, many locals claim that a strange creature lives in this river and surfaces only after dark to prey on its victims. So, in the dead of night, 4 friends set out to attempt to capture video evidence of this alleged mysterious creature. The guys drift along the river in their boat for hours until they see something in the water near an abandoned shipwreck. What happens next is downright terrifying.
What the fuck? That was a hand. Could it be like a weird lizard or reptile or something?
What looks like a pale hand with long webbed fingers quickly splashes out of the water and snatches at a plastic bottle floating
that's a
on the
cryptid,
surface.
dude. Oh my god.
It just disappears back into the murky depths from which it came. The 4 friends believe they might have captured the infamous water creature that is said to live in the river. But what do you think?
What is it called though? Is there more context?
Yeah,
I caught Lolo Rona.
From Fresno, California is coming home
I caught Lolo Rona, and that's it. That's all you say.
Right behind
it's like, who's Lolo Rona? And what about her? How does she look? What does she do? Is she like your friend or something? You know what I mean? That's like the opposite of what happened there, though. They caught something, but they don't explain it. It could have been an alligator for all I know. No, I feel like he probably didn't see a ghost.
Figure can be seen walking from left to right behind Connor. Suddenly it appears again, but now a lot closer. Connor hears something behind him and quickly turns around, but sees no one there. When he checks his doorbell security camera, he sees the bizarre dark figure and realizes that perhaps something was following him. But what do you think is going on here? Is it real, or is it all just an elaborate hoax?
It's all an elaborate hoax. I decide.
Thank you so much for watching. As I say again and again, my upload schedule is crazy, all over the place. So please subscribe and turn on notifications so you'll always know immediately when a new video is posted. And you can also follow me on the Instagram there, and on the Twitter there, and on the
TikTok.
Click on one of these links for more scary videos, and hopefully I'll see you back here again next time.
Okay, so that's it. So thank you for everybody that came by, because I'm gonna start thanking everybody for coming by again. I want you to say thank you, Bunny, for coming by. And what was I gonna say? From here on out, I think I'm just gonna be streaming scary stories videos, like Nuke Stop 5, right? And Pokemon or Splatoon, or maybe some other game. I don't remember. Until like the end of October, pretty much. Then we'll get started with PVZ again. Metroid. And yeah, and hopefully we get started with Pokemon too. I want to add too much and like not finish, right? But yeah. Thank you so much for going by. Seriously, thank you. I just wanted to say that. Again, the videos are the scary streams are gonna get more in general, right? I probably won't stream for the whole week until maybe Saturday, and even Saturday is like questionable as to whether I will stream because it's my sister's birthday, right? So I'll probably wait till like Sunday. Sunday's probably the day I'll be able to stream. If not, Monday's the day. Monday's the Halloween stream. It has to be the day I stream. I'll try to stream as soon as I can. It'll probably be a short stream, 4 hour stream, general video and videos, whatever videos I want to react to. Probably gonna be urban exploration or something like that. And yeah. The next stream is probably gonna be a scary stream. Uh, but maybe we'll watch this urban exploration or something. Scary urban exploration would be cool if we can find it. Otherwise, I don't know. It'll be in general. But that's what I'm saying. It's probably in general because there's not that many like scary urban exploration videos. At that point, they're just exploring a fucking haunted building, and what's the evidence? Like, I found a haunted house. Now there's this poltergeist in here, right? Or like, hi guys, welcome to Las Vegas haunted house. Or like, I was exploring the Nevada desert, and suddenly I found La Llorona. Right, right. Let's say it like that just to take me off. La Llorona, the Urana, the Urana. Didn't they have like a movie on it or something like a weird? I remember like I want to say like when was that up in like 2018? Like recently, basically like maybe 3, 2, 1, 4, 5, 6 years ago or something. Anyhow, let's be just so today we learned about the general stuff. Everything's connected, right? Maybe not so much true crime and like ghost stuff, though. There is a lot of like weird occultism around certain events, and then borderline conspiracies, as we saw today with like the Dulce base, right? Unimaginable. That just bedtime stories is not their fault, but they basically presented a fucking fantasy. They did not present anything factual in that second part. The first part was just the ramblings of, I want to say, crazy people, or maybe even like people that are just trying to make up shit, right? And that's all it was. That's all it was. It was just made up stuff, right? And it's crazy because you can continue talking, but conspiracies are conspiracies. People will believe them with even knowing that the facts are wrong. And yeah, I can't do much on that behalf. And then there's like the cryptid creatures, whatever the fuck you want to call them. There's so many of them. Aliens are part of it. Shadow people are part of it. Not so much. They're just their own category. There's also like otherworldly beings that we didn't get into, but it would basically be me searching up on Google how to astral project, how to control your dreams, how to travel dimensions, how to meditate, right? And at that point, it's like it's beyond the scope of even the paranormal to some degree, and more to like the mind, and that's out of my realm. I don't deal with those dealings. If you catch my drift, no, but like it's almost like different, like entirely different. That's like the part I'm least like I guess educated on. It's like, dude, like I said, like so many people on like Reddit or whatever the fuck they post their creepypastas, stories, whatever they are. They just tag along. So they take the concept of a skinwalker. That's something I said I was gonna watch, but not at this point. It's a little too late, right? But the point is, they take the concept of the skinwalker. They almost modify it to make it into its own completely different thing, away from like the Navajo people who have the concept for a reason, right? and just transform it into like a glorified werewolf. You know what I mean? It's insane. Um, there's so many similar stories about skinwalkers where that happens, right? And where I'm taking this point is that likewise with Oscar's projection, it's just the Wild West. You know what I mean? Everybody's mind plays different things. If you base your story on fact, if the stories, most of them on the internet are just like, my mind started bleeding hyper realistic blood. When I looked at the alien, it looked back at me. It tried to steal my body. I fought tooth and nail. The anchor, it suddenly appeared in front of me. And that's when I took the portal back to the real dimension. I will never be astral projecting again. Right? That's a whole fucking story I just threw out on my ass right now. You know what I mean? Like, it's so easy to make because, like, you can just say whatever it's whatever goes. And to some point, at some point, it is a creative outlet, right? And at another point, it's just like an outlet to be like, okay, I just don't want to hear this anymore, or rather, man, this is such a downer thing. Why am I even listening to it, right? Which sucks, especially if it is a true event. There's like a lot I can get into there, but my point is half baked at this point. There's so many scary. Okay, there's like the real scary stories, right? Those are like very interesting, but most they can be real Debbie Downers, right? Then there's like the down real fake stories. Then there's like the narrative driven ones that are made by like people that are like super into writing like me, right? That just make shit up on the spot. And then there's the people that just like and they're gifted, right? And they maybe like delivered like rightfully to the source material. And then there's people that just write because I like werewolves. So let's make this about a werewolf story. I was in rural Kansas. There were so many stories that my aunt told me about werewolves. One of them was that she shot a werewolf with a silver bullet. That's right. But I never believed her. She always displayed that silver bullet in a little display case. One day, I noticed that my aunt was no longer in her house. This is because she had just mysteriously disappeared. So, rightfully so, I looked at her will, and there it said that I get to keep the house, and in case she went missing, I get to keep even more of her stuff. What a lucky transaction, right? Blah blah, blah 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 blah, right? Weird shit like that. You just continue going down a rabbit hole. All these things that I'm talking about, and all these half-baked points, are rabbit holes in their own, respects. Basically, you know, it's such an interesting thing that the internet is because you can just search up deep web videos and give you the fucking fakest deep web videos out there, right? On YouTube. Or you can go looking for them yourselves and fall into this weird, almost trap like algorithm of just, I gotta read the next story, I gotta listen to the next story, I gotta watch the next scary video, right? And it's insane. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is don't be me, don't fall for these stories, and have a good night and day. And overall they have different themes. They're good ish. Depends on which I guess like on how the story was built. Because like if you make a scary story that revolves around Donald Trump saving the world, that's bullshit. That's already bullshit, right? Like if you make a scary story revolving around Joe Biden or Savior Dark Brandon, that's a thumbs up. Anyhow, with that, I don't even know where I'm going with this, but the point is, I'm having fun, right? I love listening to these, but like I said, there are some Debbie Downers, and those I tried to skip, right? The Halloween one, I think like a week ago. Jesus, that one was like horrible. I almost just wanted to end the stream there and just be like, no, I'm not listening to this anymore. Oh yeah. Anyhow, today was a nice stare because I got to talk about a lot of topics that were related to each other, right? But at the same time, were more, I guess, paranormal, right? Because like the true crime stuff, it's its own thing almost as well. But like with the scary stories that are more real based, or like wake up like basically where people get broken into, or people break into their houses and stuff like that. Those are like more like true crime sex, like closer to that. And like I said, those are sad. Those are real sad. And today we didn't see that many because or rather, yeah, we didn't see any. And maybe like the fucking the last video we watched, right? The one with the emoji face, that counts ish. Like that's it's on the topic, but like, you know, it's just in general, right? So today was in general was just to link up loose phones, hopefully. Maybe I do have a few gaps there, and I'll admit this time I wasn't even rushing it. It was more like I just forgot to mention certain points because I was so damn tired of my week. Um, it's just 8 classes is no joke. So yeah, I'll see you all later. Um, I'm gonna make fun of these stories sometimes. It's just because like it's like I already know where they're going, or you know what I mean, or like they're just so cliche. They're like, I went to the grocery store and you wouldn't believe what I found. My favorite box is cereal. You know what I mean? It's like okay, it's like okay. Some of them like or like they're just so redundant where they're like super hyper realistic, extra extreme, real red looking goo like blood, right? And it's just like just condense that, right? It's just funny to poke fun at that. And most of the stories that are like ghost based, I just don't take as fact, right? Like like I mentioned earlier, to the people, maybe not writing them just these stories, but that experience these stories, right? The truth is those experiences are real to them, and there's no denying them of that experience because at the end of the day, they have traumas with it, or they've very well just experienced with it and have become seasoned at I don't know fucking feeling negative energy. I don't know how to explain that. But like you know what I mean, right? Basically, it's real for them, very real, right? Likewise, I tried to like maybe not poke too much fun at that, right? Like the ghost did this or the ghost did that. But to me, it's more or less the fact that most stories just sound like a broken record. you know, like it sounds like they're repeating their last story they read or a similar story that they read, and that's why I find it hard to believe in these stories because they're so similar. But just because there's a large quantity of such stories doesn't mean that they exist. It implies there's something there, but not necessarily that it's ghosts or demons. 'Cause in my life experience, right? Obviously, you know, sure I've seen weird shit like that, but I chalk it up to psychological experiences, which is true. Looking back at it, that fat man that I saw go through the doors, it's almost like my mind warped the door into like this warping effect, and then the guy just got through. And it was cartoony too, so it was maybe a form of an imaginary friend or the rumblings of some sort of under not underdiagnosed, undiagnosed condition that I had earlier on or something like that, right? And then like later in life with the stories that I've experienced and the things that I've experienced, I know there are sleep paralysis and my sister's experience, family and stuff like that, right? You know, they're actual experiences, but you know, are they ghosts? I don't think so. At least in my experience. But for everybody else, hopefully, you're in a better place and stuff like that, right? If it is a ghost or whatever. Like I said, I really don't. It's like I make fun of them, but like that's not to say that like I'm trying to distract from their credibility or anything like that. Some of them are just outright incorrect, like they're like misleading and like just feel the fingers around from that person that wrote that, like just like you gotta listen to this, right? Almost feel that, and it's a weird feeling to explain because it's almost like it's fabricated or it's not coming from a place of truth, right? in the case of exaggerated events and sensationalized events, right? Yeah, yeah. I don't know how else I can wrap this up because there's so much I can get into. I can talk about this for like an hour, but it's better for me to write it down because at the moment my mind has these ideas like this rather than like this, right? It's almost unifying them, but like not. But yeah, that's all I wanted to talk about. So yeah, thank you all so much for coming by. It's almost 1 a.m. So I'll see y'all later. Good night, whatever it is. And yeah, bye everybody. I will be like I said, I won't be back until like maybe I won't be back until maybe like next Saturday, and even then, like I said, yeah. Again, thank you everybody for coming by, and thank you again for the follow button. And yeah, and again Twitch and stuff like that. I don't really care. For the moment, it's just me videotaping my life. Even though it is just me sitting down at a chair most of the time. Maybe like one day I'll like make it so like it's up. Yeah. Like far away from where I live, you know? Yeah. Bye everybody. I'll see you later. Bye. And next topic will just be a general topic. There'll be like some urban exploring. Most of the maybe like 3 or 4 videos or something like that. Just because like, you know, it's gonna be a chill day. And you know, it's just in general. There's not that many scary videos out there, and if there is, they're like my belief. Yeah. So bye everybody. Especially because like editing software is just it's so easy to just put those behind you. No, like I'm not even kidding. Like filters. Had I not revealed that I had a filter on, and suddenly I'm just like, what the fuck is going on with my settings, and just have gone like this, I'd have been like, oh my god, guys, look at my skeleton. This is not a skeleton. This is it almost looks like an X-ray, but it's just my big ass nose, and it's like blue over here, and then my glasses. You all see that? I could have been like, holy shit, that's a ghost. To the untrained eye, it would have seemed like a ghost just for a second, right? Or even done even more. Obviously, like this made it seem more realistic. So like, maybe between this color ratio, and just put something behind me or something crazy. But yeah, anyhow, that's why I say it's usually fake when it's a video tape, right? Because like, you know, it's easy to fabricate. In the case of the alligator hand in this video and the next one, I think it is an alligator. It's some sort of like reptile or something. No way. It's like a weird like urban legend thing. Like a mermaid or something crazy like that. And yeah, the green cam one, for example, that one was kind of like edited. I don't know, or maybe even glitched out. Who knows? So much that goes into that because these cameras run 24/7, and when you have a device running that long, basically there's bound to be errors that come up because of the power expenditure, and then like you have to charge these devices too. It gets hectic and messy and stuff. I can get more into that. Maybe I don't know. Q&A. Question a computer engineer. Oh, I'll see you all later for reals this time. Bye, everybody. And again, I have so many thoughts.